Hello everyone, and welcome to the Fictional Vortex. So we are back with an interesting movie on what if Naruto was the divine guardian sage from an Egyptian realm, Naruto x Kale, Dragon Ball Super. But before we start, I just want to remind you to please subscribe to my channel and hit the like button if you enjoy my content. Let's start the story. Chapter 1. The Divine Vessel. Golden light spilled across the alabaster steps of the Temple of Ra-Amen, casting long shadows that danced with the morning breeze. Narmer stood motionless at the summit, his feet firmly planted on stone worn smooth by millennia of devoted footsteps. The rising sun kissed his bronzed skin, highlighting the intricate golden hieroglyphs that adorned his forearms, sacred symbols of protection, power, and divine purpose that pulsed with amber energy. Again, commanded Taotep, the ancient sage master whose withered frame belied the immense power he wielded. Narmer closed his eyes, centering himself within the cosmic flow of Heka, the divine essence that bound all creation. The markings on his skin brightened, spreading upward to form intricate patterns across his shoulders and chest. Within his soul, he felt the familiar stirring of Ra-Amen, the divine entity whose spirit had been bound to his own since birth. "Focus, little guardian," rumbled the voice within him, ancient as the desert itself. "The balance wavers. Feel the threads of Heka around you." The young sage extended his awareness beyond physical form, perceiving the golden strands of energy that wove through all things. With practiced precision, he gathered them between his palms, compressing the divine essence until it manifested as a sphere of concentrated light. "The Heka flows strong today," observed Taotep, circling his student with critical eyes. "But your mind remains troubled." Narmer maintained his concentration, his wild golden hair, so unusual among the people of Kemuria, stirring in the mystical current. "The visions return each night, Master. Darkness swallowing the stars, the great serpent devouring our realm. Dreams are premonitions." The ancient master's expression remained impassive, but concern flickered in his eyes. "Both, perhaps." Narmer opened eyes that reflected the same azure as the life-giving Nile. Ra-Amen senses it too. A disturbance in the cosmic balance. The sphere between his palms expanded suddenly, transforming into a brilliant falcon of pure light that soared upward before dissolving into the morning sky. Such mastery at 20 summers was unprecedented, even for a chosen vessel. Taotep stroked his ceremonial beard, contemplating. "The Council of Divines meets at tomorrow's full moon. Your visions must be shared." From their elevated position, they gazed across the sprawling metropolis of Iyunu, greatest city of Kemuria. Limestone and granite structures rose majestically along the sacred river, connected by networks of canals and lush gardens. Merchants and craftspeople filled the streets, while barges laden with goods from distant provinces glided along waterways. Beyond the fertile valley, endless desert stretched toward the horizon, the great duat. Realm of spirits and final test for those seeking divine wisdom. "Your training session concluded hours ago," came a melodic voice from behind them. "Yet here you remain, pushing boundaries as always." Narmer turned to find Nephthys ascending the temple steps, her indigo robes flowing like water around her slender form. As High Priestess of the Temple of Renewal, she commanded respect throughout Kemuria for her unparalleled healing abilities. "Someone must maintain standards while you coddle the injured and infirm," Narmer replied with a teasing smile that softened his intense features. "Such arrogance from one who required my coddling." After his last venture into the duat, she countered, dark eyes sparkling with amusement. 3 days unconscious, while I purged the shadow poison from your veins. A minor miscalculation. You confronted a guardian sphinx alone. I answered its riddles correctly, after provoking it unnecessarily. "Ptah." Hotep interrupted their familiar banter with a raised hand. "Both of you are needed by the divine pharaoh. The eastern border outpost has gone silent." The playfulness vanished from Narmer's expression. "The third outpost this moon cycle. The pattern accelerates, which is why the divine guardian and the realm's most gifted healer must investigate," the sage master replied gravely. "The divine pharaoh awaits you in the chamber of stars." They descended the temple steps in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. The eastern outposts protected Kemuria from the chaotic lands, a region of stead reality where failed creation experiments of the ancient gods still roamed. Nothing from those territories had threatened the realm in generations, protected as they were by divine barriers maintained by the guardian sages. The palace of the divine pharaoh rose at the heart of Ayunu, its golden capstone visible from every corner of the city. Unlike the stark geometric precision of the temples, the royal residence incorporated elements from all Kemurian provinces: desert sandstone, delta papyrus columns, mountain granite, and coastal mother-of-pearl inlays, symbolizing the unified realm. Lace guards bearing the jackal-headed standards of the royal house bowed deeply as Narmer and Nephthys approached. Unlike other divine vessels throughout history, Narmer had never faced the fear and isolation that often accompanied such power. The people of Kemuria revered their guardian sages as protectors, not weapons. The Chamber of Stars lived up to its name, a vast circular room whose midnight blue ceiling depicted the cosmic order, with constellations rendered in precious gems that glowed with inner light. At the center stood the divine pharaoh Amenhotep, his ceremonial headdress and crow, and flail signifying his dual authority over earthly and spiritual matters. The situation deteriorates more rapidly than anticipated, the pharaoh stated without preamble, gesturing toward a three-dimensional map of Kemuria projected through Heka. Glowing boundary lines showed the divine barriers, several sections now pulsing in alarming crimson. Something methodically tests our defenses. The eastern outpost, Narmer questioned, studying the map. Not merely silent. Vanished, replied Sebek, commander of the Sacred Guard, his crocodile helm reflecting the stellar light as he manipulated the projection. The muscular warrior expanded the eastern region, revealing a perfect circular void where the outpost should have been. 50 of our finest warriors and 3 minor sages. No distress signals. No magical discharge. Simply, gone. Nephthys stepped forward, her healer's perception examining the void. This isn't destruction, it's consumption. The very fabric of reality has been devoured. My visions, Narmer whispered, exchanging a meaningful glance with Taotep. Within him, Ra-Amen stirred anxiously, divine flames flickering beneath his skin. The divine pharaoh's expression grew grave. You've foreseen this. Fragments only. A cosmic serpent consuming stars. Darkness spreading across realms. I believed them warnings about maintaining spiritual balance, not imminent threats. The council suspects interference from beyond our universe, Sebek added, his usual bravado subdued. Something ancient awakens between the cosmic boundaries. The devourer, Taotep intoned solemnly. A being of endless hunger mentioned in the oldest texts, predating even the formation of our realm. The chamber fell silent as the weight of this revelation settled upon them. Legend spoke of primordial forces that existed before creation, entities of pure chaos that sought to unmake the ordered multiverse. I'll depart for the eastern boundary immediately, Narmer declared, already calculating necessary preparations. Not alone, Nephthys insisted. If there are survivors, there won't be, Sebek interrupted grimly. But we must understand what we face. I'll accompany you with an elite unit. The divine pharaoh raised his ceremonial crook, ending the discussion. Prepare thoroughly. Depart at midday. May the divine light illuminate your path. As they exited the Chamber of Stars, Narmer felt a familiar pressure building behind his eyes, the prelude to another vision. He managed 3 steps into the corridor before the world around him dissolved. Darkness, spreading like spilled ink across parchment. Stars winking out one by one. A massive serpentine form with countless eyes, each reflecting a different dying world. Cracks appearing between realities. Golden threads of Heka snapping like harp strings. A young woman with wild emerald energy erupting from her body, screaming in a language he didn't understand. And through it all, a hunger vast and implacable, consuming everything in its path. Narmer. Nephthys's voice pulled him back to reality. He found himself on his knees, her cool hands cradling his face. Another vision, he nodded, rising unsteadily. We have less time than they realize. The boundary weakens with each breach. Then we prepare as instructed, she replied pragmatically. I'll gather my healing artifacts. As she departed, Sebek stepped closer. Lowering his voice, the divine pharaoh withheld information from the others. 3 additional outposts vanished during the night. The pattern forms a spiral, converging toward Ayunu. How long? Days. Perhaps hours. The commander's normally confident demeanor faltered. The council debates evacuation procedures, but there's nowhere in our realm beyond the Devourers reach if the boundaries fall, Narmer finished grimly. We need answers from the site. Ra-Amon's voice echoed in his mind. The answers lie not in this realm, little guardian, but beyond it. We must seek the connections between worlds. Asterisk. 2 hours later, Narmer stood in his private chambers within the temple of Ra-Amon, methodically preparing for the mission. The walls, adorned with elaborate murals depicting the history of guardian sages, witnessed his practiced ritual as he secured pouches of blessed sand, purified water from the 7 sacred oases, and scrolls containing his most powerful sealing hieroglyphs. Unlike the ornate ceremonial attire worn by most high officials, Narmer preferred functional clothing for field missions, a sleeveless tunic of enchanted linen that adjusted to temperature extremes. Loose-fitting trousers bound at the ankles with protective wrappings, and sandals crafted from the hide of a desert drake he'd defeated during his sage trials. His only concessions to his status were the golden armbands inscribed with divine protection glyphs and the sacred diadem that helped channel Ra-Amon's immense power. A soft knock at his door preceded Tahotep's entrance. The ancient master carried a small wooden chest inlaid with electrum and lapis lazuli. "The Council of Divines sends this," he announced, setting the chest on a nearby table. "They've accelerated tomorrow's meeting, but wish you properly equipped." Inside the chest lay a pendant crafted from an iridescent material Narmer had never encountered, neither metal nor stone, but something between both states. "The Eye of Worlds," Tahotep explained. "Created during the first epoch when the boundaries between realms were established. It allows one to perceive the cosmic threads that connect different universes." Narmer lifted the artifact carefully. Despite its apparent solidity, it felt almost liquid against his skin, responding to his divine energy with subtle pulses of light. "Why not send more guardian sages?" he asked, securing the pendant around his neck. "Because the others were not chosen by Ra-Amon," the master replied simply. "The solar deity sees furthest across the cosmic weave. Your connection grants unique perception. And, the council believes you might be the only one capable of surviving should transit between realms become necessary." Narmer absorbed this implication silently. Crossing between universes was theoretical at best, fatal at worst. Even the most ancient texts merely speculated about such journeys. "You've prepared me well, master," he finally responded, clasping the old man's shoulder. "Whatever comes, I will uphold my duty as guardian." Tahotep's weathered face softened with unexpected emotion. "I have instructed 17 guardian sages across 4 centuries, but none with your potential. You were always different, not merely because of your unusual appearance or your selection by Ra-Amon, but in your understanding of balance. Where others sought power, you sought harmony. Now you sound like a funeral prayer," Narmer joked, attempting to lighten the suddenly heavy atmosphere. "Return safely, and I'll compose proper victory hymns instead," the master replied with a faint smile before departing. At midday precisely, the expedition assembled at the eastern gate of Iyunu. Sebek had selected 20 elite guards, each bearing enchanted weapons and protective amulets. Nephthys arrived with 3 acolytes carrying extensive healing supplies. The divine pharaoh himself came to send them forth with formal blessings. An unusual honor that further emphasized the mission's gravity. They traveled swiftly via enchanted barges that skimmed just above the ground, propelled by Heka channeled through specialized crystals. The landscape transformed gradually from fertile riverlands to increasingly barren terrain. By sunset, they reached the last functional outpost before the zone of disappearances. "No communications from any forward positions since yesterday," reported the outpost commander, a grizzled veteran named Kahotep. "We've maintained the protection barriers at double strength but detected unusual energy fluctuations throughout the region." "Show me," Narmer requested. Kahotep led them to the outpost's observation platform. From this elevated position, the eastern boundary was visible as a subtle shimmer in the air, like heat rising from sun-baked stone. Beyond it lay the chaotic lands, a twisted landscape where normal physical laws became increasingly unreliable. But something had changed. Narmer had patrolled this boundary many times during his training, but never had he seen what now stretched before them. Vast portions of the chaotic lands had been replaced by absolute nothingness, not darkness, but the complete absence of anything, a void that hurt the eyes to observe directly. "It began as a pinpoint 3 days ago," Kahotep explained. "Each morning, We awake to find it expanded. And the missing outposts? Sebek questioned. Consumed entirely. The commander gestured to specific points along the boundary. We sent scout birds with viewing crystals. They transmitted images until the moment they entered the void, then nothing. Not destruction. Cessation. Narmer activated the Eye of Worlds pendant, and immediately staggered under the influx of perceptions. Through the artifact's power, he could see what remained hidden to others, countless threads of golden energy stretching outward from their reality into the infinite cosmos, connecting to other realms and dimensions. But where the void expanded, these threads had been severed cleanly, the cosmic fabric itself unraveling. We depart for the boundary at first light, he announced, deactivating the pendant. Prepare accordingly. As others made arrangements, Narmer sought solitude atop the outpost's highest tower. The night sky above Kemuria had always brought him comfort, the eternal dance of Saint Rs representing divine order and harmony. Now, he noticed subtle wrongness in their configuration, as though fundamental constants were shifting. Troubling, isn't it? Nephthys's voice came from behind him as she climbed the tower steps. The divine pattern's alteration. You've noticed as well. I'm a healer. Recognizing when natural rhythms falter is essential to my craft. She settled beside him, her presence calming as always. The stellar priests at the Temple of Celestial Harmony reported anomalies last week, constellations deviating from thousand-year projections. Within him, Ra-Amen stirred restlessly. The boundaries between worlds grow thin, little guardian. The hunger approaches. What does Ra-Amen counsel? Nephthys asked, observing the subtle golden glow emanating from Narmer's skin, a visible manifestation of his communion with the divine entity. Preparation for possibilities beyond our current understanding, Narmer replied, his gaze fixed on the eastern horizon. Where darkness seemed somehow deeper than mere night. The divine beasts existed before the creation of realms. They remember what came before, and what may come again. They sat in companionable silence until Nephthys spoke again. Her voice barely above a whisper. There are rumors among the high priests. Contingency plans should Kemuria fall. And what do these rumors suggest? That individuals might be sent beyond our universe to seek help or establish a foothold elsewhere. Her dark eyes reflected starlight as she turned toward him. Your unusual heritage has always marked you for unique purposes, Narmer. Your mother from the southern mountains, your father from beyond the northern seas, bloodlines never before combined in a guardian sage. Narmer smiled wryly. Now you sound like the prophecy chanters in the marketplace. I speak as a friend who has known you since childhood, she countered. When the divine pharaoh selected 20 children as potential vessels for Ra-Amen, no one expected the golden-haired foreign-blooded boy to be chosen. Ra-Amen enjoys defying expectations, Narmer replied with a shrug. Perhaps he simply appreciated my mischievous nature. Perhaps he saw something others didn't, she suggested, rising gracefully. Rest while you can. Tomorrow's journey will test even your considerable stamina. After her departure, Narmer remained alone with his thoughts and the increasingly anxious presence of Ra-Amen. Throughout his life, the divine entity had been his constant companion, sometimes mentor, sometimes critic, always protector. Their unusually harmonious relationship had enabled Narmer to access powers typically unavailable until decades of training. We stand at a convergence point. Ra-Amen's voice rumbled in his consciousness. Paths that were once separate now intersect. Speak plainly, Narmer requested aloud. Cryptic warnings serve no purpose. The entity you call the Devourer exists beyond conventional understanding, the divine beast explained. It consumes not merely matter and energy, but possibility itself. Each realm it devours narrows the cosmic potentialities. Can it be defeated? Not by any single realm alone. The multiverse exists in balanced opposition to such forces. When one reality falls, others must compensate. Then we must find these other realms, Narmer concluded, feeling the weight of responsibility settling across his shoulders. Sleep came fitfully that night, disturbed by dreams more vivid than any previous visions. He witnessed strange worlds with impossible physics. Places where beings of extraordinary power clashed in battles that shattered mountains and split seas. Throughout these fractured images, a constant appeared repeatedly, a young woman with spiky black Hare, who transformed into a berserk green glowing warrior of immense strength, her screams echoing across dimensions. Dawn arrived with unsettling news. 2 additional outposts had vanished overnight, accelerating the void's expansion dramatically. What had been a distant concern was now an immediate crisis. At the current rate, the void would reach Ayunu within days. The expedition departed immediately, traveling directly toward the boundary's weakest point. As they approached, conventional transportation became unreliable, forcing them to continue on foot. Reality itself grew increasingly unstable. Stones floating momentarily before crashing down, water flowing upward, time occasionally skipping forward or backward by seconds. The boundary fails, Nephthys observed, steadying herself against suddenly shifting terrain. These are symptoms of cosmic misalignment. Narmer activated the Eye of Worlds again, wincing at the chaotic influx of information. The golden threads connecting Ire realm to others now vibrated violently, some stretched to near breaking. But through the artifact's power, he perceived something new, a specific thread that pulsed more strongly than the others, seemingly leading toward a distant universe where potential balance might be found. There, he indicated, pointing toward what appeared to be empty air. A weakness in the void's advance. We'll investigate there. As they neared their destination, resistance increased. The very atmosphere grew thick and oppressive, while gravity fluctuated unpredictably. Several guards collapsed, overwhelmed by the cosmic distortions. Nephthys and her acolytes worked frantically to stabilize them, but it became clear that ordinary humans couldn't safely proceed further. Establish a perimeter here, Sebek ordered his remaining forces. The Divine Guardian, the High Priestess, and I will continue alone. The final approach to the boundary revealed the true horror of what they faced. The void wasn't mere emptiness but active consumption, reality itself being devoured by infinitesimal increments. At the boundary's edge, matter disintegrated into component elements before vanishing entirely. Through the Eye of Worlds, Narmer perceived the cosmic thread he'd identified earlier, now pulsing urgently like a lifeline in a storm. It seemed to penetrate the void itself, connecting to something beyond. There's a pattern to the consumption, he realized, studying the void's edge. It's not random, it's searching for something. For what? Sebek questioned, maintaining an admirable composure despite the overwhelming strangeness surrounding them. Points of connection to other realms, Narmer replied. Places where the boundaries between universes naturally thin. Nephthys gasped suddenly, pointing skyward. Look, above the void, reality rippled like disturbed water. The distortion expanded rapidly, forming a massive circular tear in the fabric of existence. Through this aperture emerged a sight that froze their blood, an enormous serpentine form with countless eyes along its length, each a different color and shape, as though viewing different dimensions simultaneously. Apep, Narmer whispered, naming the mythological chaos serpent that sought to devour the sun in ancient legends. The immense entity didn't fully enter their reality but remained partially phased between dimensions. Its true size impossible to comprehend. From its partially manifested form, smaller serpentine tendrils extended downward, probing the boundary of their world. We must warn Ayunu, Sebek insisted, already turning back. There's no time, Narmer countered, feeling Ra-Amon's power surging through him in response to the immediate threat. Golden light erupted from his skin as divine hieroglyphs manifested across his body. I must attempt to seal the breach. Alone. Impossible, Nephthys protested, even for a divine guardian. But Narmer had already begun the complex ritual, drawing sacred symbols in the air that solidified into glowing constructs of pure Heka. The ancient language of creation flowed from his lips as he wove a pattern of counterforce against the dimensional tier. Amon's consciousness merged more fully with his own, their combined perception extending across multiple layers of reality. Through this enhanced awareness, Narmer recognized the fundamental nature of their adversary, not a creature of malice but an aspect of cosmic entropy given sentience, returning all creation to the void from which it arose. The sealing hieroglyphs shot upward, expanding to encircle the dimensional tier. For a moment, it seemed the ritual might succeed. The aperture contracted slightly, the serpentine form recoiling. Then everything went catastrophically wrong. One of Ep's tendrils lashed out with impossible speed, shattering the hieroglyphic seal and striking Narmer directly. The impact wasn't physical but metaphysical, a collision of incompatible realities that sent him crashing to the ground. Cosmic energy coursing painfully through his system. Narmer. Nephthys rushed to his side, her healing Heka already flowing from her palms. Above them, the dimensional tear expanded exponentially, the void advancing in a sudden surge. The very ground beneath them began disintegrating. Retreat, Sebek shouted, physically pulling Nephthys away from Narmer. The boundary collapses. Through pain-blurred vision, Narmer saw the cosmic thread he'd identified earlier pulsing more intensely than ever, as though responding to the crisis. With Ra-Amon's guidance, he understood suddenly what must be done. Go, he commanded his companions. Return to Ayunu. Prepare evacuation to the sacred underground chambers. We won't leave you. Nephthys struggled against Sebek's restraining grip. You must, Narmer insisted, staggering to his feet. Golden energy crackled around him as he channeled more of Ra-Amon's power than ever before. I'm going to redirect the breach. Understanding dawned in Sebek's eyes. You're going to sacrifice yourself to buy time. I'm going to follow the thread, Narmer corrected, focusing on the connection he perceived through the Eye of Worlds. There are other realms, other potential allies. If Kemuria falls, someone must seek help. The void surged again, consuming everything within 20 paces. There was no more time for debate. Go, Narmer commanded, his voice carrying divine authority that brooked no argument. Tell the divine pharaoh what we witnessed. Protect our people as long as possible. With visible reluctance, Sebek dragged Nephthys toward the relative safety of the perimeter where their forces waited. Her anguished cry tore at Narmer's heart, but he remained focused on his desperate gambit. Alone at the boundary's edge, Narmer initiated a different ritual, not a sealing technique, but an ancient transportation method theoretically capable of traversing cosmic distances. Ra-Amon's knowledge guided his movements as he inscribed hieroglyphs of transition and transformation upon his own body. The passage will be arduous, the divine entity cautioned. Our essence may be altered by transit between incompatible realities. Better transformation than obliteration, Narmer replied grimly, completing the final symbol. The void surged forward again. In the distance, he could see Apep's massive form more fully emerging into their reality, its countless eyes fixing upon Ayunu with hungry intent. The beautiful civilization of Kemuria, with its harmonious blend of spiritual wisdom and material prosperity, faced imminent destruction. No time remained for doubt or hesitation. Narmer activated the transportation hieroglyphs simultaneously, their golden light intensifying to blinding brilliance. With his consciousness merged with Ra-Amon's, he grasped the cosmic thread leading to another universe and poured his entire being into that tenuous connection. Reality shattered around him. His physical form dissolved into pure energy, guided by the Eye of Worlds through the non-space between universes. Fragments of his identity threatened to scatter across the cosmic void as incomprehensible foe. RCES pulled him in countless directions simultaneously. Ra-Amon's divine essence enveloped his consciousness protectively, maintaining cohesion through the impossible transit. Together they followed the thread, a lifeline stretching across infinite darkness toward a reality so distant it existed as merely theoretical possibility to the scholars of Kemuria. For what seemed like eternity, Narmer existed in a state beyond conventional understanding, neither matter nor energy, neither alive nor dead, but potential unrealized. Through this liminal existence, fragments of knowledge from countless realms filtered through his awareness. Too vast to comprehend but leaving impressions that altered his fundamental nature. Then, abruptly, reality reasserted itself with shocking intensity. Narmer materialized in midair, plummeting toward unfamiliar terrain. His body, reconstituted through complex interactions of cross-dimensional energies, felt simultaneously foreign and familiar. Ra-Amon's presence remained, but transformed somehow by their journey. Below him stretched a landscape of massive craters and shattered earth, evidence of a battle of impossible proportions. The air itself vibrated, with residual energy unlike anything in Kemuria, not Heka, but something both cruder and more potent. As he fell, Narmer instinctively channeled his divine energy to slow his descent, golden light flaring around him. The hieroglyphs on his skin pulsed with power, adapting to this universe's different fundamental constants. He landed in a three-point stance, the impact creating a small crater in the already devastated landscape. Rising slowly, he surveyed his surroundings more carefully, noting significant differences from his home realm. The very quality of light seemed altered, colors slightly shifted from the spectrum he knew. Gravity pulled more strongly on his body, while the ambient energy felt chaotic and unrefined compared to the carefully balanced Heka of Kemuria. We have arrived in Universe 6. Ra-Amon's voice confirmed within his mind, though it sounded distant and strained. The cosmic transit taxed even my divine essence. We must recover before attempting further significant workings. Asterisk. Where exactly? Narmer began, but a massive explosion interrupted his question. Approximately 2 kilometers distant, a column of emerald energy erupted skyward. The raw power Amana, ting from the blast site dwarfed anything Narmer had previously encountered outside divine manifestations. The ground beneath his feet trembled with aftershocks as another explosion followed, then another. A battle, Ra-Amon observed. And not a minor skirmish. The combatants wield planet-shattering capabilities. Narmer oriented himself toward the conflict, his guardian instincts responding to potential threats. Through the Eye of Worlds, which had somehow survived the transit, he perceived disruptions in the local reality matrix, damage not merely physical but metaphysical, weakening this universe's integrity. Similar to the early stages of the Devourer's work, he muttered, concern growing. If multiple universes are simultaneously weakened. He didn't complete the thought, already moving swiftly toward the battle. His body adjusted rapidly to the new environment, divine energy compensating for differences in atmospheric composition and pressure. The hieroglyphs on his skin reconfigured subtly, adapting his protective enchantments to local conditions. As he approached, the scale of the conflict became apparent. 3 distinct power signatures dominated the chaotic scene. 2 extraordinarily powerful entities facing off against a third whose energy fluctuated wildly between merely impressive and absolutely overwhelming. Cresting a ridge, Narmer finally witnessed the combatants directly. 2 humanoid figures, one tall and purple-skinned with an elongated head, the other shorter with spiky black hair and a blue uniform, coordinated their attacks against a third Indiva. Duel whose appearance shocked him to his core. It was the woman from his visions. Small in stature with spiky black hair, but currently transformed into something terrifying. Her entire body glowed with emerald energy so intense it distorted visual perception. Her muscle mass had increased dramatically, and her eyes, vacant of conscious thought, blazed with uncontrolled power. Most importantly, her energy signature matched perfectly with the thread that had guided him across dimensions. The cosmic convergence point, Ra-Amon confirmed. Her power resonates with fundamental forces. Uncontrolled, it creates weaknesses between realities, precisely what the Devourer seeks. The woman, if such a simple term could apply to the engine of destruction before him, roared incoherently and unleashed Onyo. Their blast of energy that the other combatants barely avoided. Her attacks showed no strategy or restraint, merely raw destructive output directed at anything that moved. She's lost to berserker rage, Narmer observed, recognizing patterns similar to those occasionally manifested by unprepared vessels attempting to channel divine energy. Her consciousness is submerged beneath the power. She requires balance restoration. Ra-Amon agreed. Her energy signature suggests compatibility with our methods. Without further hesitation, Narmer vaulted from his observation point and sprinted toward the battle. The combatants were so focused on each other they failed to notice his approach until he stood at the periphery of their conflict zone. The purple being noticed him first, eyes widening in surprise. Another one. Kaba, we have an unknown combatant approaching from the east. The smaller male fighter glanced briefly in Narmer's direction while maintaining a defensive stance. Not Nay of Frost's mercenaries, the energy signature is completely different. Narmer raised his hands in a universal gesture of non-aggression. I'm not your enemy, he called out, his words automatically adjusting to their language through Ra-Amon's divine translation abilities. I can help with her condition. Stay back, the one called Kaba warned. Kale is beyond reasoning in this state. Kale, the name resonated strangely within Narmer, confirming his cosmic connection to this woman. Through the Eye of Worlds, he could see golden threads of potential linking them across probability matrices. The berserker, Kale, noticed him then, her primal awareness identifying a new target. With frightening speed, She charged directly toward him, emerald energy coalescing around her fists. Rather than evade, Narmer stood his ground, activating his divine hieroglyphs. Golden light erupted from the sacred symbols as he channeled Ra Amon's essence in a pattern specifically designed to counter chaotic energy. As Kale closed the distance, her fist cocked back for a devastating blow, Narmer completed his technique. From his outstretched palms erupted not an attack but a harmonizing wave, divine energy calibrated to resonate with her chaotic power and gradually bring it into balance. The impact was immediate and visible. Kale's headlong charge faltered as golden light intertwined with her emerald aura. Her expression shifted from mindless rage to confusion, then shock as her consciousness began reasserting control. What is this?" she gasped, her voice hoarse from screaming. The wild fluctuations in her power stabilized slightly, though still dangerous. "Balance," Narmer replied simply, maintaining the harmonizing technique despite the strain it placed on his already taxed reserves. "Your power seeks equilibrium. I'm merely facilitating the process." The other combatants watched in astonishment as Kale's berserker form gradually diminished, her muscle mass reducing, her height decreasing. The blinding emerald aura receding to a more manageable glow. "Impossible," the purple being murmured. "Hit, are you seeing this?" "I see it, Champa," replied another figure who materialized seemingly from nowhere, a purple-skinned humanoid with red eyes and a long coat. "His energy signature is unlike anything in our universe." Narmer ignored their commentary, focusing entirely on Kale's stabilization. Through the connecting technique, he sensed fragments of her emotional state, overwhelming fear, self-doubt, and desperate desire for acceptance driving the berserker transformation. With careful precision, he adjusted his divine energy to address these underlying causes rather than merely suppressing symptoms. "Breathe with me," he instructed, establishing a rhythm guided her energy fluctuations toward harmony. "Your power doesn't control you, it expresses you. Accept it without fear." Gradually, miraculously, Kale's transformation reversed completely. The emerald aura disappeared entirely as she reverted to her base form, a slender young woman with gentle features that contrasted sharply with her previous berserker appearance. She collapsed to her knees, exhausted but conscious and coherent. "How did you?" she began, looking up at Narmer with bewildered eyes. Before he could respond, another woman with spiky hair rushed to Kale's side, positioning herself protectively between them. "Who the hell are you?" she demanded, energy crackling around her fists. "What did you do to Kale?" "Helped her find balance," Narmer replied simply, swaying slightly as fatigue caught up with him. The cosmic transit followed by immediate use of complex divine techniques had depleted his reserves dangerously. Her power resonates with dimensional boundaries. The world tilted suddenly as his vision darkened. The last thing Narmer registered before consciousness fled was the concerned face of Kale peering around her protector, her expression shifting from confusion to worry. "Rest, little guardian," Ra Amon's voice echoed distantly. "Our journey has only begun." Chapter 1 End Chapter 2, Worlds Apart. Consciousness returned to Narmer in fragments, first sound, then sensation. Finally sight. Unfamiliar voices murmured nearby, their tones hushed but tense with debate. Beneath him lay a surface neither hard nor soft, seemingly molded to support his form perfectly. The air carried strange scents, metallic undertones mixed with something vaguely sweet that had no equivalent in Chemuria. His eyelids felt impossibly heavy as he forced them open, revealing a ceiling composed of material unknown to him, smooth as polished alabaster yet faintly luminescent, pulsing with subtle energy. The room's architecture defied conventional Chemurian principles. All curved surfaces and seamless transitions where right angles should dominate. "The stranger awakens," announced a crisp, feminine voice. Narmer turned his head toward the speaker and found himself face to face with a slender woman whose appearance immediately marked her as unlike any being from his realm. Her skin held a faint lavender tinge, while her hair, styled in an elaborate upswept fashion, shimmered with silvery highlights that caught the ambient light. Most striking were her eyes, amber irises containing concentric rings that shifted position as she studied him. "You've been unconscious for 26 hours, she informed him, consulting a translucent panel that materialized in the air before her. "Remarkable recovery rate considering the energy depletion. Most beings will D have remained comatose for weeks after such exhaustion. Narmer attempted to sit up, his muscles protesting after extended immobility. The hieroglyphic markings across his skin flickered weakly, ire golden light dimmed to a faint shimmer. Within him, Ra-Amon's presence remained uncharacteristically subdued, a quiet warmth rather than the usual vibrant flame. "Where am I?" he managed, his voice rough from disuse. "Planet Sadala, medical facility adjacent to the Defense Force headquarters," she replied efficiently. "I am Drive, Rizu, chief xenophysiologist. You present fascinating physiologic anomalies I've never encountered in any known species." Before Narmer could respond, the door, a hexagonal portal that irised open rather than swinging, admitted three figures he recognized from BEF. Or his collapse. The young man called Kaba, the protective female with spiky hair, and behind them, partially hidden as though seeking invisibility, Kale. "The patient requires rest, not interrogation, Drive," Rizu admonished, though her own scientific curiosity remained evident in her expression. "Universe security takes precedence over medical protocols," the spiky-haired woman retorted, striding forward with confident aggression. Unlike Kale's berserker form, her intensity seemed perfectly controlled, a weapon kept perpetually sharpened. "We need answers about our mysterious visitor who appeared from nowhere during a classified combat exercise." Kaba adopted a more diplomatic approach, stepping between his companion and Narmer's bed. "What Khalifla means is that your arrival coincided with several unusual events. We're hoping you might help us understand the connection." His uniform, a fitted blue garment with insignia Narmer didn't recognize, suggested military authority despite his youthful appearance. Narmer shifted his position carefully, assessing his condition. His divine energy remained dangerously depleted, but physical recovery progressed more rapidly. The Eye of Worlds pendant still hung around his neck, its iridescent material pulsing faintly against his skin. "I will answer what I can," he offered, "though I suspect my questions may equal yours in number." "Street art with who you are and where you came from," Khalifla demanded, crossing her arms. "And how you managed to calm Kale's berserker form when even Lord Champa couldn't contain it." At the mention of her name, Kale flinched slightly, her eyes fixed on the floor. Though restored to her normal state, tension radiated from her posture, a fear of losing control again visibly weighing on her conscience. "My name is Narmer," he began, deciding that direct truth offered the best approach. "I am a divine guardian sage from the realm of Kemuria, selected vessel for the solar deity Ra-Amen, and protector of cosmic boundaries between dimensions." The room fell silent as his audience processed this introduction. Dr. Rizu recovered first, her fingers manipulating unseen controls on her translucent panel with increased speed. "That explains the dual-layered energy signature," she murmured. "Symbiotic relationship with a higher dimensional entity. You expect us to believe you're from another dimension." Khalifla scoffed, though uncertainty flickered briefly across her features. "Convenient explanation for appearing in restricted airspace." "I believe him." Kale's soft voice surprised everyone. She stepped forward slightly, still maintaining distance but now meeting Narmer's gaze directly. "The energy he used to help me, it wasn't key. It felt ancient, different from anything Master Vados or Lord Champa can generate." Narmer inclined his head gratefully toward her. "In my realm, we call it Heka, divine essence that flows through all creation. I suspect what you call Ki operates on similar principles but manifests differently." Kaba studied him with increased interest. "Different universes within our multiverse have varying physical laws, but all utilize Ki fundamentally. You, suggesting you come from beyond even the 12 universes Lord Zeno oversees. The cosmic structure extends far beyond any single administrative division," Narmer confirmed, carefully testing his ability to stand. His legs supported him after a momentary wobble. "What you consider a complete multiverse is merely one organizational system among countless others." The hieroglyphs across his SK brightened slightly as his strength returned, drawing fascinated attention from Dr. Rizu. "Remarkable self-regenerating enchantments," she observed. "The symbols reconfigure constantly at a microscopic level. They adapt to local conditions," Narmer explained, feeling Ra-Amon's presence growing stronger within him. "My arrival here was unplanned and traumatic. Transit between incompatible realities requires significant adjustment. Why come at all? Khalifla pressed, skepticism still evident though tempered with reluctant curiosity. If your realm is so different from ours, what brought you here specifically? The question struck directly at the loss still raw within him. Memories of Kemuria, the alabaster temples gleaming in morning light, Nephthys's concerned face as she was dragged away. The advancing void consuming everything, threatened to overwhelm him momentarily. My world is being devoured by an entity of cosmic entropy, he stated, voice steady despite the emotional turbulence beneath. I followed a connection thread across dimensions seeking potential allies or solutions. That thread led directly to her. He nodded toward Kale, whose eyes widened in surprise. Me, she whispered, unconsciously taking a step backward. Why would it connect to me? Your power resonates with fundamental forces that maintain boundaries between realities, Narmer explained. In your transformed state, you generate energy signatures nearly identical to the weakening points in dimensional barriers. So her berserker form damages reality itself? Kaba asked, alarm evident in his voice. Not directly, Narmer clarified. Rather, the specific frequency creates conditions that certain entities can exploit, like striking a perfect note that shatters crystal. The entity consuming my world seeks such weaknesses across the multiverse. Dr. Rizzu interrupted with scientific precision. If your hypothesis is correct, we should detect anomalies in local space-time following Kale's recent transformation. As if summoned by her words, the entire facility shuddered violently. Alarms activated throughout the complex, bathing the room in pulsing crimson light. Defense Force alert, Kaba announced, pressing a device on his wrist that projected tactical information into the air. Spatial disruption detected in Sector 7, exactly where Kale's training exercise occurred yesterday. Coincidence? Khalifla questioned, her skepticism faltering. Unlikely, Narmer responded grimly. The dimensional weakness has been identified. What follows is typically exploration, then exploitation. Another tremor shook the building, stronger than before. Through the room's single viewport, strange atmospheric disturbances became visible, the sky itself seeming to ripple and fold in unnatural patterns. We need to investigate immediately, Kaba decided, his demeanor shifting fully to military commander. Khalifla, alert the elite squad. Kale should remain here, Narmer interjected firmly. Her energy signature might accelerate the process if she approaches the disturbance. Kale's expression fell, the familiar pain of being sidelined evident in her downcast eyes. Narmer quickly added, not because you lack control or strength, but because the connection that brought me here makes you specifically vulnerable to whatever comes through. I'm going, she stated with unexpected firmness, straightening her posture. If my power somehow caused this, I need to understand it. Narmer recognized the resolution in her voice, the same determination that had driven him through countless trials in his training. He nodded respectfully. Then I'll show you how to modify your energy signature to avoid detection. But first, he turned to Dr. Rizzu. My equipment and attire. The doctor gestured toward a storage unit embedded in the wall, which Iris opened to reveal his cleaned and restored clothing, along with the pouches and artifacts he'd carried from Kemuria. Your items proved fascinating, Dr. Rizzu remarked, particularly the sand samples, which contain molecular structures unknown to our science. I took the liberty of analyzing, but not disturbing, them. Desert sand from the 7 sacred oases, Narmer explained while efficiently donning his garments. Each grain contains centuries of condensed Heka from ritual purification cycles. Within minutes, they departed the medical facility, emerging into the alien landscape of planet Sadala. Unlike the primarily desert and river valley geography of Kemuria, this world presented vast urbanized regions interspersed with dramatic mountain ranges. The architecture favored functionality over ceremonial significance, with geometric precision that reminded Narmer somewhat of the military outposts in Kemuria's borderlands. As they hurried toward transport vehicles, Narmer found himself walking alongside Kale, who maintained a careful distance while stealing occasional glances at him. You really came from another dimension because of me? She asked quietly, disbelief and uncertainty mingling in her voice. Because of a cosmic resonance that happens to manifest through you, Narmer clarified. Though I suspect there's nothing coincidental about it. Ra-Amen believes certain souls naturally align with fundamental forces. your connection to transformative energy parallels my connection to divine essence. I've never considered my berserker form anything but a curse, she admitted. A loss of control, a failure of discipline. In Kemuria, power is neither blessing nor curse inherently, Narmer responded. The divine beasts themselves represent destructive and creative forces in balance. Ra-Amen embodies the sun's capacity to both nurture life and scorch it to ash. The question isn't whether power exists, but how it harmonizes with its surroundings. They boarded a sleek vehicle that hovered above the ground without visible propulsion mechanisms. As Kaba piloted them toward the disturbance zone, Narmer continued his conversation with Kale, demonstrating a simple technique for modulating energy output. Visualize your power not as a raging inferno but as a controlled flame, he instructed. Producing a small sphere of golden Heka between his palms. Direction matters more than volume. Like water flowing through different channels, the quantity remains constant, but the application varies. Kale attempted to mimic his demonstration, generating a small orb of emerald energy that flickered unstably between her hands. It feels different when I'm not angry or afraid, she observed. Less overwhelming, but harder to maintain. Exactly, Narmer confirmed. Strong emotions provide easy access but poor control. True mastery comes from balanced emotional states allowing precise manipulation. From the front seat, Khalifla watched their interaction with narrowed eyes. You seem awfully comfortable teaching Saiyan power techniques for someone who arrived yesterday, she remarked suspiciously. The fundamental principles transcend specific manifestations, Narmer replied without taking his attention from Kale's practice. In my role as Divine Guardian, I've instructed many different vessels in energy harmonization. Vessels? Kaba inquired, navigating their transport through increasingly distorted atmospheric conditions. Those chosen to carry portions of divine essence, Narmer explained. In Kemuria, certain individuals demonstrate compatibility with specific cosmic forces. They undergo rigorous training to serve as living conduits for divine power, protecting boundaries. Maintaining cosmic balance, preserving knowledge. Sounds like a destroyer god and their attendant, Kaba remarked, exchanging meaningful glances with Khalifla. Perhaps similar in concept, though different in implementation, Narmer acknowledged, noting the comparison for future reference. The terminology suggested hierarchical cosmic administration not unlike Kemuria's divine structure. Their conversation halted as they approached their destination. The landscape surrounding the disturbance zone had transformed dramatically since Narmer's arrival. What had been merely battle-damaged terrain now exhibited impossible geometries, rock formations twisted into self-intersecting spirals, vegetation growing in fractal patterns that hurt the eyes to follow, gravity visibly fluctuating as small objects drifted upward before crashing down again. This matches early manifestation patterns from my world, Narmer confirmed grimly, activating the Eye of Worlds pendant. Through its perception-enhancing properties, he observed what remained invisible to others, microscopic tears in reality's fabric, leaking infinitesimal amounts of void essence into this universe. The boundaries thin. Soon, larger breaches will form. Military personnel had established a perimeter around the affected area, their expressions revealing uncertainty about how to address such extraordinary phenomena. Kaba was immediately approached by a senior officer who saluted crisply before delivering a status report. Anomaly continues expanding at approximately 7 meters per hour, Commander. Standard energy containment fields prove ineffective. The disruption simply passes through them as if they're not there. 2 reconnaissance drones disappeared completely upon entering the central distortion zone. Not disappeared, Narmer corrected, drawing surprised attention. Consumed. Their component elements broken down and absorbed into the dimensional void. The officer regarded him with skepticism. And you are a specialist in interdimensional phenomena, Kaba intervened smoothly. Here at my request to consult on the situation. While Kaba managed the military logistics, Narmer approached the perimeter barrier, studying the distortion effects with both normal perception and through the Eye of Worlds. The patterns matched precisely what he'd witnessed during Kemuria's final days, though at a much earlier stage. How much time do we have? Kale asked quietly, joining him at the boundary. Before catastrophic breach, perhaps 7 days, assuming consistent expansion. Narmer glanced at her thoughtfully. But this manifestation differs slightly from those in my world. The energy signature carries unique characteristics, as though filtered through an intermediary. Meaning, the Devourer itself hasn't targeted this universe directly yet. What we're seeing is more like an echo or advanced scout. He gestured toward the central distortion. A tendril reaching through existing weaknesses. Testing defenses. Caulifla joined them, her earlier skepticism tempered by the undeniable strangeness before them. So how do we fight it? Cut off the tendril. Conventional attacks would prove ineffective against non-conventional existence, Narmer explained. However, we might seal the breach temporarily using local energy properly calibrated to reinforcement frequencies. He knelt, removing a pouch of sacred sand from his belt. The golden grains glimmered with stored Heka, each containing microscopic hieroglyphs invisible to normal sight. With practiced precision, he began arranging the sand in specific patterns, forming a sealing circle that incorporated symbols adapted to this universe's physical constants. What's he doing? Caulifla whispered to Kale. Some kind of ritual, Kale replied, watching with fascination as the sand patterns began glowing softly. Narmer completed the outer ring of symbols before looking up at them. This Aling technique requires significant energy input. I'm still recovering from interdimensional transit, so I'll need assistance. What kind of assistance? Kaba asked, rejoining them after organizing the perimeter forces. Controlled power channeled through specific conceptual frameworks, Narmer explained, gesturing toward positions around the circle. Each participant focuses on a fundamental concept: balance, boundary, renewal, and transformation. Together, they create a metaphysical barrier reinforcing local reality against external intrusion. You want us to stand in a sand circle and think really hard about concepts. Caulifla's skepticism returned full force. I want you to channel your energy through abstract conceptual frameworks rather than physical techniques, Narmer clarified. Not unlike how you might focus your power through emotional states, but with greater precision. Despite her doubts, Caulifla took her assigned position opposite Kale, while Kaba completed their quartet. Narmer instructed each on their specific focus, Kaba on boundaries, Caulifla on transformation, Kale on balance, and himself on renewal. Channel your energy downward through your core, into the ground. And through the sand patterns, he directed, demonstrating as golden light flowed from his hands into the hieroglyphic circle. Visualize your concept becoming tangible, a force that reinforces the natural order. To their credit, the Saiyans adapted quickly to the unfamiliar technique. Kaba's energy manifested first, a steady blue flow that illuminated the boundary symbols. Call. IFLA followed with fiercer concentration, her reddish energy causing the transformation glyphs to flare brightly. Kale struggled initially, her power fluctuating until Narmer provided gentle guidance. Don't force it, he advised. Balance isn't imposed but discovered. Find the natural equilibrium within your own energy and extend it outward. Her expression relaxed as understanding dawned. Energy began flowing smoothly through her section of the circle, harmonizing with the others until the entire pattern glowed with combined power. Narmer initiated the final sequence, speaking words in the ancient Kemurian tongue that resonated strangely in this foreign atmosphere. The sand particles rose slowly, maintaining their symbolic configurations while ascending toward the central distortion. As the patterns reached the boundary of the anomaly, they expanded rapidly, forming a hemisphere of interlocking hieroglyphs that enclosed the entire disturbance. For a breathless moment, the technique would fail as reality buckled against their imposed order. Then, gradually, the distortion effects receded. The impossible geometries straightened, gravity stabilized, and the microscopic tiers sealed themselves under the pressure of concentrated local energy. It worked, Kaba observed with evident relief as the sealing dome solidified into a translucent barrier containing the now diminished anomaly. Temporarily, Narmer cautioned, rising from his position with visible fatigue. This seals the symptom, not the cause. The breach will attempt to re-establish itself elsewhere, seeking the path of least resistance. Caulifla studied the containment dome with grudging respect. Not bad for sand pictures and meditation. How long will it hold? 3 days at most, Narmer estimated. Less if subjected to energy disturbances or dimensional stresses. Enough time to consult with Lord Champa and Vados, Kaba decided. If this threat extends beyond conventional dangers, we'll need their cosmic authority. As military personnel moved forward to establish monitoring equipment around the containment dome, Narmer swayed slightly, the expenditure of power taxing his still recovering reserves. Kale noticed immediately, moving to his side with surprising quickness. "You're still weakened from your arrival," she observed with concern. "Should you return to the medical facility?" "I require rest, not medical intervention," Narmer assured her, steadying himself. "And information. I must learn more about this universe's structure and defensive capabilities if we're to properly address the incursion." Kaba overheard and nodded decisively. "Defense Force Headquarters has extensive archives available. I'll arrange access and accommodations while we await Lord Champa's response." As they departed the containment zone, Narmer felt Ra-Aman stirring more actively within his consciousness. The divine entity had remained unusually subdued since their interdimensional transit, conserving energy for recovery. "The sealing worked better than expected," Ra-Aman observed privately. "This universe's fundamental constants favor stability over flexibility. Useful for defensive measures, though limiting for adaptive techniques." "You're analyzing the underlying physics," Narmer responded mentally, maintaining outward conversation with the others. "Knowledge of cosmic architecture is essential to our purpose," the divine entity reminded him. "Each universe maintains balance differently. Here, raw power appears prioritized over systematic harmony." The observation aligned with what Narmer had witnessed of Saiyan abilities, tremendous raw output with less emphasis on the intricate energy manipulation central to Kemurian techniques. Both approaches had advantages in different circumstances. Defense Force Headquarters occupied a massive complex near Sadala's capital city, its architecture balancing military functionality with imposing presence. Like Kemuria's ceremonial governmental structures, this facility emphasized efficiency and security through advanced technology rather than divine symbolism. Narmer was assigned visitor quarters that struck him as simultaneously luxurious and austere, equipped with numerous technological conveniences unfamiliar to him, yet lacking the artistic and spiritual elements that would be considered essential in Kemuria. After refreshing himself and performing abbreviated versions of his daily meditation rituals, he joined Kaba in the facility's strategic command center. Multiple holographic displays showed various regions of the planet and surrounding space, monitored by uniformed personnel who coordinated defense operations with practiced efficiency. "Our universe maintains 6 inhabited systems under Sadalan protection," Kaba explained, gesturing toward a 3-dimensional star map. "As elite Defense Force members, Khalifla, Kale, and I respond to significant threats throughout the territory." "Your military structure seems efficiently organized," Narmer observed. In Kemuria, defense responsibilities were divided between conventional forces and divine guardians, sometimes creating jurisdictional conflicts. "We have our own version of that problem," Kaba admitted with a wry smile. "Defense Force authority ends where Lord Champa's begins, which isn't always clearly defined." Before Narmer could inquire further about this cosmic hierarchy, the command center's atmosphere shifted dramatically. Personnel straightened at their stations, attention focusing on the main entrance where a striking figure had appeared. The newcomer moved with liquid grace that immediately identified her as a master martial artist. Tall and lithe, with copper-toned skin and close-cropped silver hair. She wore a fitted black uniform distinct from standard Defense Force attire. Most notable were her eyes, pale jade that seemed to evaluate and dismiss potential threats with each glance. 3 vertical scars ran parallel down her left cheek, adding character to otherwise flawless features. "Commander Kaba," she acknowledged with minimal courtesy. "I was informed of an interdimensional incident requiring assessment." "Agent Jade," Kaba responded with evident respect. "Your timing is excellent. May I introduce Narmer, a visitor with expertise in the phenomena we're experiencing." The woman turned her piercing gaze toward Narmer, assessing him with professional detachment. "Universal Intelligence Division doesn't acknowledge expertise in interdimensional matters from unvetted sources," she stated flatly. "Particularly those whose arrival coincides with the anomalies in question." Narmer recognized the implicit accusation but maintained neutral composure. "Skepticism is reasonable given the circumstances. I welcome any verification procedures you deem necessary." "Oh, verification will definitely occur," she assured him with a cold smile that never reached her eyes. "Starting with combat assessment. Entities often reveal their true nature when pressed." Kaba intervened diplomatically. Agent Jade specializes in threat identification and neutralization for UID. She's also one of HIT's most accomplished students. HIT, Narmer inquired, noting how the name elicited respect bordering on reverence. Universe 6, a legendary assassin and most powerful warrior after Lord Champa, Kaba explained. Agent Jade trained under him for 50 years. This information contextualized the woman's confidence and the subtle danger she projected. Narmer inclined his head respectfully. In Kemuria, combat evaluation forms a standard component of diplomatic exchanges. I would be honored to participate, though my recovery remains incomplete. The testing grounds are available in 30 minutes, Jade announced. Turning to depart. Don't be late. After she left, Kaba sighed apologetically. UID operates independently from regular Defense Force Command. They investigate unusual cosmic phenomena and potential threats to universal stability. Your arrival triggered multiple alert protocols. Understandable, Narmer acknowledged. In her position, I would implement similar precautions. Just be careful during the assessment, Kaba advised. Jade doesn't believe in holding back. She once hospitalized 3 elite commandos during a routine evaluation. Narmer smiled slightly. Combat reveals truth when words cannot. I welcome the opportunity to establish mutual understanding. The testing grounds occupied an expansive subterranean facility beneath TH headquarters, a vast arena with reinforced walls capable of withstanding tremendous energy discharges. Various terrain features could be reconfigured for different combat scenarios, currently set to a neutral flat configuration with scattered obstacles providing tactical options without favoring either participant. A small observation area overlooked the arena, where Kaba joined Khalifla and Kale behind protective barriers. Several UID officials occupied an adjacent section, monitoring instruments that analyzed energy signatures and combat metrics. Jade awaited in the arena center, having exchanged her formal uniform for minimalist combat attire, a sleeveless black bodysuit with reinforced joints and no decorative elements to restrict movement. She performed stretching exercises with methodical precision, her movements revealing extraordinary flexibility and controlled power. Narmer entered from the opposite side, still wearing his Kemurian garments but having removed non-essential items. The hieroglyphic markings across his skin pulsed with steady golden light as he centered himself through breathing techniques. Standard assessment protocols, announced an automated system. Combat continues until submission, incapacitation, or official intervention. Lethal force prohibited. Begin when ready. Jade wasted no time on ceremonial posturing. She vanished from her position, reappearing instantly behind Narmer with a strike aimed at his cervical vertebrae, a disabling blow designed to end the contest immediately. To her evident surprise, Narmer was no longer there. D shifted sideways with comparable speed, not by matching her technique but by anticipating it through the subtle disturbance in air currents that preceded her movement. Interesting, she commented, recalibrating her assessment. Enhanced perception or precognition. In Kemuria, we begin combat with respectful acknowledgement of our opponent's skill, Narmer responded, assuming a formal stance. Unfamiliar to those watching, the opening lotus position that balanced defensive and offensive potentials equally. Jade's expression remained impassive. In universal intelligence, we begin by identifying capabilities and limitations. She launched a complex combination attack, a feint toward his midsection followed by a leg sweep transitioning to an overhead strike, each movement flowing into the next with flawless execution. Narmer responded with a defensive technique from the path of Ra, his hands tracing golden afterimages as they intercepted or redirected each attack without direct blocking. Where their limbs connected, small flares of energy discharged as his Heka interacted with her ki. From the observation deck, Kale watched with fascinated attention. His fighting style is completely different from anything I've seen, she remarked. Not like Lord Champa's power-based techniques or Master Vados's precision strikes. It's like watching water flow around obstacles, Kaba agreed. Efficient redirection rather than opposition. The initial exchanges completed without either combatant landing a significant blow. Both participants separated momentarily, reassessing. Your technique is unfamiliar but effective, Jade acknowledged. Time to increase intensity. Her ki manifested visibly as she channeled more power, a pale green aura surrounding her form as she accelerated beyond conventional perception. Her next assault came from multiple angles nearly simultaneously, afterimages creating the illusion of multiple attackers. Rather than attempting to match her speed directly, Narmer shifted to the Scarab's defense, a technique specifically designed to counter multiple opponents. The hieroglyphs along his arms brightened dramatically as he channeled Heka into precise counter-positioning, creating a defensive sphere within which he could track and respond to all incoming vectors. He's not using raw power to match her, Khalifla observed with growing interest. Quote, he's using some kind of system to predict and intercept. Within the arena, the combat intensity increased further. Jade incorporated energy projections into her physical attacks, precisely controlled. Ki blasts synchronized with striking combinations. The strategy would overwhelm most opponents caught between defending against physical and energy attacks simultaneously. Narmer responded by Octiva, Ting Pharaoh's authority, an advanced technique where hieroglyphic symbols briefly detached from his skin, forming geometric barriers that absorbed and redirected energy projectiles. His physical movements maintained the fluid adaptability of the earlier defense while the independent symbols provided additional protection. In the observation area, monitoring equipment registered the unusual energy interactions. Fascinating, remarked a UID scientist. His energy doesn't oppose hers directly, it converts and harmonizes with the incoming force, reducing effective impact by approximately 60% through phase shifting. The exchange continued for several minutes, each participant testing the other's capabilities methodically. Jade demonstrated mastery of multiple combat disciplines seamlessly integrated into a personalized style emphasizing speed, precision, and efficiency over raw power. Narmer revealed a systematic approach based on cosmic principles rather than martial techniques, using Ka to enhance natural movements and create effects that manipulated fundamental forces rather than simply applying force. Enough preliminary assessment, Jade finally announced, disengaging momentarily. Time for substantive evaluation. Her demeanor shifted subtly as she adopted a stance unfamiliar to Narmer, feet precisely positioned, hands held in a configuration that seemed to reference cosm. I see symbolism not unlike Kemurian sacred geometry. The air around her vibrated with concentrated potential as she accessed more advanced techniques. Time skip, she stated simply. What followed defied conventional understanding of combat. From observers' perspectives, Jade simply appeared at different positions around Narmer, landing multiple strikes that he seemed unable to track or counter. Attacks connected with precision to nerve clusters and energy meridians, each targeting specific vulnerabilities with surgical accuracy. Narmer, experiencing the technique directly, perceived something entirely different. Microsecond distortions in temporal flow that allowed Jade to operate between standard time intervals. The effect wasn't true time manipulation but rather exploitation of perceptual gaps in normal temporal experience. After absorbing several punishing blows, Narmer adapted his approach. Rather than attempting to perceive the unpredictable movements, he extended his awareness into the flow of Heka that permeated all reality. Through this expanded perception, he identified the pattern underlying her technique, the specific rhythm of temporal distortion. When Jade initiated another time skip sequence, Narmer executed the moment between moments, an advanced divine guardian technique typically reserved for perceiving shifts between dimensional planes. Golden hieroglyphs across his body synchronized into a unified pattern as Ra-Amon's divine essence flowed more actively through his system. To everyone's shock, including Jade's, he intercepted her mid-technique, their limbs connecting with a thunderous impact that released a visible shockwave across the arena. Impossible, she whispered, genuine surprise breaking through her professional detachment. No one can. Chur's time skip without prior exposure and extensive practice. Time and space operate differently between dimensions, Narmer explained, maintaining his defensive posture. Divine guardians must perceive such distortions to maintain boundary integrity. Jade reassessed him with newfound respect and increased wariness. She abandoned the time skip technique in favor of more conventional but intensified combat, channeling greater power into each exchange. The arena floor cracked beneath their movements as unleashed energy sought release. In the observation area, alarms activated on monitoring equipment. Energy levels approaching containment thresholds, warned a technician. Recommend termination of assessment. Kaba leaned forward anxiously. They're both still increasing output. At this rate, they'll breach the facility's containment systems, Khalifla finished, unusual concern evident in her voice. Even elite training sessions rarely approach these levels. Down in the arena, both combatants recognized the escalation simultaneously. Jade initiated what appeared to be a finishing technique, her entire body glowing with concentrated ki as she prepared a comprehensive assault. Narmer responded by activating the sun shield, golden energy coalescing around him in layered defensive barriers. Before either could complete their technique, a soft but commanding voice cut through the charged atmosphere. Enough. Between the combatants appeared a tall, slender figure carrying an elaborate staff. Her blue skin and white hair immediately distinguished her from any being Narmer had encountered in either universe. While the calm authority she projected exceeded even the divine pharaoh's presence. Lady Vados, Jade acknowledged immediately, powering down her technique and bowing respectfully. Your assessment has provided sufficient data, the celestial being stated pleasantly, though her eyes held ancient wisdom and immeasurable power. Our visitor's capabilities confirm his explanation rather than contradicting it. Narmer lowered his defenses cautiously, recognizing cosmic authority when confronted with it. The being before him existed on a different order of existence, not unlike the manifestation of primary deities in Kemuria. Divine Guardian Narmer of Kemuria, Vados addressed him directly. Your arrival has attracted attention beyond mortal jurisdiction. Lord Champa requests your presence to discuss interdimensional matters and recent anomalies affecting Universe 6. The formality of her address and specific acknowledgement of his title confirm. She possessed information beyond what he'd shared with the Saiyans. I am honored by the invitation and will provide whatever assistance I can, he responded with appropriate diplomatic courtesy. Vados smiled slightly. Excellent. We depart immediately. She tapped her staff once on the arena floor, and reality shifted around them. Instantaneous transit between distant locations wasn't familiar to Narmer. Divine Guardians routinely utilized similar techniques for emergency response. However, the method Vados employed operated on principles entirely different from Kemurian teleportation. Rather than moving through space, she seemed to temporarily remove them from conventional spatial constraints entirely before reinserting them at their destination. They materialized on what appeared to be a small planet with gravity significantly higher than Sadala's. Narmer automatically adjusted his divine energy to compensate, the hieroglyphs across his body reconfiguring to new environmental parameters. The landscape featured unusual vegetation and architectural elements that defied conventional design principles, structures that seemed simultaneously ancient and advanced, with no clear cultural reference points from his experience. Lord Champa's residence, Vados explained, leading him toward the central structure. Try not to mention food unless you're prepared to provide samples. Our destroyer god maintains enthusiastic culinary interests. Inside, the architecture became even more peculiar, spaces that seemed larger internally than external dimensions should allow, with gravity varying between chambers for no apparent functional purpose. They proceeded to a central hall where a corpulent purple-skinned being lounged on an elaborate floating platform, surrounded by an improbable quantity of consumables from various worlds. Finally, the deity exclaimed upon their entrance. I've been waiting entire minutes, Vados. My sincere apologies, Lord Champa, she responded with practiced patience. I present Divine Guardian Narmer of Kemuria, as requested. The destroyer god studied Narmer with surprising intensity despite his apparently casual demeanor. So you, the dimensional traveler causing disturbances in my universe, he declared, popping something that resembled a confection into his mouth. Explain yourself before I consider whether your presence warrants destruction. Narmer recognized the pattern of formal divine audience, not dissimilar from presentations before Kemuria's Council of Divines. He assumed the appropriate posture, respectful without subservience, and provided a comprehensive but concise account of Kemuria's fall, the Devourer's nature, and his arrival in Universe 6 following the cosmic thread connected to Kale. Throughout his explanation, Champa continued consuming various foodstuffs while maintaining unexpectedly sharp attention to specific details. He interrupted occasionally with surprisingly insightful questions about interdimensional mechanics and the specific manifestations of the Devourer's influence. So this Devourer Entity consumes entire realities, Champa summarized after Narmer concluded. Leave its now extending tendrils into my universe through weaknesses created by the female Saiyan's power fluctuations. That appears to be the current situation, Narmer confirmed. Though the INC version remains minimal compared to what overwhelmed Kemuria. With proper precautions and boundary reinforcement, Universe 6 might avoid similar fate. Champa exchanged meaningful glances with Vados before responding. Ordinarily, I'd simply destroy anything threatening my universe and return to my snacks. However, entities operating beyond conventional dimensional parameters present complications. What Lord Champa means, Vados clarified diplomatically, is that destroyer gods maintain balance within their assigned universes but typically avoid interdimensional conflicts that might attract attention from higher authorities. Zeno doesn't like us messing with stuff outside our jurisdiction, Champa stated bluntly. Last time a destroyer tried handling cross-dimensional threats independently, an entire universe got erased as a reminder about proper protocols. This information revealed hierarchical cosmic administration not unlike Kemuria's, though apparently more strictly enforced. In my realm, divine guardians were specifically tasked with boundary maintenance precisely because primary deities operated under similar constraints, Narmer noted. Which is why I'm not I am. Immediately destroying you as an interdimensional intruder, Champa pointed out, selecting another delicacy from a hovering platter. Your function seems legitimate, if oddly implemented. Vados, your assessment. The attendant tapped her staff thoughtfully. His divine energy signature contains authentic cosmic authority patterns consistent with legitimate boundary maintenance functions. The entity, sharing his consciousness registers as a genuine divine beast of solar aspect, though from a cosmic system organized differently from our 12 universes. And the containment measure he implemented at the anomaly site, Champa prompted. Surprisingly effective given the incompatible fundamental constants, Vados acknowledged. The hieroglyphic system adapts universal laws rather than opposing them directly, elegant and efficient. Champa nodded, apparently satisfied. Fine, you can continue your boundary maintenance activities in my universe temporarily. Vados will provide necessary authorizations to prevent other cosmic entities from interfering with legitimate functions. I am grateful for your understanding, Narmer responded formally. Don't be grateful yet, Champa warned, Hi's expression turning serious despite his relaxed posture. If this devourer becomes a significant threat to Universe 6, I'll take direct action regardless of interdimensional protocols. My responsive ILITY to this universe supersedes cosmic bureaucracy. A reasonable position, Narmer acknowledged. In Kemuria, divine guardians operated under similar priority structures, protection took precedence. Over procedural requirements when existence itself was threatened. This response seemed to satisfy Champa, who returned to his more casual demeanor. Vados will handle the administrative details. I have an eating competition with Universe 7's destroyer scheduled, and preparation requires careful stomach expansion exercises. Taking this as dismissal, Narmer bowed respectfully before following Vados from the chamber. As they departed, he noted subtle energy patterns throughout the structure, divine protections and monitoring systems far more sophisticated than anything in Kemuria, yet operating on recognizable principles. Lord Champa's apparent casualness masks considerable cosmic awareness, Vados remarked as they traversed a corridor that seemed to bend space around them. His RN about this situation exceeds what he demonstrated openly. I suspected as much, Narmer replied. Divine entities often adopt personas that make interactions with lesser beings more manageable. In Kemuria, the crocodile deity Sobek presented as perpetually irritable to discourage excessive petitioning. Vados smiled slightly, an effective strategy. Now, regarding your continued operations in Universe 6, I've prepared appropriate credentials and authorizations. She materialized a small crystalline object that hovered before him. This identifies you to cosmic entities as a legitimate interdimensional authority temporarily operating under Universe 6 jurisdiction. Narmer accepted the crystal, which integrated seamlessly with his divine energy when he touched it. This will simplify interactions considerably. Indeed. Now, one final matter before I return you to Sadala, Vados said, her tone becoming more serious. The female Saiyan whose energy resonates with your interdimensional thread, Kale. Her unusual power has previously attracted cosmic attention. Your arrival confirms suspicions about its fundamental nature. You've been monitoring her development, Narmer observed. Certain power manifestations require observation, Vados confirmed neutrally. Universe 6 experienced previous incidents of boundary destabilization coinciding with her emotional distress, though none approached the current anomaly's significance. This information confirmed Narmer's growing theory about Kale's connection to fundamental forces. In Chemuria, individuals with similar resonance patterns were trained as divine guardians, their energy properly channeled through sacred disciplines. An interesting approach, Vados commented. Here, such manifestations are typically monitored rather than developed systematically. Perhaps your presence offers opportunity for alternative management techniques. Before Narmer could respond, she tapped her staff, and reality shifted around them once more. They rematerialized at Defense Force headquarters, specifically in a conference room where Kaba, Khalifla, and Kale awaited along with several senior officials and, somewhat surprisingly, Jade. Divine Guardian Narmer returns with full authorization from Lord Champa to address the interdimensional anomalies affecting Sadala, Vados announced formally. The Defense Force will provide necessary support for his boundary maintenance activities until the situation resolves. The announcement clearly surprised the Defense Force officials, who exchanged uncertain glances before Kaba stepped forward. We're honored to assist in any capacity required, he stated diplomatically. Excellent, Vados replied pleasantly. I leave implementation details to your discretion, Commander. Lord Champa will expect progress reports through standard channels. With that remarkably casual transfer of cosmic authority, she tapped her staff once more and vanished. An awkward silence fell over the room until Jade broke it with characteristic directness. So the dimensional traveler now has divine authorization. Convenient. Agent Jade, one of the senior officials warned, Lord Shaw. EMPA's decisions aren't subject to critique from Universal Intelligence Division. Observation, not critique, she corrected smoothly, her jade eyes fixed on Narmer with renewed evaluation. I simply note that our visitor has achieved remarkable bureaucratic success within 24 hours of arrival. Rather than taking offense, Narmer recognized the underlying concern. In your position, I would maintain healthy skepticism. He acknowledged. Trust develops through demonstrated alignment of purpose, not external authorization. This direct address of her implicit accusation seemed to surprise Jade slightly. She studied him with recalibrated interest before responding. Demonstrated alignment requires transparency of purpose and method. Your combat capabilities proved substantial, but your objectives remain nebulous. Then let me clarify, Narmer offered. My immediate objective is containing the dimensional breaches to prevent the Devourer from establishing stronger presence in Universe 6. Longer term, I seek to understand why cosmic threads connected Chemuria specifically to your universe, and to Kale particularly, when countless other connections existed. And if understanding requires returning to your dimension. Jade pressed. My dimension no longer exists in accessible form, Narmer stated with carefully controlled emotion. Chemuria has been consumed, along with everyone I knew and everything I valued. What remains is my duty as Divine Guardian to prevent similar fate befalling other realms. The stark reality of his situation silenced further questions momentarily. Kale's expression revealed particular empathy, while even Jade's professional detachment softened slightly. Kaba skillfully redirected the conversation toward practical matters. We should establish a formal response protocol for additional anomalies. The current containment appears stable but temporary, and we should prepare for emergence elsewhere. Agreed, Narmer confirmed. The Devourer typically establishes multiple ingress points, testing defenses before committing significant resources to a particular breach. Planning proceeded efficiently, with Narmer explaining Detectio N methods for dimensional weaknesses and Kaba organizing Defense Force resources to implement monitoring systems. Jade contributed Universal Intelligence Division assets, including specialized sensors originally designed to detect unauthorized interdimensional transit. Throughout these discussions, Narmer noticed Kale's quiet attention, absorbing information while rarely contributing directly. Like Khalifla's confident assertions or Kaba's methodical planning, she observed with thoughtful consideration that reminded him of younger Divine Guardian candidates in Chemuria. When the formal meeting concluded, Participants dispersed to implement various aspects of the response plan. Narmer found himself momentarily alone with Kale in the conference room as others departed. "You have questions," he observed gently. She nodded, seeming to gather courage before speaking. "When you helped calm my berserker form, you mentioned balance rather than suppression. What did you mean exactly?" Ost approaches to problematic power manifestations focus on containment or limitation, Narmer explained. Divine Guardian philosophy instead emphasizes integration and harmonization. Your transformed state isn't separate from your true self, it's an aspect requiring acceptance and incorporation. "But when I transform, I lose control," she countered, frustration evident in her voice. "I become something else, that destroys indiscriminately." "Because you're fighting against yourself," Narmer suggested. In Chemuria, vessel candidates who resisted their divine aspects experienced similar dissociation. Those who embraced the connection achieved partnership rather than domination in either direction. Kale considered this perspective with evident internal conflict. "Khalifla has been helping me control it through conventional training, but conventional training treats symptoms rather than addressing the fundamental relationship," Narmer finished when she hesitated. "Would you be willing to try an alternative approach?" "What kind of approach?" she asked cautiously. "A harmonization technique developed for Divine Guardian candidates struggling with their connections. It doesn't suppress power but establishes communication between conscious mind and primal energy." She hesitated only briefly before nodding. "I'll try anything that might help. When I lose control, I put everyone at risk, especially now with these dimensional breaches." "We'll begin tomorrow," Narmer decided. The technique requires specific preparation and a suitable environment minimizing external distractions. Their conversation ended as Kaba returned to the conference room. "Sorry to interrupt, but we've detected unusual energy signatures at the containment site. Not immediate cause for concern, but worth investigating." The three departed together, unaware they were being observed through Universal Intelligence Division surveillance systems. In the monitoring center, Jad reviewed their interaction with professional interest. "Establish continuous monitoring of training sessions between the Dimensional Traveler and the Saiyan Girl," she instructed a subordinate. EORT classification. Cosmic Security Protocol. "Do you suspect hostile intent?" the junior agent inquired. Jade considered momentarily before responding. "I suspect complexity beyond standard parameters, which requires neither assumption of hostility nor relaxation of vigilance. The following morning found Narmer preparing for Kale's training in a secluded facility provided by the Defense Force. Located in a remote mountain region, the reinforced structure had been designed for high-risk power testing away from population centers. Narmer arranged sacred sand from Chemuria in specif. "I see patterns across the training area floor, not the defensive configurations used at the anomaly site, but more subtle harmonization geometries designed to facilitate interconnection. Each symbol represented aspects of self-integration, conscious thought, emotional response, instinctive reaction, and spiritual alignment." As he completed the preparations, memories of Chemuria surfaced unbidden. "Simi. Lar training sessions with Divine Guardian candidates in the Temple of Ra-Amen, Taotep's patient guidance, Nephthys assisting with healing energy when integration proved temporarily overwhelming. He familiar ache of loss threatened his concentration momentarily before he regained balance through practiced meditation techniques. They remain in memory, Ra-Amen reminded him gently. And in the eternal cosmic record where all existence persists beyond physical manifestation. A philosophical comfort rather than an emotional one, Narmer responded internally. Yet comfort nonetheless, the divine entity observed. Grief acknowledges value. Value transcends circumstance. The philosophical exchange was interrupted by Kale's arrival. She entered hesitantly, wearing simple training attire that allowed unrestricted movement. Khalifla accompanied her, radiating protective concern. "I still think I should stay," Khalifla insisted, continuing what appeared to be an ongoing discussion. "The harmonization process works best with minimal external influences," Narmer explained diplomatically. "Your presence, while supportive, carries emotional connections that might complicate initial integration efforts." "It's okay, Khalifla," Kale assured her friend. "I'll be fine." The containment systems here could handle even Lord Champa's power demonstrations. With visible reluctance, Kale departed after extracting promises of immediate notification should anything unusual occur. Once they were alone, Narmer gestured for Kale to sit within the central sand pattern. Before we begin practical techniques, I need to understand your experience of transformation more completely, he explained, sitting cross-legged opposite her. Describe how it feels internally, not the external manifestations, but your subjective perception. Kale considered carefully before responding. It starts with emotional pressure, usually fear or insecurity, sometimes jealousy or anger. The feeling builds until it's overwhelming, then fractures. Like something breaks inside me, and this other self rushes through the cracks. And during the transformed state, that's harder to describe, she admitted. It's like watching through someone else's eyes while being unable to control their actions. I'm aware but disconnected. Emotions become simplified, mostly rage and destructive impulse, AUKUS. Ionally protective instinct if someone I care about is threatened. Narmer nodded thoughtfully. The experience parallels early-stage divine vessel manifestation in Chemuria. The disconnection occurs because your conscious mind lacks integration pathways with primal power. Can that be fixed? She asked, hope evident in her voice. Not fixed, but improved through progressive integration, Narmer clarified. First, we establish communication between conscious mind and primal energy. Then develop mutual recognition. Finally, negotiate cooperative relationship rather than dominance hierarchy. You make it sound like my berserker form has its own consciousness. Not exactly consciousness as you understand it, Narmer explained, but a distinct energy pattern with its own imperatives and responses. Think of it as an aspect of yourself operating on different priorities, protection through overwhelming force rather than restraint, emotional authenticity rather than social conformity. This perspective seemed to resonate with Kale. That actually makes sense. When I transform, it's often when I'm suppressing feelings that become too intense to contain. Precisely, Narmer confirmed. The first step toward harmony involves acknowledging these suppressed aspects rather than fearing them. He gestured toward the sand patterns surrounding them. These symbols represent different facets of integrated being. We'll use them as focal points for establishing communication. The training began with basic meditation techniques adapted from Divine Guardian protocols but simplified for initial practice. Unlike conventional Saiyan power training that emphasized external manifestation and control, Narmer's approach focused on internal awareness and recognition of energy patterns. Before they reached critical transformation thresholds, observe the sensations preceding emotional intensity, he instructed as Kale followed breathing patterns that synchronized with the subtle pulse of the sand hieroglyphs. Not to suppress them, but to recognize their signature. As the session progressed, Kale demonstrated surprising aptitude for the introspective techniques, her natural sensitivity providing advantages despite lack of specific training. When they reached exercises involving controlled energy circulation, golden Heka from the sand patterns began resonating with her emerald key, creating harmonious interference patterns where the energies intersected. Your power responds well to harmonization principles, Narmer observed with approval. This suggests your transformate ion isn't fundamentally chaotic but simply unintegrated with conscious control systems. It feels different, Kale acknowledged, studying the green-gold energy patterns with fascination. Less threatening somehow, because you're engaging rather than resisting, Narmer explained. Divine Guardians learn that power doesn't require dominance, merely partnership. They continued for several hours, progressing through increasingly complex integration exercises. By mid-afternoon, Kale had achieved a significant milestone, voluntarily initiating a partial transformation while maintaining conscious awareness throughout the process. Excellent progress, Narmer commended as she returned to normal form, exhausted but elated. Few vessel candidates achieve partial integration so quickly. It still feels precarious, she admitted, wiping perspiration from her brow. Like balancing on the edge of control. Balance improves with practice, he assured her. Each successful integration strengthens neural and energetic pathways between conscious mind and primal power. As they concluded the session, Narmer sensed subtle observation, monitoring devices throughout the facility tracking their activities. He had expected surveillance given the understandable security concerns, but something about the specific energy signature suggested direct observation rather than automated systems. His suspicion was confirmed when they exited the facility to find Jade waiting, her casual posture belying the intensity of her attention. "Productive session?" she inquired with studied neutrality. "Very," Kale replied before Narmer could respond, unusual confidence in her tone. Narmer's techniques approach power differently than standard Saiyan training methods. "So I observed," Jade acknowledged without pretense about her surveillance. Particularly interesting was the energy harmonization rather than conventional suppression or amplification. Divine Guardian methodology emphasizes integration rather than domination, Narmer explained, recognizing genuine interest beneath her professional assessment. Power exists to serve purpose, not define it. Something in this philosophy seemed to resonate with Jade, though her expression revealed nothing. Universal intelligence would benefit from documentation of these techniques, she suggested. For security assessment purposes, of course. Of course, Narmer agreed with mild amusement at the transparent excuse. Though practical demonstration proves more effective than theoretical documentation. "Are you offering to demonstrate personally?" Jade asked, a hint of challenge entering her voice. "If you're interested in understanding rather than merely cataloging," Narmer responded evenly. Their exchange had the quality of complex negotiation beneath simple conversation, mutual assessment continuing beyond their combat evaluation. Kale observed their interaction with perceptive attention, noting undercurrents neither participant openly acknowledged. The moment was interrupted by a priority alert from Jade's communication device. Her expression shifted instantly to professional focus as she reviewed the information. "Multiple anomalies detected," she announced tersely. "Not at the containment site. New manifestations across 3 separate locations simultaneously." "The pattern accelerates," Narmer confirmed grimly. As expected, the Devourer tests different access points when initial breach is contained. Defense Force mobilizes to all locations, Jade continued, reviewing incoming data. Containment P. Protocols initiated per established response plan. "We should assist," Kale stated with unusual assertiveness. "My training today might help at the anomaly sites." Narmer nodded agreement. Harmona's Ed energy could prove more effective than conventional containment against dimensional disturbances. As they departed for the nearest anomaly location, none noticed the subtle atmospheric distortion. Briefly manifesting above the training facility, a momentary ripple in reality that vanished before detection systems registered its presence. Something had observed their activities with interest beyond mere security concerns. Something that existed partially outside conventional dimensional constraints. The Devourer had taken notice of the Divine Guardian's activities in Universe 6, and its cosmic attention now focused more directly on this particular reality nexus. The game of interdimensional cat and mouse had truly begun. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, Shadows of Knowledge. 3 separate dimensional anomalies pulsed across Sadala, each manifesting with distinct characteristics unlike the first breach. Where the initial tear had simply consumed reality, these new disturbances twisted it, gravity reversed in localized pockets. Organic matter spontaneously rearranged into impossible configurations, and time itself stuttered forward and backward in unpredictable increments. Narmer Krook, head at the edge of the most severe anomaly zone, golden hieroglyphs shimmering across his skin as he analyzed the distortion patterns. Unlike the controlled environment of Defense Force headquarters, this breach had manifested in a densely populated residential district. Evacuation efforts continued around them as Defense Force personnel established containment perimeters amid growing public panic. "This isn't random escalation," he concluded, pressing his palm against the ground to sense dimensional frequencies. "The Devourer adapts its approach based on our previous containment method." Jade knelt beside him, her own sensors deployed to collect data. These anomalies specifically target populated areas rather than remote locations. Almost as if testing our response priorities, Narmer finished grimly. "Assessing defense resource allocation and decision hierarchies. It's learning," Kale whispered, standing behind them with arms wrapped protectively around herself. The Cha-T-C energy emanating from the breach affected her more severely than the others, resonating uncomfortably with her own transformative power. Narmer nodded, rising from his analysis position. "The Devu RER isn't merely an entropic force, it possesses primitive intelligence that evolves through consumption. Each reality it devours adds patterns to its understanding. Kaba approached from the emergency command center established nearby, his expression grave beneath the layer of composure maintained for his troops. Containment teams report similar acceleration patterns at all 3 sites. Convent. Ional energy barriers fail after approximately 20 minutes of deployment. The sand pattern technique might work temporarily, Narmer offered, already retrieving the sacred pouches from his belt. But the Devourer will simply adapt to that approach as well if repeatedly deployed. We need something it hasn't encountered before, Jade surmised, her analytical mind visibly processing tactical options. An idea crystallized in Narmer's thoughts. Perhaps combining methodologies from different universal systems. The Devourer adapted to Chemurian techniques because it consumed my world. But hybrid approaches using elements from both our realities might prove more resistant to adaptation. Like what happened during my training, Kale suggested, understanding dawning. When your hieroglyphs interacted with my key energy, they created patterns I've never seen before. Exactly, Narmer confirmed. Harmonic resonance between fundamentally different universal constants creates emergent properties neither system possesses independently. Jade's jade eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Universal intelligence archives document similar cross-universal energy experiments, though primarily theoretical. Lord Champa generally discourages such research. With good reason, Kaba interjected. The last scientists who attempted practical applications caused a localized reality collapse that required direct intervention from Lady Vados to stabilize. We don't have the luxury of caution, Narmer countered, watching as the dimensional distortion expanded another meter while they deliberated. These breaches accelerate exponentially once established. Decision made, they coordinated rapidly with containment teams at all 3 sites. Narmer divided his remaining sacred sand among them, oviding essential geometric configurations while Jade transmitted modified energy harmonization protocols to defense force operators. Kale demonstrated the specific resonance frequency discovered during her training, which Khalifla, commanding the second site, replicated with characteristic intensity. The hybrid containment technique proved surprisingly effective, generating prismatic energy fields. Where hieroglyphic patterns intersected with Saiyan key manipulation, the anomalies stabilized temporarily, their expansion halted though not reversed. It's working, Kaba observed with cautious optimism. All 3 sites report successful containment. For now, Narmer qualified, studying the energy readings with concern. But my remaining sand supplies deplete with each implementation. Without access to Chemuria's sacred oases for replenishment. The implication hung unspoken between them. Without renewable sources of correctly attuned materials, each containment merely borrowed time against inevitable failure. We need more permanent solutions, Jade stated, giving voice to their collective concern. Or eventually, the breaches will overwhelm available resources. Narmer considered their options with growing awareness of fundamental limitations. Ra-Amen stirred within his consciousness, offering perspective through divine perception. The problem extends beyond this universe, the solar deity observed. Containment in a single realm merely redirects pressure elsewhere in the cosmic structure. We need broader understanding of interdimensional mechanics beyond Chemurian knowledge. Narmer acknowledged internally, and access to perspectives from multiple universal systems, Ra-Amen agreed. This Universe 6 represents one organizational approach, but others exist with potentially valuable insights. Narmer shared this realization with the others, carefully explaining the cosmic limitations they faced. Addressing symptoms in isolated locations only delays inevitable escalation. We need information from multiple universal systems to develop comprehensive countermeasures. You're suggesting we seek help outside Universe 6? Kaba asked, his tactical mind immediately assessing security implications. Specifically, I believe Universe 7 might offer valuable perspectives, Narmer explained. Through the Eye of Worlds, I perceive stronger dimensional stability structures there, different approaches to cosmic boundary maintenance that might complement our efforts here. Jade's expression revealed professional skepticism. Cross-universal travel requires authorization from Lord Champa. Universal Intelligence Protocol specifically prohibits unauthorized transit between cosmic jurisdictions. The dimensional breaches themselves create transit opportunities without conventional authorization requirements, Narmer pointed out. The Devourer's activities inadvertently weaken boundaries between Universe 6 and Universe 7 specifically. Why those two universes particularly? Kale asked, displaying increasing comfort with theoretical discussions since beginning her integration training. They exist as twin systems within the larger multiverse structure, Narmer explained. Mirror reflections with important variations, like complementary aspects of a single cosmic implementation. Their discussion paused as Kaba received urgent communication through his official channels. His expression shifted from concentration to surprise as he absorbed whatever information came through. It seems Lord Champa anticipated this discussion, he informed them. Lady Vados just delivered official authorization for a small expedition to Universe 7, specifically to consult with scientific authorities regarding interdimensional phenomena. Jade raised an elegant eyebrow. That's unexpectedly accommodating for Lord Champa. Apparently the authorization came after consultation with his counterpart in Universe 7, Kaba continued, still processing the information with evident surprise. Lord Beerus specifically requested the dimensional traveler with hieroglyphic abilities be brought for consultation with their experts. This development surprised even Narmer. Word travels quickly between cosmic administrations. Lady Vados and Lord Champa's attendant maintain regular communication, Jade explained. Often more efficiently than official channels. Plans materialized rapidly after this unexpected authorization. A small expedition would transit to Universe 7 through controlled channels rather than risking unsanctioned dimensional travel. Narmer would lead based on his interdimensional expertise, accompanied by Kale due to her resonance with the cosmic disturbances, and Jade representing Universal Intelligence's security interests. We depart tomorrow morning from Lord Champa's realm, Kaba informed them as they concluded emergency containment operations. Lady Vados will transport you directly using her staff's capabilities rather than conventional transit methods. As preparations commenced, Narmer sought temporary solitude to commune more deeply with Ra Amun and assess their situation. The temple-like structure he provided for his accommodation offered sufficient privacy for spiritual communion, though it lacked the sacred geometries that would have facilitated deeper connection in Kemuria. Our path diverges from expected patterns, Ra Amun observed as Narmer entered meditative alignment. These cosmic administrators, Champa, Beerus, their attendants, operate with awareness beyond conventional dimensional understanding. Their interest in our activities suggests recognition of threats beyond their standard cosmic responsibilities. Asterisk. Could they know of the Devourer from previous manifestations? Narmer questioned, arranging what remained of his sacred sand in communion patterns around himself. Perhaps not direct knowledge, but awareness of category, asterisk the solar deity theorized. Cosmic entropy manifests in different forms across the multiverse. What consumes Kemuria may represent one implementation of principles they recognize from other expressions. Asterisk. Their communion deepened as Narmer synchronized his breathing with the subtle pulses of divine energy emanating from the hieroglyphs across his skin. Through this enhanced perception, he briefly glimpsed the broader cosmic structure, the intricate web of connections between universes, the administrative boundaries separating cosmic jurisdictions, and disturbing evidence of spreading dimensional instability far beyond Sadala's localized manifestations. The damage extends further than immediately apparent, asterisk Narmer realized with growing concern. These breaches represent merely surface symptoms of deeper cosmic disruption. Asterisk. Entropy accelerates, asterisk Ra Amun confirmed solemnly. The barriers between realities thin across multiple systems simultaneously. What begins in isolated locations eventually cascades through connected structures. Asterisk. Their communion was interrupted by a gentle knock at the chamber door. Narmer emerged from meditative alignment to find Kale waiting outside, her expression revealing both determination and uncertainty. Sorry to disturb your meditation, she apologized, but I wanted to ask about tomorrow's journey. Should I prepare differently for Universe 7? Will my abilities work the same there? Narmer invited her inside, recognizing the deeper concerns beneath her practical questions. Universal constants shift slightly between cosmic systems, but your fundamental capabilities should remain consistent. The primary adjustment involves sensory adaptation to different background energy frequencies. She nodded, though her expression revealed continuing preoccupation. After hesitating momentarily, she voiced her true concern. What happens if I lose control in another universe? If my berserker form emerges there? The integration training we've begun establishes foundation for consistency. Ontral regardless of environmental variables, Narmer assured her. But perhaps additional preparation before tomorrow might help strengthen those pathways. Relief softened her features. That's why I came. I was hoping you might have time for another session before we depart. They arranged the remaining sacred sand in simplified harmonization patterns, focusing on core integration elements rather than the comprehensive system used during formal training. As Kale settled into meditative position, Narmer noticed significant improvement in her energy regulation since their first session. The chaotic fluctuations that had previously characterized her power had begun stabilizing into more coherent patterns, allowing finer control without sacrificing access to deeper reservoirs. Your progress exceeds expectations, he observed as golden hieroglyphs resonated with her emerald energy. Most vessel candidates require months to achieve comparable integration. It feels natural somehow, she acknowledged, carefully maintaining the harmonization field between them. Like discovering something I always knew but couldn't access properly. The most effective techniques align within here. NT patterns rather than imposing artificial structures, Narmer explained, adjusting the energy flow between them to introduce minor challenges for her developing control. Divine Guardian Training PHA sizes discovering your unique expression of universal principles rather than forcing standardized implementations. As their session progressed, Kale attempted a more ambitious exercise, initiating partial transformation while maintaining complete conscious integration. Unlike previous attempts where she accessed only superficial aspects of her berserker power, this time she channeled deeper into her transformative capabilities. Emerald energy cascaded around her in controlled waves as her physical form began shifting, muscle mass increasing moderately, her stature growing slightly taller. Her hair rising with supernatural energy. Most importantly, her eyes remained clear and focused rather than blanking into the mindless rage of full berserker transformation. Remarkable control, Narmer commended, monitoring the energy patterns carefully for signs of destabilization. How does it feel internally? Like having a conversation rather than a battle, she described, her voice deeper but fully articulate. I can access the power without surrendering consciousness to it. They maintained this partial transformation state for several minutes, Kale experimenting with different energy manipulation techniques while preserving integration between her conscious mind and primal power. When she finally released the transformation, returning to her normal form, her expression revealed profound satisfaction rather than the usual exhaustion. I never imagined this kind of relationship with my power was possible, she admitted, genuine gratitude warming her voice. All this time, I've been fighting against myself instead of working with myself. Integration rather than domination, Narmer reiterated with approval. The principle applies universally, regardless which cosmic system you operate within. Their session concluded with preparation techniques specifically designed for interdimensional adaptation, methods divine guardians traditionally used when traversing different metaphysical planes within Kemuria's cosmology. Though not precisely equivalent to cross-universal travel, the underlying principles of maintaining energetic coherence amid shifting fundamental constants would prove valuable during tomorrow's journey. As Kale departed, visibly more confident than when she'd arrived, Narmer sensed another presence approaching, the distinctive energy signature of Jade moving with purposeful direction toward his quarters. Her arrival moments later confirmed his perception. Universal Intelligence completed analysis of the containment field harmonics, she announced without preamble, materializing detailed holographic projections between them. The cross-system integration creates energy signatures that resist predictive modeling, potentially advantageous against an entity that adapts through pattern recognition. Narmer studied the projections with interest, noting how the hybridized techniques generated emergent properties neither system produced independently. These harmonic patterns appear promising for short-term containment, but sustainable implementation requires renewable resources rather than depleting materials. Precisely why our UNIV RSE-7 expedition gained priority authorization, Jade confirmed, manipulating the holographic display to highlight specific data points. Their scientific division reportedly maintains extensive research RCH interdimensional mechanics beyond our current understanding. You seem well informed about Universe 7's scientific capabilities, Narmer observed with mild curiosity. A ghost of a smile flickered across Jade's normally impassive features. Universal Intelligence Division maintains comprehensive assessment of parallel development across cosmic jurisdictions. Professional necessity rather than personal interest. Of course, Narmer acknowledged, recognizing the subtle evasion for what it was. Though I suspect effective intelligence work requires genuine curiosity alongside professional obligation. Their conversation shifted to practical preparations for tomorrow's expedition, Jade providing detailed briefings on Universe 7's political structures, influential entities, and relevant protocols. Throughout their discussion, Narmer noticed gradual warming in her professional demeanor, not friendship exactly, but evolving respect as their interaction progressed. One final advisory before tomorrow's departure, she noted as their discussion concluded. Universe 7 experienced recent conflicts involving entities operating beyond conventional universal parameters. Their authorities maintain heightened sensitivity regarding dimensional anomalies and interdimensional visitors. Understandable caution, Narmer acknowledged. Kemuria maintains similar protocols following previous incursions from chaotic realms. Jade studied him thoughtfully before adding, their scientific community likely views your abilities and knowledge as valuable research subjects rather than practical resources. Maintain awareness of potential exploitation beneath offers of assistance. The warning revealed more about Jade's perspective than Universe 7's motivations. You speak from experience, Narmer observed gently. Something complicated flickered behind her jade eyes, an old wound professionally concealed but not completely healed. Universal intelligence operatives learn to distinguish between genuine collaboration and convenient extraction of valuable assets, she stated with careful neutrality before departing. Left alone once more, Narmer resumed preparation for tomorrow's journey while reflecting on the complex individuals fate had connected to his path in this unfamiliar universe. Each carried their own histories, motivations, and protective barriers constructed through experience. Not unlike divine guardian candidates in Kemuria, though shaped by entirely different cultural contexts. They respond to you naturally, Ra Amen observed within their shared consciousness. Your Kemurian training transcends specific universal implementations, addressing fundamental patterns that exist across cosmic systems. Perhaps that's why the cosmic thread led here specifically, Narmer considered. Not merely Kale's resonance, but broader compatibility with this universe's approach to power and knowledge. A promising hypothesis, the solar deity acknowledged. Though complete without understanding why the devourer targeted Kemuria first among potential victims. This sobering thought accompanied Narmer into restless sleep, where dreams of alabaster temples crumbling into cosmic void mingled with visions of new allies standing against spreading darkness. Morning arrived with ceremonial formality as Lady Vados herself appeared to transport the expedition team. Her casual demeanor belied the extraordinary cosmic authority she represented, though subtle energy fluctuations around her staff revealed the tremendous power contained within it. Lord Champa sends his regards, she announced pleasantly to the assembled group, and reminds you that unauthorized dimensional activities beyond specified parameters would constitute cosmic infractions requiring his personal attention. A diplomatic way of threatening obliteration if we deviate from mission parameters, Jade translated quietly to Narmer. Standard administrative caution, he responded with mild amusement. Kemuria's divine pharaoh issued similar warnings before authorizing interdimensional research expeditions. Their exchange ceased as Vados activated her staff's transportation capabilities. Unlike conventional movement through space-time, her method involved temporarily extracting them from standard dimensional constraints before reinserting them at their destination. The sensation defied description through normal perceptual frameworks, simultaneously instantaneous and eternal, like experiencing every possible iteration of existence simultaneously before resolving into a single implementation. Reality reconstituted around them on a small planet with distinctive architecture, curved organic forms blending seamlessly with crystalline structures in aesthetically pleasing but fundamentally alien design. Unlike Universe 6's predominantly pragmatic approach to construction, these buildings suggested philosophical principles manifested through physical form. Lord Beerus's realm, Vados announced unnecessarily. His attendant Whis will guide you from here while I attend to Lord Champa's nutritional requirements. With that remarkably casual transfer of cosmic responsibility, she activated her staff once more and vanished. Almost immediately, another tall, staff-bearing figure appeared before them. Superficially similar to Vados in appearance and bearing, this entity nevertheless projected subtly different energy, equally ancient and powerful, but with distinctive personality emanating through his pleasant expression. "Welcome travelers from Universe 6, he greeted melodiously. "I am Whis, attendant to Lord Beerus. You've arrived precisely on schedule, most convenient for our tightly organized itinerary." Before proper introductions could occur, an irritated voice called from nearby. "Are these the dimensional anomalies you insisted were worth interrupting my nap, Whis?" The source materialized as a thin, purple-skinned feline being whose casual posture contradicted the overwhelming cosmic authority emanating from him. Unlike Lord Champa's corpulent form, this deity maintained lithe physique suggesting predatory capability despite his apparently relaxed demeanor. "Lord Beerus," Whis acknowledged with practiced patience. "May I present Divine Guardian Narmer of Chemuria, Agent Jade of Universal Intelligence Division, and Kale of the Saiyan Defense Force, our visitors from Universe 6 regarding the interdimensional disturbances." Beerus approached with feline grace, circling the visitors with open curiosity rather than the bureaucratic data. Meant Narmer had witnessed from Lord Champa. His eyes, ancient and knowing despite his casual affect, lingered particularly on the hieroglyphic markings visible on Narmer's skin. "Interesting energy signature," he remarked, addressing Narmer directly. "Not Universe 6 standard issue, obviously. The divine beast sharing your consciousness, solar aspect with creation-destruction duality. Primitive implementation but functional design. The casual assessment of Ra Amun, delivered without apparent insult despite the terminology, surprised Narmer. You perceive the divine connection directly. Dester. Oyer gods maintain comprehensive awareness of divine implementations within their jurisdictional range, Beerus replied with a dismissive wave. Though yours originates outside standard cosmic administrative structures. Quite the bureaucratic complication. Before Narmer could respond, Beerus turned his attention to Kale, studying her with increased interest. And this one, fascinating resonance pattern. Primal transformative energy poorly integrated with conscious control systems. Similar to legendary Super Saiyan manifestations from Universe 7, but with distinct harmonic variations. Kale Lynched slightly under his direct assessment, though she maintained composure with visible effort. "I'm working on the integration issues," she stated with unexpected assertiveness. Evidently, Beerus acknowledged with mild surprise at her response. "Recent modifications to your energy structure show promising adaptation. Unconventional methodology but effective implementation." Finally, his attention shifted to Jade, whose professional demeanor remained impressively unaffected by his cosmic presence. Universal Intelligence Operative, Standard Universe 6 Temporal Manipulation Training with above-average implementation efficiency. HITS student, obviously, he always emphasizes precision over raw output. Having completed his assessment with remarkable accuracy, Beerus returned his attention to Narmer. "Now explain these dimensional disturbances emanating from your activities." Champa's message mentioned entropy manifestations beyond standard universal decay parameters. Narmer Prov. IDED a concise but comprehensive explanation of the Devourer, Chemuria's destruction, his interdimensional transit, and the subsequent breaches appearing in Universe 6. Throughout his account, Beerus listened with surprising attention despite his affected casualness, occasionally exchanging meaningful glances with Whis that suggested private communication beyond verbal exchange. Cosmic entropy achieving sentient implementation. Beerus summarized when Narmer concluded. Troublesome but not unprecedented. Similar manifestations appeared during the fourth cosmic expansion phase, though operating through different mechanical principles. This casual reference to ancient cosmic history, apparently predating even Chemuria's earliest recorded civilization, reinforced the extraordinary age and experience contained within the seemingly capricious deity before them. "You've encountered similar entities before?" Narmer asked, hope rising at the prospect of established countermeasures. "Encountered, contained. Occasionally destroyed when they violated administrative boundaries, Beerus confirmed with a yawn that somehow didn't diminish the significance of his statement. Though direct intervention in your current situation would require authorization from higher cosmic administration than I'm inclined to request. Lord Beerus prefers avoiding unnecessary paperwork, was explained with diplomatic smoothness. However, he has authorized consultation with Universe 7's foremost experts on interdimensional mechanics, who might provide applicable solutions within existing administrative parameters. The annoying female scientist has expressed particular interest in your hieroglyphic system, Beerus added, rising from his relaxed position with fluid grace. Something about symboli, see manipulation of fundamental constants through representational geometry, or similarly verbose theoretical nonsense. Bulma has arranged a research symposium at Capsule Corporation specifically for this consultation. Whis elaborated more helpfully. Earth's scientific community has been quite excited since receiving notification of your arrival. Earth? Kale questioned, unfamiliar with the designation. A remarkably resilient planet despite its unimpressive specifications, Beerus explained with what almost resembled fondness beneath his dismissive tone. Home to irritating but occasionally useful beings with surprisingly adequate culinary capabilities. And the current residence of Universe 7's most accomplished interdimensional researcher, Whis added, apparently accustomed to translating his master's peculiar expressions of interest into more conventional explanations. Shall we proceed there directly? With casual cosmic efficiency that belied the extraordinary nature of cross-universal transit. Whis activated his staff. Reality shifted around them through the same peculiar non-space experienced during Vados's transportation, before resolving into entirely new surroundings. They materialized on a manicured lawn surrounded by buildings that combined technological sophistication with aesthetic design principles unlike either Kemuria's ceremonial architecture or Sadala's functional approach. Curved domes bearing unfamiliar script rose alongside more conventional structures, while air vehicles unlike anything in Universe 6 traversed the sky above them. Capsule Corporation Headquarters, West City. Planet Earth, Whis announced as their surroundings stabilized. Current nexus of interdimensional research in Universe 7. Before they could properly orient themselves, a blue-haired woman approached rapidly from the nearest building, her expression combining scientific excitement with diplomatic hospitality. Despite lacking extraordinary physical capability, evident in many beings they'd encountered, she projected confidence and authority that commanded immediate respect. "You're here. Perfect timing," she exclaimed, approaching without apparent concern for Beerus's cosmic status. The dimensional stabilization chamber just finished calibration, and everyone's assembled in the main laboratory. Bulma, Beerus acknowledged with surprising tolerance for her casual approach. "These are the interdimensional visitors I mentioned. Try not to dissect them in your enthusiasm for new research subjects." The woman, Bulma, rolled her eyes at the deities. Comment before focusing on the visitors with genuine welcome. "Don't mind Lord Beerus, his social skills remain a work in progress despite our best efforts. I'm Bulma Brief, Chief Scientific Officer of Capsule Corporation and coordinator for today's Interdimensional Research Symposium." Introductions proceeded with surprising normalcy given the extraordinary circumstances, Bulma demonstrating diplomatic skill in making each visitor feel welcomed while efficiently guiding them toward the research facility. Unlike the formal military protocols of Sadala's defense force or the cosmic administrative formality of divine realms, her approach combined professional purpose with personable interaction. As they entered the main research complex, Narmer observed fascinating contrasts between this universe's technological implementation and those he'd encountered previously, where Kemurian advancement had prioritized spiritual harmony with natural forces and Sadala emphasized practical military applications. This, Capsule Corporation, integrated diverse approaches under innovative framework emphasizing adaptability and user interface. Our interdimensional research division expanded dramatically following recent cosmic events, Bulma explained as they traversed corridors lined with laboratories containing equipment whose functions Narmer could only partially deduce. The barriers between N dimensions proved more permeable than previously understood, necessitating better monitoring and stabilization technologies. They entered a vast central chamber where numerous individuals awaited their arrival, some clearly scientific personnel based on their attire and equipment, others projecting martial capability through their bearing and energy signatures. Most surprising was the diversity. Why present? Beings of various species and apparent origins collaborating with comfortable familiarity despite obvious differences. Allow me to introduce our interdimensional research team, Bulma announced, gesturing toward a slender woman whose intense focus became immediately apparent as she approached. Unlike Bulma's confident social presence, this woman radiated intellectual intensity that meant to preclude awareness of social conventions. Her appearance struck Narmer immediately, pale skin contrasting with eyes of such dark violet they appeared almost black, hair a deep burgundy arranged in practical disarray that suggested frequent distraction from personal maintenance in favor of intellectual pursuits. Most distinctive was her movement pattern, quick, precise gestures interspersed with moments of complete stillness when her attention fixed on specific details, giving the impression of someone experiencing reality at different temporal rates than those around her. This is Dr. Arya Kronos, our leading theorist on interdimensional mechanics and symbolic representation of universal constants, Bulma introduced as the woman studied Narmer with almost uncomfortable intensity. Your hieroglyphic implementation of symbolic reality manipulation represents extraordinary development outside standard scientific progression patterns, Arya stated without preamble, her voice mellowed. I see despite rapid delivery and irregular cadence. Preliminary analysis of energy signatures detected during your transit between universal systems suggests fundamental approach divergent from conventional dimensional interface methodologies. The detailed technical assessment delivered as greeting emphasized her unusual social implementation, though Narmer recognized genuine intellectual curiosity rather than poor etiquette. Kemurian hieroglyphic systems evolved through integration of spiritual perception with mathematical precision, he responded, matching her intellectual engagement rather than redirecting toward social convention. Her eyes widened with evident delight at his direct technical response. Spiritual mathematical integration creating functional interface between subjective consciousness and objective universal constants. Precisely the theoretical framework I've been developing, though implementation methodologies diverge based on distinct evolutionary paths. Their exchange might have continued indefinitely along increasingly technical parameters had Bulma not gently intervened. Perhaps we should continue detailed theoretical discussions after introductions and basic orientation. Arya blinked rapidly, as though suddenly remembering social context existed beyond intellectual exchange. Yes, proper procedural sequencing. Apologies for protocol deviation. As introductions continued to other research team members, Narmer noticed Kale's discomfort amid the unfamiliar environment and numerous strangers. Despite her progress with power integration, social confidence remained challenging for her. He subtly positioned himself to provide supportive presence without overtly intervening in her experience. Jade, meanwhile, had immediately engaged with secure ITY personnel present, assessing protective measures and potential threats with professional thoroughness despite the supposedly collaborative context. Her jade eyes cataloged exits, defensive positions, and individuals with significant combat capabilities, apparently automatic behavior for universal intelligence operatives even in diplomatic situations. The orientation proceeded efficiently under Bulma's capable direction. Scientific equipment and research objectives explained in terms accessible to non-specialists without condescending oversimplification. Throughout the process, Narmer noted Arya constantly returning her attention to the hieroglyphic markings visible on his skin, her scientific curiosity almost palpable despite attempts to maintain focus on current procedural requirements. When formal orientation concluded, the larger group dispersed to various specialized workstations while Narmer, Kale, and Jade were guided to the central research area containing equipment specifically designed for interdimensional analysis. The stabilization chamber allows controlled examination of dimensional anomalies without risk of expansion or contamination, Bulma explained, indicating an elaborate cylindrical structure dominating the laboratory's center. We can replicate energy signatures from your Universe 6 breaches and test containment methodologies without endangering actual universal boundaries. Quite different from Universal Intelligence's containment technologies, Jade observed with professional assessment. Your approach prioritizes research accessibility over security redundancy. Different implementation requirements based on distinct threat profiles, Arya interjected, having rejoined them after collecting numerous data devices. Universe 7 experience. D. Primarily isolated dimensional incursions rather than systematic entropy expansion described in your situation. As technical discussion continued, Narmer felt Ra-Amen stirring more actively within his consciousness. The divine entity, usually content with passive observation when not directly required, now focused attention on something beyond immediate perception. Familiar resonance patterns present. Ra-Amen communicated privately. Divine signatures with Kemurian origin frequencies. Asterisk. Here in this facility, Narmer questioned internally, outwardly maintaining engagement with ongoing scientific discussion. Approaching from considerable distance, asterisk the solar deity clarified. Drawn by our presence and activity. Another survivor from our realm, though altered by interdimensional transit as we were. Asterisk. This revelation proved momentarily disorienting. The possibility of other Kemurians surviving the Devourer's consumption of their realm had occurred to Narmer theoretically, but finding concrete evidence, especially in Universe 7 rather than Universe 6 where his own transit had led, opened unexpected possibilities. Frequency analysis of the hieroglyphic energy patterns, Arya was explaining. Manipulating complex holographic projections displaying Narmer's divine markings in extraordinary detail. The symbolic representations appear to function as algorithmic interfaces between consciousness and universal constants rather than merely channeling existing energies. An accurate assessment, Narmer acknowledged, refocusing on the current discussion while maintaining awareness of Ra-Amen's continued tracking of the approaching Kemurian energy signature. Divine guardians learn to perceive universal constants as malleable rather than fixed. The hieroglyphs provide structured interface for manipulating those variables within limited parameters. Consciousness-directed universal constant manipulation. Arya exclaimed with evident excitement, her hands moving rapidly through holographic controls to capture additional data. Exactly the theoretical framework I've been developing for trans-dimensional stabilization technologies. Your research sounds remarkably similar to principles underlying Kemurian boundary maintenance techniques, Narmer observed, genuine interest overcoming his distraction. Convergent development from divergent starting points, Arya suggested. Her social awkwardness diminishing significantly when engaged in pure intellectual exchange. My theoretical framework evolved from quantum consciousness studies rather than spiritual traditions, but arrived at compatible implementation models. Their discussion deepened into increasingly technical territory, each finding unexpected common ground despite entirely different terminologies and conceptual frameworks. Where Kemurian understanding expressed interdimensional mechanics through spiritual analogies and divine hierarchies, Arya's approach utilized mathematical models and quantum field theories. Yet both systems described fundamentally similar processes through different representational languages. While Narmer engaged with Arya, Kale found unexpected connection with Seve. Rahl of Universe 7 Saiyan representatives present for the research symposium. Their different cultural evolution from Universe 6 Saiyans initially created communication barriers, but shared experience with transformative power, particularly regarding control challenges, established common ground that transcended universal differences. Jade, meanwhile, engaged with security personnel and martial artists present, assessing capabilities while sharing only carefully selected information about Universe 6 defensive protocols. Her professional caution gradually relaxed as genuine exchange of tactica. Perspectives proved mutually beneficial, though she maintained vigilant awareness of overall security considerations. As the day progressed, research activities intensified around practical applications rather than merely theoretical exchange. Narmer demonstrated basic hieroglyphic techniques for the scientific team, creating simplified versions of divine guardian patterns using materials available in the laboratory. These demonstrations generated tremendous excitement among researchers as monitoring equipment captured energy transformations previously considered theoretically impossible within Universe 7's fundamental constants. The hieroglyphic patterns don't merely channel existing energy, Arya observed with growing understanding. They temporarily reshape local reality parameters to permit processes normally prohibited by universal constants. Precisely, Narmer confirmed, pleased by her accurate interpretation. Divine guardians don't oppose universal laws but temporarily negotiate exceptions through proper representational interfaces. Like diplomatic immunity rather than law-breaking, she suggested, employing an analogy that bridged their different conceptual frameworks. Their collaborative momentum built toward practical application, adapting Kemurian techniques to Universe 7 materials for potential implementation against dimensional breaches. Narmer's remain. Ing Sacred Sand provided baseline frequencies for calibrating local substitutes, while Arya's theoretical models offered framework for translating between different universal systems. Progress exceed ed expectations until interrupted by facility-wide alarms suddenly activating with strident urgency. Dimensional breach detected. Announced automated systems throughout the complex. Unknown entity. Approaching through interdimensional corridor. Containment protocols activating. Security personnel mobilized with practiced efficiency while research staff secured sensitive equipment and data. Whis and Beerus, who had been observing proceedings with casual interest while consuming Earth delicacies, suddenly focused with greater attention on the dimensional disturbance. Interesting, Beerus remarked, setting aside his dessert. The breach signature doesn't match standard entropy patterns from your previous descriptions. Narmer had already activated the Eye of Worlds pendant, extending his perception beyond conventional dimensional constraints. Through this enhanced awareness, he recognized the approaching energy signature immediately, the distinctive resonance Ra-Aman had detected earlier, now manifesting directly. Not hostile, he announced with certainty. It's another survivor from Kemuria, someone who followed my interdimensional transit path but arrived at different coordinates. You're certain? Jade questioned, her professional caution asserting priority over diplomatic courtesy. The divine signature is unmistakable, Narmer confirmed as the dimensional disturbance intensified. Specifically, he never completed the identification as reality itself rippled visibly near the laboratory's center. Unlike the chaotic tears created by the Devourer, this distortion maintained organized pattern, concentric circles of energy gradually stabilizing into structured portal. Through this opening stepped a figure that immediately triggered profound recognition and emotional response in Narmer. Nephthys, he whispered, momentarily overwhelmed by seeing a living connection to his lost world. The woman who emerged from the dimensional portal certainly resembled the High Priestess of Renewal he had known in Kemuria, though interdimensional transit had altered her as it had him. Her formerly indigo robes had transformed into flowing garments that seemed composed of liquid rather than fabric, constantly shifting in patterns reminiscent of flowing water. The sacred symbols that had once adorned her ceremonial attire now manifested directly on her skin, glowing azure hieroglyphs representing healing, renewal, and water aspects of divine energy. Most significantly, her eyes had transformed entirely, no longer merely dark but seemingly containing depths like the sacred pools of Kemuria's temples. Endless and knowing, divine guardian, she acknowledged formally, though her voice carried emotional currents beneath ceremonial address. I have sought you across realities since the Devourer consumed our world. Security personnel maintained defensive positions despite Narmer's identification, while research staff monitored dimensional energies with fascinated attention. Beerus observed the reunion with surprising patience given the unauthorized dimensional transit occurring in his universe. How did you survive? Narmer asked, approaching Katyu. Sly, joy at finding another survivor tempered by necessary verification of identity given the Devourer's demonstrated adaptability. When you redirected the breach during our final stand, I followed, she explained. Hieroglyphs flowing across her skin in patterns confirming her Kemurian origin. Not immediately. I returned to Ayunu first as instructed, but the consumption accelerated beyond prediction. The divine pharaoh ordered emergency evacuation to sacred underground chambers, but containment failed before completion. Her expression revealed profound grief beneath professional composure as she continued. In final moments, I attempted your transportation technique using knowledge gleaned from healing the divine connection pathways during your previous training. The implementation proved imprecise. You've been searching for me since then? Narmer asked, gradually accepting her authenticity as Ra-Aman confirmed her divine signature through their shared perception. Across multiple dimensional fragments, she confirmed, the cosmic threads connecting our transit paths remained partially intact, though severely distorted. I followed resonance patterns through 17 different reality fragments before detecting your distinctive energy signature in this universe. Their reunion might have continued uninterrupted had Arya not approached with undisguised scientific fascination. Various scanning devices activated as she studied Nephthys with the same intensity previously directed toward Narmer's hieroglyphic patterns. Extraordinary dimensional transit implementation. Using consciousness-directed reality manipulation. She exclaimed, apparently unaware of the emotional context she interrupted. Similar fundamental principles to our subject's methodology but utilize. In different aspectual focus. Water renewal symbolism rather than solar boundary representation. Nephthys regarded the scientist with mild confusion before Narmer provided context. Dr. Arya Kronos studies interdimensional mechanics in this universe. Your arrival presents significant research opportunity regarding different divine aspect manifestations through interdimensional transit. Understanding dawned in Nephthys's expression. Professional interest partially displacing emotional response as she shifted toward her healer's analytical perspective. Interdimensional transit did indeed a FFECT my divine connection differently than yours, she acknowledged. The renewal aspects underwent significant amplification while temporal stability decreased proportionally. This observation NCHED detailed technical discussion between Nephthys and Arya regarding differential effects of interdimensional transit on distinct divine aspects, while security protocols gradually relaxed around T. Hem Beerus authorized retroactive approval for the dimensional arrival, apparently preferring administrative simplification over enforcement procedures. Throughout this exchange, Narmer noticed Kale observing from slight distance. Her expression revealing complex emotions regarding Nephthys's arrival. The connection between Narmer and the Kemurian priestess clearly registered as significant to her. Though she maintained composed exterior while processing whatever internal responses arose. Jade approached with professional assessment rather than emotional reaction. Another interdimensional transit survivor confirms theoretical possibility of additional Kemurians scattered across universal systems, she observed. Potentially valuable for understanding entropy manifestation patterns if they witnessed different consumption phases. And provides additional perspective on hieroglyphic implementation variations, Narmer agreed, maintaining practical focus despite emotional undercurrents. Nephthys specialized in healing applications rather than boundary maintenance. Her techniques might offer complementary approaches to containment methodology. Research activities reorganized around this new development, with Nephthys providing invaluable additional perspective on Kemurian techniques while offering first-hand observations of the devourer's consumption process from different vantage than Narmer's experience. Her healing-focused divine connection complemented his boundary maintenance specialization, creating more comprehensive understanding of interdimensional mechanics when combined. As work progressed, however, subtle tension emerged between Kale and Nephthys despite neither openly acknowledging it. Their interaction remained professionally courteous, but Narmer recognized signs of territorial response from both. Nephthys subtly emphasizing shared history and cultural understanding with him, while Kale demonstrated increasingly precise implementation of techniques he'd taught her. Particularly when Nephthys observed, this undercurrent remained manageable until practical application testing began in the dimensional stabilization chamber. The experiment involved creating controlled microbreach using Arya's technology, then implementing hybrid containment technique combining Kemurian hieroglyphic patterns with Universe 7 energy manipulation methods. The containment field requires triple aspect stabilization, Arya explained, configuring equipment with rapid precision. Boundary definition, structural reinforcement, and adaptive response to breach evolution. All handle boundary aspects, Narmer offered naturally, this being his divine specialization. Structural reinforcement falls within renewal parameters, Nephthys added immediately, azure high. Aeroglyphs brightening across her skin as she prepared her techniques. I can manage adaptive response, Kale volunteered with quiet determination, her recent training providing foundation for this aspect despite its challenges. The experiment initiated with promising coordination, each participant channeling their specific energy aspect into the combined containment field. The controlled microbreach responded as theorized, gradually stabilizing under their combined influence, until unexpected resonance developed between Nephthys's renewal energies and Kale's transformative power. Rather than harmonizing, the distinct energy signatures generated interference patterns that destabilized the overall containment field. Fluctuations cascaded through the system as Nephthys attempted compensating. Through increased renewal energy while Kale simultaneously adjusted her approach through amplified transformative output, each reasonable response individually but creating exponential complications when combined. Energy signature collision. Arya announced with urgent concern rather than her usual excitement. Containment field approaching critical destabilization threshold. Narmer immediate. Lee recognized the fundamental incompatibility developing, not between universal systems but between practitioners. The emotional undercurrents between Nephthys and Kale had manifested through their energy implementations, creating subconscious opposition rather than conscious cooperation. Disengage individual implementations, he instructed firmly. I'll establish neutral framework pattern. But women complied with professional promptness despite evident frustration. Narmer quickly established balanced hieroglyphic sequence incorporating elements from both their approaches while excluding their direct energy signatures. The containment field stabilized gradually under this neutral implementation, the microbreach finally contained though not as efficiently as theoretically possible with proper cooperation. Interesting response pattern. Arya observed once the situation stabilized, apparently oblivious to the interpersonal dynamics underlying the technical failure. Energy signature. Dissonance suggests fundamental incompatibility between specific implementation methodologies rather than theoretical frameworks. The implementation methodologies themselves aren't inherently incompatible. Narmer clarified diplomatically. Practitioner synchronization requires additional development before optimal integration. This technical explanation satisfied Arya's scientific concerns, while providing face-saving explanation for all involved. Nephthys and Kale maintained professional composure despite evident awareness of the actual issue, neither acknowledging the emotional factors underlying their energy dissonance. Research activities continued with adjusted protocols emphasizing sequential rather than simultaneous implementation of different techniques. Progress remained BS tantial if somewhat less efficient than theoretically optimal, important discoveries emerging despite interpersonal complications. By late afternoon, they had developed preliminary adaptation of Marian containment techniques using Universe 7 materials, creating functional equivalent to the sacred sand critical for hieroglyphic implementation. This breakthrough alone justified the expedition, riveting renewable resource for containing dimensional breaches without depleting Narmer's limited Chemurian supplies. The crystalline structure absorbs symbolic programming remarkably efficiently, Arya explained, examining microscopic formations that had reconfigured under hieroglyphic influence. Once properly initialized, the material maintains pattern integrity even when physically separated from the original programming source. Similar to how Chemuria's sacred oases maintained divine energy patterns through regular ceremonial renewal, Narmer observed, genuinely impressed by the scientific implementation of principles his culture had developed through spiritual practice. We could establish production facilities in Universe 6 using these specifications, Jade suggested, her tactique. Cal mind immediately assessing practical implementation. Universal intelligence maintains materials processing capabilities that could adapt this technology relatively quickly. As they discussed implementation logistics, Bulma rejoined them after coordinating with various research divisions throughout the day. The interdimensional symposium participants have compiled preliminary findings and recommendations, she announced, including something particularly relevant to your situation that emerged from historical archives research. Historical records contained relevant interdimensional data, Jade questioned with professional skepticism. Not scientific records, mythological accounts, Bulma clarified. Our cultural anthropology division identified recurring patterns across multiple civilizations describing interdimensional entities similar to your devourer manifestation. This unexpected development captured everyone's attention, particularly Narmer and Nephthys, whose Chemuri and background included extensive study of mythological systems as potential repositories for historical truth expressed through symbolic representation. These accounts consistently mention a specific response to entropy manifestations. Bulma continued. Something called the Tournament of Realms are similar designations across different linguistic translations. Tournament of Realms, Narmer questioned, the designation unfamiliar despite his extensive knowledge of Chemurian cosmic traditions. A gathering of champions from multiple dimensional systems, she explained, displaying holograph. I see representations of ancient artwork depicting the concept. According to these accounts, when cosmic entropy threatens multiple realities simultaneously, representatives from affected realms unite. Hero competitive collaboration to generate sufficient counter-entropy force for repelling the threat. Competitive collaboration seems contradictory, Jade observed with practical skepticism. Not necessarily, Nephthys interjected, studying the ancient imagery with professional interest. Kemurian healing traditions recognized that controlled opposition generates creative energy more effectively than simple cooperation. Divine aspects themselves maintain balance through constructive tension rather than uniform alignment. Precisely, Bulma confirmed. These accounts suggest the competitive aspects generate necessary energy differentials while collaborative purpose provides direction and focus. Arya approached with additional data, her excitement evident despite continued social awkwardness. Historical pattern analysis indicates 17 documented instances of similar tournaments coinciding with multidimensional entropy manifestations. Statistical probability of coincidental L correlation calculates at approximately 0.0023%. Where would such a tournament be held? Kale asked, demonstrating growing comfort with theoretical discussions. If multiple universes participate, neutral territory would be required. The accounts describe something called the Nexus Realm, or Convergence Point, Bulma explained, displaying additional historical references. A dime, N-cional intersection naturally occurring where multiple universal systems connect. The void between, Nephthys whispered with sudden recognition. Kemurian mystical traditions referenced such a place, where divine beings first emerge before creation of separated realms. Our current multiverse administrative structure maintains awareness of several such convergence points, Whis contributed unexpectedly, reminding everyone of his continued presence despite his apparent casual observation. Though access typically requires authorization from higher cosmic authorities than even Destroyer God's command. Unless cosmic entropy threat achieves sufficient priority classification, Beerus added with surprising seriousness beneath his casual demeanor. Multiversal stability concerns potentia. LLY overrides standard administrative restrictions. This revelation from cosmic authorities lent significant credibility to the historical accounts, transforming them from mythological curiosities to potential strategic information. Discussion intensified around practical implications, how such a tournament might be organized, which realms should participate, what competitions would generate appropriate counter-entropy energies. The accounts consistently mention champions with unique energy signatures, Bulma continued, directing attention to specific historical representations. Particularly, why individuals whose powers resonate with fundamental cosmic forces rather than merely demonstrating impressive conventional capabilities. Like Kale's transformative energy, Narmer observed, connect Ting theoretical concepts with practical examples. And presumably other individuals whose capabilities interact with cosmic fundamentals rather than merely operating within established parameters. The dimensional traveler with connection to cosmic boundaries, Arya added, indicating Narmer himself. The healing practitioner with renewal aspects, she continued, referencing Nephthys. And Prezu, Mobley representatives of other fundamental cosmic principles from different universal systems. As they explored this concept further, Whis approached with subtle but unmistakable cosmic authority. Quote, Lord Beerus has authorized preliminary inquiry regarding Tournament of Realms implementation requirements, he announced with characteristic pleasant formality masking significant cosmic implications. Should interdimensional entropy manifestations achieve critical classification levels, administrative pathways for extraordinary response measures may become available. Meaning Destroyer God's MiG. HT request permission for organizing cross-universal response rather than merely containing symptoms within individual jurisdictions, Jade translated with impressive understanding of cosmic bureaucratic implications. Precisely, Whis confirmed with approving smile at her accurate interpretation. Though such authorization requires substantial evidence and procedural compliance beyond current situation parameters. We need comprehensive documentation of the Devourer's cross-universal activities, Narmer surmised, understanding developing regarding cosmic administrative requirements. Not merely isolated incidents but pattern evidence demonstrating multiversal threat profile. Indeed, Whis acknowledged, current manifestations remain officially classified as localized interdimension anomalies, rather than multiversal entropy crisis required for extraordinary authorization. This administrative clarification provided strategic direction for their continued efforts, while Dev Loping practical countermeasures for immediate dimensional breaches, they must simultaneously gather evidence supporting classification upgrade for the overall threat. Only with appropriate cosmic atom innistrative designation could broader response measures receive authorization. As the research symposium concluded its formal activities, participants dispersed to various accommodations arranged for overnight stay before returning to Universe 6. The day's developments provided both practical resources and strategic direction beyond their initial expectations, despite complications introduced by Nephthys's unexpected arrival and resulting interpersonal dynamics. Narmer found temporary solitude on an exterior observation platform overlooking Earth's nighttime landscape, so different from Kemer. Ia's carefully planned ceremonial architecture or Sadala's functional military precision. The chaotic organic development visible in city lights spreading across natural terrain represented yet another approach to civilization. Neither better nor worse than those he'd known, merely different implementation of universal principles through specific cultural evolution. His contemplation was interrupted by Nephthys's arrival, her flowing water aspect garments shimmering softly in the moonlight. She joined him at the observation railing, momentary silence between them carrying weight of shared loss and unexpected reunion. "I grieved for you," she finally said, her voice carrying emotional currents beneath composed exterior. "When the dimensional breach collapsed behind your transit, I believe you lost between realities rather than safely arrived elsewhere. And I never imagined others might have escaped Kemuria's consumption," Narmer acknowledged. The possibility of survivors changes perspective significantly. "Few survived," she corrected gently. "I encountered only scattered individuals during my search across dimensional fragments, divine connection vessels like ourselves primarily. Our metaphysical nature providing some protection against complete consumption." "How many?" he asked, hope and grief balancing precariously. "Perhaps 24 from thousands," she answered honestly. "Mostly divine guardians and high priests with active divine connections. Scattered across reality fragments, most severely altered by transit trauma. The number, both miraculous considerin' total consumption and devastating given Kemuria's former population, settled between them with appropriate gravity." "Have you maintained contact with other survivors?" Narmer asked after appropriate silence honoring those lost. "Intermittently possible through modified communion techniques," she confirmed. "Divine connections permit limited communication across dimensional barriers when properly aligned. Several survivors established temporary haven within dimensional fragment resembling Kemuria's sacred underground chambers, a reality echo rather than true restoration. This information presented both opportunity and complication, potential allies for addressing the devourer, yet also responsibility toward fellow survivors beyond immediate strategic considerations." "The Saiyan woman, Kale," Nephthys observed, changing subject with deliberate casualness. "Her power resonates unusually with your divine aspect. The cosmic thread that guided my interdimensional transit connected directly to her energy signature." Narmer confirmed without elaboration. "More than merely coincidental resonance," Nephthys suggested with careful neutrality. "Your energies harmonize despite originating from entirely different universal systems. Such compatibility typically indicates significant cosmic purpose. Perhaps related to countering the devourer," Narmer acknowledged, maintaining professional focus despite recognizing the personal implications underlying her observation. "Perhaps," she conceded, though her tone suggested additional perspectives remained unvoiced. Their conversation might have continued along increasingly personal parameters had Arya not arrived somewhat awkwardly, apparently unaware of interrupting private exchange. Her focus remained entirely on scientific matters rather than interpersonal dynamics as she approached with numerous data devices and visible excitement. "Dimensional resonance pattern analysis completed," she announced without preamble. Correlation between hieroglyphic implementation methodology and theoretical tournament energy generation demonstrates statistical significance exceeding standard confidence intervals. Her enthusiasm proved contagious despite the interrupted moment, both Kemurians genuinely interested in technical findings beyond personal considerations. The discussion shifted toward practical applications and theoretical frameworks. Arya's intense intellectual focus providing neutral territory for collaboration without emotional complications. Their technical exchange continued until interrupted by another Arav. Kale tentatively approaching the observation platform with clear purpose despite evident uncertainty about intruding. Unlike Arya's oblivious interruption, Kale immediately recognized the social dynamics present. Hesitating visibly before proceeding, "Sorry to interrupt," she apologized, but Kaba just contacted through Universe 6 communication channels. The containment fields around all three anomaly sites are failing simultaneously. Defense Force requests immediate return if possible. The urgent situation immediately superseded all other considerations, personal dynamics and theoretic. Research equally secondary to immediate crisis response. Narmer activated the Eye of Worlds pendant, extending perception across dimensional boundaries to verify the reported deterioration. Through this enhanced awareness, he confirmed alarming acceleration in breach expansion beyond predicted parameters. The Devourer adapts more rapidly than anticipated, he announced grimly. We must return immediately with whatever implementation resources we've developed here. Preparations for emergency departure proceeded with practiced efficiency despite the late hour. Universe 7's research team idly packaging developed technologies and materials for transport while WIS arranged immediate return transit rather than waiting for morning as originally planned. Throughout these preparations, Narmer noticed continued tension between Nephthys and Kale, though both maintained professional focus on crisis response rather than personal dynamics. More concerning was Jade's expression as she reviewed Universe 6 communications. Something beyond the reported containment failures clearly troubled the intelligence operative, though she maintained information control until appropriate moment for sharing. When preparation concluded and return transit procedures commenced, Jade finally approached Narmer privately while others completed final arrangements. Universal intelligence sources report unusual activity beyond the known anomaly sites, she informed him with careful precision. Energy signatures matching neither standard Universe 6 patterns nor your Kemurian dimensional breach characteristics have appeared at multiple locations. Something else enters through weaknesses created by the Devourer's activity. Something opportunistic rather than directly connected. Narmer questioned, concern deepening at this additional complication. Unknown without direct observation, she acknowledged. But tactical analysis suggests coordinated exploitation rather than random occurrence. He breaches potentially serve as distraction while other entities utilize created weaknesses for independent purposes. This troubling assessment added strategic complexity beyond the already challenging technical problems they faced. Before Narmer could request additional details, WIS announced completion of transit preparations, requiring immediate attention to interdimensional travel protocols. As Universe 7 receded around them through WIS's transportation technique, Narmer contemplated the rapidly evolving situation awaiting their return. The Devourer itself presented sufficient NGE without additional complications from opportunistic entities exploiting created weaknesses. Yet the day's developments provided both practical resources and strategic direction previously unavailable. Particularly the historical accounts of the Tournament of Realms and confirmation of additional Kemurian survivors. Most significant perhaps was confirmation that cosmic administrative structures maintained awareness of similar threats throughout multiversal history. The Devourer represented not unprecedented cosmic horror but recognized entropy manifestation with established countermeasures. Provided proper procedural requirements could be satisfied for authorization. As interdimensional transit completed and Universe 6 materialized around them, alarm systems immediately confirmed the deteriorating situation Kaba had reported. All three anomaly sites had expanded beyond containment parameters, while Jade's intelligence proved accurate regarding additional unidentified energy signatures appearing at secondary locations throughout Sadala. They arrived directly at Defense Force headquarters to find crisis response operations already underway, Kaba coordinating multiple containment NT teams while Khalifla prepared assault units for deployment to secondary breach locations. The controlled professional environment had transformed into wartime operations center, emergency protocols activated throughout the facility. The containment fields began failing approximately 4 hours ago, Kaba reported immediately upon their arrival. Simultaneous degradation at all three sites suggests coordinated attack rather than natural evolution. Additionally, unidentified entities have emerged from secondary breaches at 7 locations across the planet. Entities. Not just energy disturbances, Narmer questioned. immediately recognizing significant escalation beyond previous manifestations. Physical manifestations with distributed intelligence capability, Kaba confirmed grimly. Initial engagement indicates coordinated tactical operations rather than random dimensional debris. The Devourer evolves its approach, Nephthys suggested, azure hieroglyphs flowing more rapid Y across her skin as she processed this information. Consumption alone proves inefficient against resistance, so it implements conquest methodology instead. Or something else exploits weaknesses the Devourer creates, Jade countered, sharing her intelligence assessment with the broader group. The energy signatures don't match previous dimensional breach patterns. Whatever the explanation, immediate response couldn't wait for complete understanding. They divided quickly into operational teams, Narmer leading primary containment efforts using newly acquired Universe 7 materials, Nephthys C. Coordinating with medical divisions to address casualties from breach exposures, Kale joining Khalifla's assault units targeting manifested entities, while Jade integrated with Universal Intelligence T. Tactical operations analyzing emerging threat patterns. As Narmer prepared deployment to the most severe breach site, utilizing crystalline materials programmed with adapted hieroglyphic patterns during Universe 7 research. A disturbing report arrived from forward reconnaissance units. The dimensional distortion had manifested a significantly different characteristic than previous breaches, rather than chaotic consumption. This manifestation demonstrated structured purpose with apparent directed intention. Most concerning, the forward units reported glimpsing a figure within the dimensional AR, a humanoid form surrounded by corrupted hieroglyphic patterns that twisted and distorted in unnatural configurations. Though visible only momentarily before reconnaissance drones failed, the Deskry PTION registered immediate recognition for both Narmer and Nephthys, who had rejoined containment preparations upon hearing the report. Sebek, they identified simultaneously, naming a divine guardian. And from Kemuria, whose absence from Nephthys's survivor accounts suddenly gained ominous significance. You know the entity, Kaba questioned with appropriate concern. Divine Guardian of Kemuria, vessel for crocodile deity aspect. Narmer explained quickly, specialized in predatory combat techniques and water territory control. He commanded the Sacred Guard during the Devourer's initial incursion, and was presumed consumed with other defenders, Nephthys added, her expression revealing troubled realization. But if he survived transit as we did, transit without proper preparation, our protection could corrupt divine connection rather than merely transforming it. Narmer completed her thought, understanding the horrific implications. The crocodile aspect already contained destructive tendencies requiring careful balance through guardian training. You believe this former colleague now serves the Devourer? Jade asked, immediately assessing tactical implications. Not serves, Narmer clarified grimly. More likely merged with aspects of it during traumatic transit, creating hybrid entity with Kemurian knowledge and entropy aspects. This assessment transformed their understanding of the situation dramatically. No longer facing merely abstract cosmic force operating through mechanical principles, they confronted corrupted divine intelligence with specific knowledge of Kemurian defensive techniques, including likely countermeasures for any strategies Narmer might implement. As they processed this disturbing development, additional reports confirmed similar manifestations appearing at other breach sites. Corrupted Kemurian hieroglyphs and distorted divine energy signatures suggesting multiple compromised guardians rather than isolated case. The Devourer doesn't merely consume. Nephthys realized with horror. It assimilates and corrupts when complete consumption proves inefficient, and specifically targets those with knowledge and capability for effective resistance, Narmer added. Understanding deepening regarding their adversary's evolutionary approach. This explains why divine connection vessels survived transit while others were completely consumed. We were preserved for potential assimilation rather than merely destroyed. The strategic implications proved immediately apparent to all present. Their adversary possessed intelligence, adaptability, and now specific knowledge of their defensive capabilities. Worse, it operated through corrupted versions of former colleagues and compatriots, adding psychological warfare dimensions to already challenging technical problems. We need to alert Lord Champa and Lady Vados, Kaba decided, recognizing cosmic authority requirements for this escalated threat profile. This development potentate Ally satisfies criteria for multiversal threat classification rather than localized dimensional anomaly. While official channels pursued administrative authorization, immediate tactical response couldn't wait for cosmic bureaucracy. They finalized deployment plans for addressing both containment requirements and entity engagement, distributing Universe 7 technologies among response teams while establishing communication protocols for coordinating diverse operations. As final preparations concluded, Narmer felt Ra-Amen stirring within his consciousness with unusual urgency. The solar deity, typically measured and philosophical in communication, projected immediate concern through their shared awareness. The corrupted guardian approaches directly, Ra-Amen warned with uncharacteristic alarm. Sebek's divine signature still recognizable beneath entropy contamination, and specifically focused on our location. Before Narmer could relay this warning to others, the facility's Dimensiona L monitoring systems activated with strident urgency, detecting major breach formation directly above Defense Force headquarters itself, a precision strike targeting their command and control capabilities rather than random manifestation. Incoming breach, announced automated systems throughout the complex. Dimensional distortion forming directly above Central Command. All personnel implement emergency protocols immediately. The tactical implications couldn't be clearer. Their adversary had evolved from random testing to strategic targeting, utilizing corrupted Chimerian knowledge to maximum effectiveness. The battle had advanced from containment operations to direct confrontation with intelligent opposition. As Defense Force personnel implemented emergency defensive measures, Narmer exchanged meaningful glances with Nephthys, both recognizing the personal dimension underlying this specific targeting. Sebek had been colleague, sometimes rival, occasionally friend throughout their Chimerian service. Whatever remained of him now specifically sought confrontation with fellow divine guardians rather than merely advancing abstract entropy expansion. This isn't merely cosmic mechanics, Nephthys observed quietly. It's become personal. The Devourer learns emotional leverage alongside tactical advantage, Narmer agreed grimly. Corruption rather than consumption provides psychological warfare capabilities beyond physical threat. Above the facility, reality itself tore open in controlled pattern unlike previous chaotic breaches. Through this precisely formed aperture emerged a figure that combined familiar elements with horrific distortions, recognizably Sebek in basic form but transformed through corruption into something that violated fundamental natural principles. His formerly disciplined physique had expanded asymmetrically, crocodilian aspects manifesting physically rather than merely energetically as they had in Chimeria. Scales covered portions of his body in irregular patterns, while his face stretched unnaturally into partial snout configuration. Most disturbing were the hieroglyphics visible across his corrupted form, sacred symbols twisted into configurations that violated their inherent meaning, creating representational blasphemies that offended divine order itself. Divine Guardian Narmer, the corrupted entity greeted with voice simultaneously. Familiar and alien, Sebek's distinctive formal delivery distorted by guttural undertones that suggested multiple consciousness layers speaking simultaneously. How disappointing to find you wasting Maria's sacred knowledge on temporary containment rather than embracing inevitable transcendence. Defense Force weapons activated immediately, energy projectiles targeting the intruder with coordinated precision. The corrupted Sebek dismissed these attacks with casual gesture, distorted hieroglyphs around him absorbing conventional energy weapons without apparent effect. Primitive implementatons of fundamentally limited universal constants, he commented dismissively. Your new allies understand nothing of true cosmic potential, Narmer. They operate within arbitrary constraints while rejecting transcendent possibility. The only transcendence you offer is consumption and corruption, Narmer responded, golden hieroglyphs activating across his skin as Ra-Amen's divine energy prepared for confrontation. What happened to you, Sebek? What remains of the guardian who swore protection rather than destruction? Something flickered briefly across the corrupted entity's expression, momentary recognition or perhaps struggle between original identity and consuming corruption. Protection through limited implementation represents failure of imagination, he responded after that telling hesitation. The entity you call Devourer offers cosmic reorganization rather than mere consumption. Arbitrary universal boundaries dissolve into unified potential. Entropy disguised as transcendence, Nephthys countered. stepping forward with azure hieroglyphs flowing like living water across her form. You justified surrender by reframing destruction as evolution. The corrupted Sebek's attention shifted toward her, recognition again flickering beneath layers of distortion. The High Priestess of Renewal clings to preservation of fundamentally flawed implementation, he observed with something approaching genuine regret. Your healing aspects would integrate beautifully within unified entropy consciousness, Nephthys. Renewal directed toward perfect expression rather than maintaining arbitrary limitations. Their exchange created crucial moments for Defense Force personnel to implement more sophisticated countermeasures while evacuating non-essential staff from immediate danger zone. Kale and Khalifla had positioned themselves strategically around the confrontation area, coordinating silently for potential synchronized assault should opportunity present itself. You speak of transcending limitations while accepting absolute constraint, Narmer observed, maintaining verbal engagement while subtly preparing specific hieroglyphic sequences designed for divine entity containment rather than conventional combat. The Devourer offers not freedom but final restriction, consumption that eliminates possibility rather than expanding it. This philosophical challenge visibly affected the corrupted entity, suggesting Sebek's original consciousness remained partially intact beneath corrupting influence. The internal conflict manifested physically as fluctuations in the distorted hieroglyphs surrounding him, sacred symbols briefly realigning toward proper configuration before corruption reasserted dominance. Possibility without direction represents chaos rather than freedom, the entity countered. Though its conviction seemed compromised by internal dissonance, universal constants exist not as fundamental necessities but administrative conventions maintained through collective acceptance of arbitrary limitations. If merely arbitrary, why must they be consumed rather than simply ignored? Nephthys challenged, her healer's perception identifying vulnerability in the entity's philosophical inconsistency. True transcendence would permit coexistence with differing implementations rather than requiring their destruction. This logical confrontation struck Mo effectively than physical attacks could have, creating visible dissonance within the corrupted entity as Sebek's original consciousness partially reasserted against corrupting influence. The moment of vulnerability provided opportunity Narmer had prepared for, activating specialized hieroglyphic sequence designed specifically for divine entity containment. Golden symbols launched from his outstretched hands, forming complex three-dimensional pattern around the corrupted Sebek before he could resolve his internal conflict. Unlike conventional attack techniques, this ancient Kemurian method targeted the divine connection itself, temporarily separating vessel from deity to prevent corrupting influence from maintaining control. Guardian Separation Protocol, Narmer announced formally, INV. Oking authoritative aspects of the technique through traditional declaration. By authority of divine guardian status and solar aspect dominance, I temporarily sever corrupted connection pathways to F. Facilitate restoration of proper divine harmony. The hieroglyphic cage tightened around the corrupted entity, golden light intensifying as the separation protocol activated fully. Sebek's physical foe, convulsed as conflicting forces contested for dominance, his original consciousness fighting for liberation while corrupting influence resisted separation. Renewal purification enhancement, Nephthys added, her azure hieroglyphs interweaving with Narmer's golden patterns to strengthen the separation effect. By authority of High Priestess status and water aspect harmony, I cleanse corruption P. Turns from divine connection pathways to restore natural balance. Their combined technique, never before implemented in this universe with its different fundamental constants, created unexpected resonance effects throughout the surrounding area. Reality itself seemed to shudder as divine implementations from Kemuria interacted with Universe 6 physical laws, creating temporary zone where neither system dominated completely. Within this metaphysical battleground, the corrupted Sebek fought against both external containment and internal division. His physical form fluctuated between original K, a Murian appearance and corrupted manifestation, divine crocodile aspect visibly separating from consuming entropy influence as the combined technique forced division between fundamentally incompatible energies. You cannot separate what has transcended distinction, the corruption aspect protested, its voice now clearly differentiated from Sebek's original consciousness. Vessel and deity and entropy have unified beyond conventional categorization. False unification through domination rather than harmony, Narmer countered, maintaining the separation protocol despite increasing strain as you Naverse 6 constants reasserted against temporary suspension. True transcendence preserves essential nature within greater unity. The metaphysical conflict reached critical threshold as fundamental. Incompatibility between corruption aspect and divine crocodile energy became unsustainable within single vessel. With reality distorting discharge of competing forces, the separation completed violent. Corrupting entropy ejected from Sebek's form while his divine connection simultaneously severed to prevent further contamination. 3 distinct entities resulted from this metaphysical surgery, say. Bek's physical form collapsed unconscious but largely restored to normal appearance, his crocodile deity aspect temporarily manifested as translucent energy construct maintaining defensive position around its former vessel. And corrupting entropy coalescing into amorphous void-like manifestation radiating malevolent intention. Containment protocols for the entropy manifestation. Narmer commanded, already implementing emergency hieroglyphic sequences using Universe 7 crystalline materials rather than depleted sacred sand supplies. Defense Force personnel responded with coordinated precision, directing conventional energy containment systems to support Narmer's specialized techniques while medical teams secured Sebek's unconscious form. Nephthys maintained stabilization field around the temporarily manifested crocodile deity, preventing its dissipation while facilitating eventual reintegration with its proper vessel once corruption removal completed. The entropy manifestation, Naula, Sea King physical vessel for maintaining presence in this universe, fought against containment with desperate intensity. Unlike the Devourer's previous methodical testing approaches, this fragment demonstrated frantic resistance to conventional universal laws reasserting dominance over temporarily distorted reality zone. It cannot maintain coherence without host vessel in this universal implementation, Nephthys observed. Her healer's perception identifying fundamental weakness in the corruption aspect. Fundamental constants reject its existence parameters without compatible interface mechanism. This vulnerability provided critical advantage as containment protocols gradually forced the entropy manifestation into increasingly restricted operational parameters. Without Sebek's divine Setion providing interface between incompatible existence states, the corruption fragment found itself unable to maintain coherent presence against Universe 6's unnatural rejection of its fundamental violation of established constants. With final surge of hieroglyphic containment energy from combined Chemurian techniques and Defense Force conventional systems, the entropy manifestation collapsed into itself, not destroyed but forcibly ejected from Universe 6 back through the dimensional breach it had created. The aperture itself collapsed moments later as reality reasserted standard parameters throughout the affected zone. The immediate crisis resolved, though numerous questions remained regarding long-term implications. Medical teams secured Sebek's unconscious form while Nephthys facilitate reintegration of his temporarily separated divine aspect, a delicate procedure requiring careful balancing of energetic components to prevent shock during reconnection. Will he recover? Jade asked, approaching once immediate danger past. Physically, yes, Nephthys answered with professional healer's assessment. His divine connection can be restored with proper procedures. The Psychologica impact of corruption exposure presents greater challenge. Similar cases in Chemurian history suggest profound trauma resulting from such experiences. But he'll provide valuable intelligence regarding the Devourer's evolution and current capabilities, Jade noted with characteristic focus on strategic implications alongside humanitarian concerns. Once stabilized and properly debriefed, Narmer agreed, though his expression revealed complex emotions regarding their former colleague's condition. Most immediately, his presence confirms our adversary's adaptive approach, consumption transforming to corruption and assimilation when faced with effective resistance. The implications expanded beyond immediate tactical considerations to fundamental strategic reassessment. The Devourer had demonstrated intelligence, adaptability, and now specific targeting of resistance capabilities through corruption of knowledgeable assets. This evolution significantly elevated threat classification BAO, ND, local dimensional anomaly, toward directed multiversal threat, requiring corresponding response authorization. We need to inform Lord Champa immediately, Kaba decided, already initiating unication protocols for cosmic administration notification. This development satisfies multiple criteria for threat classification escalation. While official channels pursued administrative procedures, Immediate practical concerns required attention: securing the facility against further targeted strikes, addressing multiple breach sites still active across Sadala, and integrating Universe 7 tech. Logical developments with existing containment resources. Throughout these activities, Narmer noticed Kale observing Nephthys's careful attendance to Sebek with complex expression, professional int. Urist in healing techniques mingled with personal awareness of the obvious history between Kemurian divine guardians. The relationship dynamics complicated already challenging crisis response, though. All participants maintained professional focus despite personal undercurrents. When immediate response protocols stabilized and Sebek's condition reached acceptable parameters for temporary relocation, strategic assessment sessions commenced regarding broader implications and potential countermeasures. The corrupted Guardian's appearance dramatically altered their understanding of the Devourer's capabilities and intentions, from abstract cosmic force to intelligent entity employing sophisticated tactical approach. The corruption methodology suggests specific targeting rather than opportunistic consumption. Jade observed during initial analysis. Divine connection vessels provide particular capabilities the Devourer specifically seeks for assimilation rather than merely consuming indiscriminately. Which explains why certain individuals survived Kemuria's destruction, Nephthys agreed, her healer's perspective adding valuable insight. Not random chance but deliberate preservation of potentially useful assets for later corruption and assimilation. This assessment carried disturbing implications regarding other potential survivors Nephthys had mentioned, divine guardians and high-GH priests scattered across dimensional fragments who might similarly face targeted corruption attempts rather than simple consumption. The responsibility toward fellow Kemurians extended beyond compassion to strategic necessity, as each corrupted guardian provided the Devourer with additional knowledge and capabilities. The Tournament of Realms concept gains additional relevance considering these developments, Narmer noted. Connecting their Universe 7 discoveries with current situation. If corruption rather than consumption represents evolutionary adaptation, unified resistance through foe-armalized structure might provide necessary counter-adaptive response. Discussion continued regarding practical implementation possibilities until interrupted by Kaba's return from communication with cosmic authorities. His expression revealed mixed outcomes from administrative consultation. Lord Champa acknowledges threat classification escalation based on corruption methodology and targeted strategic approach, he reported. However, full multiversal threat designation requires additional evidence of cross-universal implementation rather than localized manifestation. Bureaucratic caution despite practical evidence. Jade translated with professional understanding of administrative constraints. Precisely, Kaba confirmed. However, Lord Champa has authorized preliminary investigation into Tournament of Realms historical precedents and implementation requirements through appropriate cosmic administrative channels. Lady Vados will consult interdimensional archives beyond Morta. Access for relevant procedural information. This represented significant progress despite falling short of immediate authorization. Cosmic administrative structures acknowledged potential validity of tournament response while maintaining appropriate procedural requirements for full implementation. The path forward became clearer, if still challenging. Continue addressing immediate manifestation while gathering necessary evidence for complete authorization of extraordinary countermeasures. As their strategic session concluded with action items assigned to various operational divisions, Mer sought temporary solitude for communion with Ra-Amen regarding recent developments. The solar deity had remained unusually subdued during confrontation with corrupted Sebek, its divine perspective, potentially offering valuable insights regarding corruption mechanics and potential countermeasures. Finding appropriate meditation space within the secured facility, Narmer established communion connection through hieroglyphic alignment patterns. Ra-Amen's presence manifested more tentatively than usual within their shared consciousness, suggesting the confrontation had affected the divine entity more significantly than immediately apparent. The corruption mechanism operates through fundamental harmonic disruption rather than mere energetic contamination, Ra-Amen explained when Narmer inquired about its subdued response. Divine beings maintain existence through specific frequency relationships with universal constants. The Devourer manipulates these relationships rather than opposing them directly. Which explains why separation protocols proved effective, Narmer realized. Temporarily suspending frequency relationships prevented corruption maintenance. Precisely. The solar deity confirmed. However, the implementation requires concerning proximity between practitioner and corruption source, creating significant exposure risk during application. This limitation presented obvious tactical challenges for addressing corrupted entities. Effective countermeasures existed but required dangerous exposure during implementation. The corruption threat extended beyond IATE physical danger to metaphysical contamination risks affecting practitioners themselves. Could Tournament of Realms procedures provide safer countermeasures? Narmer inquired, seeking connection between historical accounts and current tactical requirements. The tournament structure generates specific counter-entropy harmonics through competitive cooperation. Ra-Amen explained, its divine perspective accessing knowledge beyond conventional historical records. Champions representing fundamental cosmic aspects create combined resonance patterns when properly arranged through formalized competition. Like deliberate dissonance resolution through structured opposition, Narmer suggested, connecting divine explanation with practical understanding. An appropriate analogy, the solar deity acknowledged. Cosmic administrative structures formalized this approach after observing natural counter-entropy effects generated through properly structured competition between compatible yet distinct universal implementations. This cosmic perspective provided valuable theoretical framework connecting historical accounts with practical implementation requirements. The tournament reprise. NTED not merely symbolic gathering but specifically designed counter-entropy mechanism operating through fundamental universal principles rather than merely conventional power demonstrations. Immunion continued developing this understanding until interrupted by subtle presence approaching the meditation chamber. Narmer emerged from deep connection to find Kale waiting respectfully outside, apparently hesitant about disturbing his communion yet clearly seeking specific interaction. "I didn't want to interrupt," she apologized when he acknowledged her presence. "But there's something I wanted to discuss before we're caught up in the next crisis response." Narmer invited her to join him, noting her increased confidence in movement and energy management since beginning integration training. The progress extended beyond mere technical improvement to fundamental relationship with her own capabilities, acceptance rather than fear, partnership rather than opposition. The corrupted guardian, Sebek. She began once seated across from him. Nephthys seems particularly concerned about his condition beyond professional healing responsibility. The observation revealed perceptive awareness of interpersonal dynamics alongside technical understanding. They shared history in Chemuria beyond collegial association, Narmer acknowledged honestly. Divine guardians and high priests of 10 developed close personal connections alongside professional collaboration. "I see," Kale responded, absorbing this confirmation of what she had already intuitively recognized. "And you and Nephthys also share such history." The directness of her question, unusual given her typically reserved communication style, indicated significant personal importance attached to his response. Narmer considered carefully before answering with equal directness. "Nephthys and I trained together from childhood, sharing many experiences throughout our development as Divine Guardian and High Priestess," he confirmed. "Our relationship included personal dimensions alongside professional collaboration, though never formal commitment beyond our respective divine service responsibilities." "And now," she asked, maintaining remarkable composure despite evident emotional investment in the discussion, "now we represent something precious to each other, living connections to a world otherwise lost," Narmer answered honestly. "But interdimensional transit transformed more than our physical forms. The cosmic thread that guided me specifically to Universe 6, to you, suggests significance beyond mere coincidence or convenience." This acknowledgement of potential meaningful connection between them clearly affected Kale, though she maintained disciplined emotional regulation reflecting her integration training progress. The tournament historical accounts mentioned champions with complementary yet distinct cosmic aspects, she noted, connecting personal considerations with larger strategic context. Perhaps these connections serve purpose beyond individual preference or circumstance. "Perhaps," Narmer agreed, appreciating her ability to maintain perspective beyond personal dynamics. "Though say need not negate genuine connection or meaningful relationship." Divine service in Kemuria never required sacrificing personal fulfillment for cosmic responsibility, merely appropriate balance between various aspects of complete existence. Quote, their conversation might have continued developing these significant themes had facility alarms not activated suddenly, indicating new developments requiring immediate attention. The moment of personal connection necessarily yielded to professional responsibilities as both responded to emergency protocols with practiced efficiency. They arrived at the command center to find Kaba coordinating response to unexpected communication rather than direct threat, a transmission reportedly originating from dimensional space between universal boundaries. The content remained initially unclear until specialized equipment established proper frequency alignment for interdimensional signal processing. When finally resolved into comprehensible format, the message proved both surprising and potentially significant. Formal announcement of preliminary Tournament of Realms organizational procedures, transmitted simultaneously to multiple universal systems affected by dimensional anomalies. The sender identified as Interdimensional Nexus Administration, an entity previously unknown to Universe 6 authorities yet apparently operating with cosmic administrative recognition based on transmission authorization codes. The announcement itself provided limited specific information beyond confirmation that formal tournament planning had commenced in response to verified multiversal entropy manifestation exceeding standard containment parameters. Preliminary registration procedures would follow for potential champions representing affected universal systems, with selection criteria emphasizing resonance with fundamental cosmic aspects, rather than merely conventional power metrics. This unexpected development, apparently bypassing normal cosmic administrative hierarchies through direct multiversal authorization, suggested higher authorities had taken notice of the Devourer's activities beyond individual destroyer god jurisdictions. While welcome from strategic perspective, the unusual procedural implementation raised legitimate questions regarding authorization validity and potential security considerations. Universal intelligence protocols require verification of transmission source authenticity before accepting procedural directives from unknown administrative entities, Jade noted with professional caution. Agreed, Kaba confirmed. Quote, though the authorization codes register as valid within cosmic administrative systems, additional verification through established channels seems prudent before proceeding with registration procedures. While official verification proceeded through appropriate channels, the announcement itself provided preliminary confirmation of Tournament of Realms implementation, transforming theoretical historical accounts into potential practical countermeasure. Despite legitimate procedural questions, the development represented significant strategic opportunity for addressing the Devourer's multiversal threat through established cosmic administrative frameworks rather than merely localized containment efforts. As discussion regarding verification procedures and potential implementation requirements continued, Narmer exchanged meaningful glances with Nephthys, both recognizing how rapidly circumstances evolved beyond conventional expectations. The Divine Guardians of Kemuria had trained for boundary maintenance and localized threat response, not multiversal administrative procedures involving cosmic entities beyond their traditional hierarchical understanding. Yet the path forward appeared increasingly clear despite numerous uncertainties and challenges. The Devourer's evolution from consumption to corruption demonstrated adaptability requiring corresponding counter-adaptation from those opposing it. The Tournament of Realms offered structured framework for generating necessary counter-entropy forces through properly organized competition between compatible yet distinct universal implementations. Most significantly, connections forming between individuals from different cosmic systems, Narmer's guidance to Kale, Nephthys's healing interaction with Universe 6 medical practitioners. Even Jade's professional collaboration with interdimensional security protocols suggested natural counter-entropy resistance already developing through organic relationship rather than merely administrative implementation. As Universe 6 authorities pursued formal verification of the tournament announcement while continuing immediate containment operations against ongoing dimensional breaches, Armor contemplated the extraordinary journey from Kemuria's destruction to current multiversal involvement. What began as desperate survival measure had evolved into potential participation in cosmic administrative response to fundamental entropy threat, a responsibility far beyond traditional divine guardian jurisdiction yet perfectly aligned with core purpose transcending specific implementation details. The path ahead remained challenging and uncertain, filled with both immediate tactical demands and larger strategic questions. Yet amid crisis and complexity, connections formed across UNIV. RSAL boundaries, relationships transcending conventional limitations just as the Devourer itself operated beyond standard universal constraints. Perhaps therein lay the essential counter-approach, not merely opposing entropy's boundary violations but establishing new connections across those same boundaries, creating strength through diversity rather than isolation. With this perspective providing both philosophical foundation and practical direction, Narmer joined the ongoing response planning with renewed purpose. Whatever challenges awaited, corrupted former colleagues, bureaucratic complications, personal relationship dynamics, or fundamental cosmic threats, the path forward required neither blind opposition nor passive acceptance, but thoughtful integration of diverse approaches toward harmonious implementation of universal balance. The shadows of knowledge extended both backward into historical precedent and forward into potential future, illuminating not complete understanding but sufficient guidance for meaningful action amid uncertainty. In both Chemuria's traditions and Universe 6's innovative approaches, preservation balanced with adaptation would determine ultimate outcome. More than mere power or technical superiority, the Tournament of Realms awaited, not merely as competitive spectacle but fundamental counter-entropy implementation with cosmic significance beyond individual participants or specific universal systems. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, the tournament begins. The interdimensional nexus defied conventional spatial understanding. It existed simultaneously everywhere and nowhere, a confluence point where multiple realities overlapped without fully merging. As their transport vessel penetrated the iridescent barrier separating conventional universes from this liminal space, Narmer experienced momentary dimensional vertigo. His perception fragmented into countless parallel possibilities before realigning to the singular present. Remarkable dimensional stability despite fundamental paradox at the core structure, he observed, golden hieroglyphs shimmering across his skin as they adapted to the unique metaphysical properties of this realm. The entire construct exists as sustained impossibility. Like deliberately maintaining water's surface tension beyond natural breaking point, Nephthys agreed, her azure markings flowing more rapidly as she processed the unusual energies surrounding them. Precision application of opposing forces creating sustainable balance. Jade studied the approaching structures through narrowed eyes, her professional assessment noting defensive positions and potential vulnerabilities with habitual thoroughness. Universal intelligence archives contain theoretical references to nexus points, but no confirmed observations or tactical analysis. This represents significant intelligence opportunity alongside tournament participation. Their vessel, a sleek craft provided by Universe 6's Cosmic Administration, APROA, shed a vast crystalline structure floating amid swirling nebulous energies. Unlike conventional architecture bound by standard physical laws, this complex seemed to fold inward upon itself in geometrically impossible configurations. Simultaneously larger inside than outside while maintaining coherent structural integrity. Kale stood silently at the viewport, watching the impossible landscape with quiet wonder. Her transformation since beginning integration training manifested not merely in improved power control but growing confidence in unfamiliar situations. Where once she might have withdrawn from such overwhelming strangeness, now she observed with thoughtful curiosity. It reminds me of the sacred temples in the Great Duat, she suddenly remarked, surprising everyone. When they turned questioning glances toward her, she continued, "From your memories, Narmer. During our integration sessions, I glimpsed fragments of Chemuria through your experiences. This unexpected revelation, their training had created deeper psychic connection than previously recognized, momentarily silenced the group." Narmer studied her with renewed interest, understanding that their energy harmonized. Ion had established bonds beyond mere technical instruction. The resemblance is apt, he acknowledged. The Temple of Cosmic Alignment in the Great Duat employed similar dimensional principles, though on considerably smaller scale. Their discussion paused as the transport vessel docked at a crystalline platform extending from the main structure. Unlike conventional docking procedures, the vessel didn't physically connect with the platform. Instead, a shimmering field of energy formed a translucent bridge between them. Dimensional phase lock rather than physical contact, Jade observed with professional appreciation. Elegant security implementation. Prevents unauthorized dimensional frequency transmission between vessel and facility. A figure awaited them at the platform's edge, humanoid in general appearance but with subtle characteristics suggesting non-conventional origin. Tall and slender with skin that shimmered between platinum and opalescent hues depending on viewing angle. The being wore flowing garments that seemed composed of solidified light rather than conventional fabric. Most striking were its eyes, entirely white yet somehow conveying expressive emotion despite lacking discernible pupils or irises. Greetings, representatives of Universe 6, the being welcomed, its voice resonating with harmonics beyond standard auditory range. I am Nexus Facilitator Eon, assigned to process your delegation's registration and accommodation requirements. As they disembarked onto the platform, Narmer noticed how the crystalline surface subtly altered its molecular configuration beneath their feet, adapting to provide optimal stability for each individual's specific mass and movement patterns. The entire structure demonstrated remarkable responsive intelligence despite appearing inorganic. The tournament administration acknowledges your expedited registration under special authorization provisions, Eon continued, leading them toward the main structure. Preliminary classification assessments will commence following orientation and accommodation assignment. Classification assessments, Kaba inquired, representing Universe 6 official administrative interests alongside their participation as potential competitors. The Tournament of Realms organizes participants according to cosmic resonance patterns rather than conventional power metrics, Eon explained. Compatibility with fundamental universal aspects determines appropriate competitive categories and potential counter-entropy contribution value. This explanation aligned with historical records they had studied during preparation, though provided little practical clarification regarding actual implementation. As they followed Eon through impossibly geometry corridors that somehow maintained navigational coherence despite contradicting standard spatial relationships, Narmer noted countless other delegations similarly proceeding through orientation procedures. The diversity displayed among participants transcended mere biological variation or cultural differences. Some delegations consisted of energy constructs maintaining only approximate physical form, while others appear as conventional biological entities despite radiating extraordinary power signatures. Most intriguing were groups composed of seemingly contradictory existential states, simultaneously solid and ethereal, organic and technological. Individual and collective representatives from 37 distinct universal systems have confirmed participation thus far, Eon informed them as they passed a particularly unusual delegation composed of geometric light forms communicating through mathematical pulse patterns. Administrative projections anticipate final participation from approximately 50 universes before preliminary rounds commence, all experiencing dimensional incursions similar to ours. Jade questioned, her intelligence-gathering instincts operating automatically despite their ostensibly diplomatic status. Variable manifestation patterns but consistent underlying causal factors, Eon confirmed with practiced diplomatic neutrality. Tournament administration classifies specific details as restricted information pending security clearance verification. Their journey through the impossible architecture eventually brought them to a spacious chamber designated as their delegation's private accommodation. Unlike conventional quarters designed for biological necessity, this space adapted continuously to occupant preferences, environmental conditions, dimensional proportions, and sensory attributes shifting subtly to provide optimal comfort without requiring explicit instruction. Preliminary registration processing requires individual cosmic resonance assessment, Eon explained, gesturing toward 5 separate alcoves materializing along one wall. Please enter the calibration chambers individually for baseline harmonic analysis. Results will determine appropriate tournament classification and potential compatibility matrices. The group exchanged meaningful glances before complying with the procedure. Kaba volunteered first, stepping into the nearest alcove with military precision. The chamber sealed around him with luminous energy field rather than physical barrier, patterns of light flowing across his form as unseen mechanisms analyzed his cosmic resonance signature. While others underwent their assessments, Narmer took opportunity to commune briefly with Ra-Amen, seeking the divine entity's perspective on their extraordinary surroundings. The Solar deity had remained unusually contemplative since their arrival in the Nexus, its divine awareness seemingly engaged with aspects of their environment beyond conventional perception. This place preserves implementation patterns from the first emergence, Ra-Amen communicated when Narmer established deeper connection. Before universal differentiation established distinct cosmic administrative regions. The underlying architecture predates conventional reality organization. You recognize this realm from divine memory? Narmer questioned, surprised by the implication that Ra-Amen possessed Kale knowledge of primordial cosmic structures. Not specific recognition but pattern familiarity, the solar deity clarified. Divine beings maintain connection to fundamental implementation frameworks beneath surface manifestations. This nexus preserves original pattern language from which differentiated realities subsequently developed. This perspective provided valuable context for understanding our environment beyond merely impressive cosmic engineering. The nexus represented not simply neutral meeting ground but foundational template from which individual universes had originally differentiated. Explaining both its paradoxical physics and inherent stability despite apparent impossibility. Narmer's contemplation ended as his turn for assessment arrived. The calibration chamber adapted immediately as he entered, hieroglyphic patterns materializing within the energy field in response to his Kemurian markings. Unlike standard analytical procedures, this assessment operated through fundamental resonance rather than conventional scanning, his cosmic signature interacting directly with the chamber's evaluation mechanisms without intermediary instrumentation. The experience proved simultaneously intimate and abstract, as though some vast intelligence examined not merely his capabilities but essential nature, the foundational pattern underlying his specific implementation. Most intriguing was how the assessment distinguished between his individual signature and Ra-Amen's divine essence while simultaneously evaluating their combined harmonics as integrated entity. When assessment concluded and the chamber released him, Narmer noticed Eon studying results with unusual attention compared to previous evaluations. The facilitator's expression, difficult to interpret given its non-conventional features, suggested something unexpected in the analysis outcomes. Fascinating harmonic complexity, Eon remarked, apparently deciding transparent acknowledgement preferable to diplomatic concealment. Your resonance pattern incorporates elements from outside standard multiversal classification systems. The divine entity sharing your consciousness originates from cosmic implementation, predating current administrative organization. Ra-Amen exists as solar deity aspect within Kemurian divine hierarchy, Narmer confirmed, seeing little value in concealing information already detected through assessment. Our realm operated under different cosmic administrative structures than your standard universal systems, which explains the non-standard classification metrics, Eon acknowledged. Tournament administration will require additional processing time for appropriate category assignment. Most intriguing. Once all assessments concluded, Eon provided orientation materials. Through direct consciousness transfer rather than conventional information delivery, comprehensive understanding manifesting within their awareness without intermediate learning process. This efficient method conveyed tournament structure, procedural regulations, and facility navigation protocols without requiring tedious explanation or documentation review. The opening ceremony commences in 6 standard temporal units. Eon informed them before departing. Your delegation's participation confirmation and preliminary classification assignments will be transmitted prior to ceremonial commencement. Until then, you may explore public access sections of the Nexus facility or remain in your assigned accommodation as preferred. When the facilitator departed, the group immediately compared impressions from their individual assessments and the comprehensive orientation download. The tournament structure proved more complex than historical accounts had suggested. Multiple competition categories organized around cosmic resonance patterns rather than conventional power classifications, with elaborate scoring systems measuring counter-entropy generation potential rather than merely combat effectiveness. The entire competition design prioritizes harmonic generation over victory conditions, Nephthys observed, her healer's perspective recognizing therapeutic intention beneath competitive framework. Specific outcome matters less than energy patterns produced through particular interaction types. Like musical instruments creating specific harmonies through controlled opposition, Narmer agreed. Recognizing similarities to Kemurian ritual design principles. The tournament generates counter-entropy frequencies through precisely arranged competitive interactions, which exploit NSY classification emphasizes resonance patterns over power metrics, Jade added, her analytical mind rapidly processing strategic implications. Participants contribute specific frequencies to overall counter-entropy generation regardless of individual victory outcomes. This understanding transformed their perspective on the competition, from conventional tournaments seeking strongest competitive ores to elaborate cosmic mechanism generating specific energy patterns through carefully designed interactions. Their participation served functional purpose beyond representative honor or individual achievement. We should explore the public areas, Kaba suggested practically. Assess other delegations, identify potential allies, and gather intelligence regarding the Devourer's manifestations in other universal systems. This sensible proposal met with general agreement, though Nephthys indicated preference for remaining temporarily in their quarters to establish proper meditation alignment. After dimensional transit disorientation, the others proceeded to explore the extraordinary facility, marveling at architectural impossibilities and diverse beings gathering from across the multiverse. The central promenade featured representatives from countless realities interacting through translator fields that facilitated communication across incompatible conceptual frameworks. Some delegate ions consisted of entities so fundamentally different from conventional life that even basic communication required specialized interfaces, beings of pure mathematics exchanging theorems with creatures of living sound. While energy collectives formed temporary consensus nodes to interact with individuated biological entities. Despite this diversity, Narmer noticed concerning patterns as they observed various delegations. Many representatives showed evidence of dimensional trauma similar to their own experiences, manifestations ranging from subtle energy disruptions to more obvious physical rations resulting from entropy exposure or hasty interdimensional transit. The Devourer's activities clearly extended far beyond their specific universal system, affecting multiple realities through various implementation approaches. The entity adapts its methodology to each universal system's specific vulnerabilities, Jade observed quietly as they passed a particularly affected delegation, Vine. GS whose partially translucent forms showed evidence of internal dimensional fracturing. Different consumption patterns optimized for local cosmic conditions. This tactical assessment reinforced THIR understanding of the Devourer's intelligent adaptability rather than merely mechanical entropy implementation. The threat operated with strategic purpose across multiple universal systems simultaneously, each approach calibrated to specific local conditions for maximum effectiveness. Their exploration continued through various facility sections, gathering valuable intelligence regarding other participants while establishing preliminary diplomatic connections with potentially compatible delegations. Throughout this process, Kale remained unusually engaged despite her typically reserved in unfamiliar social situations, her integration training providing foundation for maintaining composure amid overwhelming cosmic diversity. As they traversed a particularly impressive observation deck overlooking the tournament arena under final preparation, Narmer noticed a delegation that immediately captured his attention through familiar resonance patterns. Unlike most representatives who say fundamental implementation differed dramatically from Kemurian principles, these individuals radiated energy signatures remarkably similar to his own cultural origin. Those delegates, he indicated discreetly to his companions. Their cosmic resonance patterns show striking similarity to Kemurian implementation frameworks. The delegation in question consisted of approximately dozen individuals with distinctive appearance, bronze-skinned humanoids wearing ceremonial attire incorporating hieroglyphic symbols similar to but distinctly different from Kemurian sacred patterns. Their leader, immediately identifiable through authoritative bearing and more elaborate regalia, stood slightly apart, directing subordinates with practiced command presence while surveying surroundings with tactical awareness. Most striking was this leader's appearance, a woman of regal stature whose athletic physique combined warrior discipline with aristocratic refinement. Her attire suggested military function. Beneath ceremonial significance, practical combat garments enhanced with symbolic ornamentation indicating high social position. Two curved blades hung at her sides, their elaborate hilts incorporating sacred symbols within functional design. Her features projected severe beauty, high cheekbones, prominent nose, and intensely focused eyes suggesting predatory awareness beneath civilized composure. Similar implementation patterns but distinct evolutionary divergence, Jade assessed with professional precision. Cultural parallels suggesting common cosmic origin point with separate developmental paths. We should establish contact, Kaba suggested. Potential allies with compatible implementation frameworks could prove valuable during later tournament phases. Before they could approach, however, the woman's attention shifted toward them with sudden intensity, as though sensing their observation through some extrasensory awareness. Her gaze locked directly with Narmer's across considerable distance. Immediate recognition flashing across her features despite never having encountered each other previously. Without hesitation, she approached their position directly, subordinate's foe, glowing with disciplined formation that suggested military organization beneath ceremonial appearance. Her movement combined calculated precision with natural grace, a warrior's efficiency-enhanced rat. Her than constrained by aristocratic bearing. Divine Guardian, she addressed Narmer directly upon reaching appropriate distance, speaking perfect Kemurian despite distinct accent patterns suggesting different regional implementation. The solar deity's chosen vessel still walks among the living. Most unexpected. This greeting, delivered in his native language with specific acknowledgement of High's divine connection, confirmed immediate cultural relationship between their implementations despite obvious differences. Narmer responded with formal Kemurian diplomatic protocol, hieroglyphic pattern, briefly glowing across his skin in traditional greeting configuration. Your recognition honors unexpected connection, he acknowledged. Though I perceive similarity in our cosmic implementation patterns, I cannot claim familiarity with your specific cultural manifestation. A subtle smile briefly softened her severe features. The guardian vessels of Amarna would indeed be unknown to Kemurian implementation. As our realms diverge before historical record establishment, I am Seti, royal protector of the divine pharaoh Nefertari and commander of the sacred blades. The introduction Pravi. Dead immediate cultural context despite unfamiliar specific implementation. Amarna represented another Egyptian-inspired realm operating under similar cosmic principles to Kemuria but with distinct historical and cultural evolution. The parallel development explained both recognition and differences simultaneously. Introductions proceeded with formal diplomatic precision, each delegation member identified with appropriate titles and functional roles. When presentations concluded, Seti addressed the underlying recognition directly rather than maintaining diplomatic abstraction. Your hieroglyphic patterns identify Solar Guardian implementation, yet carry unfamiliar variation sequences, she observed, studying Narmer's visible markings with professional assessment. And your divine connectee manifests more directly than typical Guardian protocols permit in Amarnan implementation. Kemurian divine guardians maintain different integration relationships with deity aspects than appears standard in your implementation. Narmer explained, recognizing valuable opportunity for comparing parallel cultural developments. Direct consciousness sharing rather than ceremonial channeling during specific ritualized circumstances. This technical exchange established foundational understanding between their different implementations while revealing genuine mutual interest beyond mere diplomatic courtesy. Seti's tactical assessment shifted subtly toward collaborative potential rather than merely evaluating potential competition. Amarna has suffered significant territory loss to the consuming shadow, she stated directly. Transitioning from cultural exchange to practical circumstances. Approximately 60% of our realm has been devoured, with remaining regions under constant defensive operations against expanding incursion zones. This blunt assessment, delivered without diplomatic softening, revealed both severity of their situation and Seti's straightforward communication style. Unlike many delegations maintaining careful information control regarding their realm's condition, she clearly prioritized practical alliance building over appearance management. Kemuria X. ISTS now only in memory and scattered survivors, Narmer responded with equal directness. Complete consumption occurred despite extensive defensive measures, with interdimensional transit represented. Only viable preservation option for select individuals. This mutual acknowledgement of devastating losses established immediate connection beyond cultural similarities. Both represented civilizatio NS facing existential threat from the same cosmic adversary, creating natural alliance potential beyond tournament structural requirements. Their conversation continued with increasing technical department. As they exchanged specific information regarding the Devourer's manifestation patterns in their respective realms. SETI described entropy implementation methods different from Kemuria's experience sharing fundamental characteristics, suggesting adaptive approach calibrated to specific defensive capabilities rather than standardized consumption methodology. The entity identified vulnerabilities in our shadow-based defensive systems, she explained, describing Amarnan protection methods utilizing darkness aspects rather than Kemuria's light-focused approaches. Initial incursion specific. Ally targeted our sacred darkness repositories before expanding to general territorial consumption. While Kemurian light aspect defenses faced precisely inverted approach, Narmer noted with growing understanding. The entity adapted specifically to each realm's primary defensive methodology rather than implementing standard consumption pattern. This exchange provided valuable strategic insight regarding their adversaries' intelligent adaptability. Throughout their conversation, SETI maintained intense focus that suggested both professional assessment and personal interest, her gaze studying Narmer with evaluative attention beyond merely diplomatic interaction. When preliminary tournament announcements interrupted their discussion, requiring delegations to return to assigned quarters for classification processing completion, SETI extended formal invitation for continued exchange following opening ceremonies. The Amarnan delegation would welcome further consultation regarding comparative defensive methodologies. She offered with diplomatic precision, barely masking more personal interest. Your experience with complete consumption process provides valuable intelligence for our continuing resistance efforts. We would be honored to continue information exchange beneficial to both our delegations, Narmer responded, matching her formal diplomatic framing while acknowledging underlying connection beyond mere practical alliance. As they departed, Kale moved closer to Narmer with subtle but unmistakable territorial positioning. She seems very focused on you specifically, she observed with careful neutrality masking evident concern. Cultural recognition creates natural connection point, Narmer explained diplomatically, though acknowledging the obvious personal interest beneath professional interaction. Fellow divine vessel implementations often establish rapid rapport through shared experiential frameworks despite specific cultural differences. This explanation, while technically accurate, clearly satisfied neither Kale's concern nor Jade's professional assessment. The Universal Intelligence operative maintained characteristic composure, though subtle tension around her eyes revealed personal reaction beneath professional exterior. Royal Protector SETI's interest appeared to extend beyond merely cultural recognition, she observed with precision. On that somehow communicated emotional subtext despite neutral delivery. Her evaluation included extensive personal assessment beyond tactical or diplomatic requirements. Before this potentially implicated conversation could develop further, they arrived at their delegation quarters to find Nephthys engaged in conversation with an unexpected visitor. The being defied conventional categorization. Appearing simultaneously youthful and ancient, physically present yet partially incorporeal. Her form shifted subtly between solid manifestation and translucent energy state, while her attire seemed composed of woven starlight rather than material fabric. Most distinctive were her eyes, containing what appeared to be miniature galaxies spinning within their depths, cosmic systems in perpetual motion, reflecting universal patterns in microcosmic implementation. Her presence radiated ancient awareness beneath casual demeanor, suggesting cosmic entity voluntarily adopting approachable manifestation rather than revealing true nature. The rest of your fascinating delegation returns, she remarked upon their entrance, her voice containing harmonics that suggested multiple simultaneous conversations occurring beneath surface communication. I was just explaining to your healing practitioner how thoroughly entertained I've been observing your interdimensional adventures. This is Velia, Nephthys introduced with uncharacteristic uncertainty, clearly struggling to contextualize their visitor within familiar reference frameworks. She describes herself as a cosmic observer, with particular interest in interdimensional transit patterns. Observer represents functional description rather than comprehensive identity classification, the being corrected with amused tolerance. My assigned role involves monitoring boundary integrity between designated universal sectors while maintaining appropriate non-intervention protocols regarding developmental trajectories. This cryptic Self-description suggested cosmic administrative function beyond conventional universal governance structures, neither destroyer deity nor attendant within standard hierarchical frameworks, but Sapara. Te operational category with distinct responsibilities and limitations. You've been watching us, Jade questioned with professional security concern evident beneath diplomatic courtesy. Observing numerous interdimensional transit events across designated sectors, Velia clarified with casual wave that temporarily transformed her hand into cosmic nebula before resolidifying. Your particular IM. Implementation patterns demonstrated exceptional adaptation capacity despite non-standard origin parameters, qualifying for specific observation protocols beyond routine monitoring. Despite cryptic delivery, the explanation confirmed she represented some form of cosmic administrative oversight function, though operating through different structural hierarchy than conventional destroyer deities and their attendants. Her presence suggested additional cosmic administrative layers beyond those they had previously encountered. Your observation extends beyond merely tracking our activities, Narmer inquired, recognizing potential information source regarding larger cosmic context for their situation. Direct intervention remains prohibited under standard operational protocols, she responded. ITH expression suggesting this limitation represented bureaucratic inconvenience rather than fundamental constraint. Though information exchange regarding established historical patterns falls within permitted interaction parameters. This careful qualification, simultaneously acknowledging restrictions while identifying permissible exceptions, suggested sophisticated navigation of cosmic administrative regulations rather than absolute prohibition. Her presence represented potential resource while indicating additional complexity in multiversal governance beyond their previous understanding. Perhaps you might share historical context regarding previous Tournament of Realms implementations. Narmer suggested, recognizing opportunity within carefully defined parameters. Velia's expression brightened with apparent appreciation for his diplomatic precision. Historical pattern recognition falls entirely within permitted discussion parameters. How refreshing to encounter entities who understand proper bureaucratic navigation methods. What followed proved simultaneously illuminating and bewildering, her explanation of previous tournaments incorporating perspectives impossible within conventional temporal perception. Delivered through narrative framework that somehow rendered incomprehensible cosmic complexity accessible to limited mortal understanding. Throughout this extraordinary information transfer, her demeanor remained casually conversational despite content transcending conventional comprehension capabilities. Previous implementation cycles generated sufficient entropy harmonics through precisely structured competitive interactions, she explained, gesturing casually to create visual representations of complex cosmic principles through simplified holographic approximations. Though administrative restructuring following the 7th multiversal reconfiguration necessitated procedural modifications regarding participant classification and interaction synchronization protocols. The information provided valuable context regarding tournament purpose and structure beyond the orientation materials provided through official channels. Most significantly, Velia confirmed the competition's fundamental function, generating specific counter-entropy harmonics through precisely arranged competitive interactions rather than merely identifying strongest representatives from participating realms. The current implementation faces unprecedented adaptive opposition, she noted with more serious expression temporarily replacing casual demeanor. Previous ropey manifestations maintained consistent consumption patterns throughout implementation cycles. Your devourer demonstrates concerning evolution capabilities beyond standard classification parameters. This observation confirmed their own assessment while providing concerning validation from cosmic administrative perspective. The entity they faced represented unusual implementation even by standards of immortal cosmic observers, suggesting legitimate existential threat beyond conventional universal maintenance concerns. Does this unprecedented threat justify corresponding exceptional response measures? Jade inquired with characteristic precision, seeking practical strategic information beneath cosmic abstraction. Administrative authorization parameters remain constrained by established shed protocols despite implementation variations, Velia acknowledged with expression suggesting personal disagreement with bureaucratic limitations. Though creative interpretation of existing regulatory frameworks sometimes permits unexpected application flexibility within technically compliant parameters. This cryptic response neither confirming nor denying potential extraordinary measures. G gested both limitations and possibilities simultaneously. Her carefully structured communication provided information while maintaining technical compliance with whatever non-intervention regulations governed her activities. We appreciate your historical context sharing within permitted parameters, Narmer responded, matching her careful navigational approach to cosmic administrative regulations. Such refreshing diplomatic precision, she exclaimed with evident delight. Most entities encounter cosmic administrative representatives with tedious complaints about intervention limitations rather than sophisticated parameter navigation. Your implementation demonstrates exceptional adaptability across multiple regulatory frameworks. With that peculiar compliment, she departed through Met. Hod defying conventional movement, her form simply transitioning from present to elsewhere without intermediate transit process. The absence of traditional departure left momentary dimensional echo where her presence had been, gradually fading as local reality parameters reasserted standard implementation. A cosmic entity with administrative function but without conventional destroyer classification. Nephthys observed once certain their unusual visitor had truly departed. Chemuria's cosmology contained no equivalent categorical implementation. Universal Intelligence Archives reference the Orbital Observer class, entities within multiversal administrative structures, Jade added, providing valuable context from her specialized knowledge. Though previously considered speculative rather than confirmed existence classification, this encounter suggested additional cosmic administrative layers beyond their previous understanding, complex bureaucratic structures extending further than conventional destroyer deities and attendants previously encountered. The multiversal governance system apparently contained numerous functional classifications operating through distinct regulatory frameworks with specific operational parameters. Their contemplation of these cosmic implications was interrupted by arrival of official tournament classification notifications, detailed assignments BASED on their individual resonance assessments conducted earlier. The results proved both informative and somewhat concerning, particularly regarding Narmer's unusual classification. Primary resonance, CE pattern, boundary maintenance with solar aspect integration, secondary harmonic, transformative potential through divine connection, classification, exceptional implementation, non-standard origin, category assignment, special regulatory exception under administrative review. This complex designation, simultaneously acknowledging his capabilities while placing him outside standard classification N systems, suggested administrative uncertainty regarding his appropriate tournament role. Unlike other delegation members receiving clear competitive categories, his assignment remained pending additional administrative review. They don't know what to do with you, Kale observed with surprising perceptiveness. Your implementation doesn't fit their established categories. Ra Amon's divine asp. ECT originates from cosmic systems predating current administrative organization, Narmer confirmed, the solar deity stirring within his consciousness at this acknowledgement. Our combined implementat. Ion operates through principles potentially incompatible with standardized classification metrics. The remaining assignments followed more conventional patterns, Kale classified under transformative implementation, primal aspect, category, Nephthys receiving, renewal harmonics, water aspect, designation, Jade assigned to temporal manipulation, precision implementation, classification, and Kaba. Categorized under energy projection, controlled application, metrics. These classifications would determine their tournament participation parameters, competitive matchings, and potential contribute. Ion toward overall counter-entropy harmonic generation. The pending status of Narmer's assignment created strategic uncertainty regarding their delegation's optimal approach to upcoming competitions. Before they could fully process these implications, notification arrived regarding imminent commencement of opening ceremonies. The group proceeded toward the central arena, joining representatives from dozens of universal systems converging for formal tournament inauguration. The arena itself defied conventional architectural understanding, a vast space that somehow existed simultaneously within multiple dimensional frameworks without fully manifesting in any singular implementation. The structure incorporated elements from countless universal systems, creating neutral competitive environment. Equally accommodating for entities from incompatible reality frameworks. Seating arrangements organized delegations according to cosmic resonance compatibility rather than administrative origin, CR. Eating interaction opportunities between representatives from different universal systems sharing complementary implementation characteristics. This arrangement, prioritizing harmonic potential over BU, Reocratic categorization, reinforced the tournament's fundamental purpose beyond mere competitive spectacle. The Universe 6 delegation found themselves positioned near representatives from several compatible implementations, including, significantly, the Amarnan delegation led by Royal Protector Seti. This placement, whether coincidental or deliberately arranged, created natural opportunity for co-entinued interaction between the similar yet distinct cultural implementations. Seti acknowledged their arrival with formal diplomatic courtesy masking evident personal interest, particularly regarding Narmer. Her assessment combined professional evaluation with undisguised appreciation, creating subtle tension among the female members of Universe 6's delegation despite maintained external composure. Divine Guardian, she greeted with formal protocol belied by intense focus. Your classification assignment proves as exceptional as expected. Administrative exceptions rarely occur within standard tournament implementation. This observation confirmed she had somehow accessed their classification information despite theoretical confidentiality, suggesting either exceptional intelligence cap abilities or administrative connections beyond normal participant access. Either possibility indicated significant resources beyond apparent representation of devastated realm. Exceptional circumsta. NCES sometimes necessitate exceptional classification parameters. Narmer responded diplomatically, neither confirming nor challenging her information access. Though administrative review creates UNC, retain participation protocols pending final determination. Perhaps provisional exhibition matches during preliminary rounds, she suggested with casual expertise suggesting substantial tournament experience despite this supposedly unique cosmic event. Administrative evaluation often utilizes practical demonstration for finalizing non-standard classification assignments. This seemingly knowledgeable suggestion reinforced impression that SETI possessed information sources beyond ordinary participant access. Before Narmer could explore this further, ceremonial commencement interrupted our conversation as cosmic energies coalesced at the arena's center, forming elaborate manifestation platform for tournament administration representatives. The opening ceremony transcended conventional spectacle through implementation beyond standard sensory parameters, cosmic harmonics generating experiential resonance directly within participant consciousness rather than merely creating impressive visual display. The presentation combined technical information regarding competition procedures with metaphysical alignment processes establishing proper resonance frameworks for subsequent counter-entropy generation through competitive interactions. Throughout this extraordinary cosmic performance, Narmer maintained awareness of subtle interactions among their delegation and neighboring representatives. Kale positioned herself with increasing confidence near him, her integration training providing foundation for maintaining composure despite overwhelming cosmic energies permeating the ceremony. Nephthys observed with professional assessment occasionally interrupted by territorial awareness whenever SETI's attention focused particularly on Narmer. Jade maintained characteristic observational discipline while cataloging potentially valuable intelligence regarding other delegations and overall tournament structure. Most interesting perhaps was SETI's continued assessment, her attent. Ion alternating between ceremony details and careful study of Universe 6 delegation, particularly Narmer himself. Her interest combined professional evaluation with personal curiosity, suggesting potential ally whose motivations extended beyond merely diplomatic necessity into genuine connection possibility. When ceremonial proceedings concluded with formal announcement of preliminary rounds commencing following brief preparation interval, delegations dispersed toward assigned preparation areas for final competition readiness arrangements. As Universe 6 representatives proceeded toward their designated section, SETI approached with formal diplomatic courtesy. The Amarnan delegation would be honored by your presence at our preparation gathering, she invited with careful precision. Bala NC-ing official protocol with personal interest. Comparing defensive methodologies against our common adversary could prove mutually beneficial before competitive interactions commence. This invitat, ion, simultaneously practical alliance building and transparent relationship development, created momentary tension within Universe 6 delegation. Kaba responded with diplomatic precision before others could express potentially problematic personal reactions. We would be honored to send representatives while maintaining appropriate preparation protocols for our own delegation, he offered. Crete. Ing balanced compromise between alliance opportunity and team cohesion maintenance. Perhaps Divine Guardian Narmer might serve as primary representative given cultural implementation similarities, WH. Il others maintain standard preparation procedures. This solution, diplomatically sound while acknowledging obvious specific interest, received reluctant acceptance from female delegation members despite evident reservations. Arrangements confirmed for Narmer to visit Amarnan preparation area following brief consultation with his own delegation, providing opportunity for valuable intelligence gathering alongside potential alliance development. When SETI departed with formal courtesy masking evident satisfaction with this arrangement, the remaining delegation members exchanged meaningful CES communicating complex interpersonal dynamics beneath professional composure. Her interest appears primarily focused on Chemurian implementation rather than general alliance potential. Nephthys O.B. served with careful neutrality, barely concealing personal concern. Though cultural similarity creates legitimate exchange opportunity beyond merely personal interaction. Royal Protector status Su. G gests significant authority within Amarnan implementation. Jade added with professional assessment similarly masking personal response. Alliance potential extends beyond tournament parameters into potential multiversal defense coordination against common adversary. Kale remained silent during this exchange, though her expression revealed complex emotional processing beneath maintained external composure. Her integration training provided foundation for balanced response despite evident personal investment in the situation, representing significant growth from her earlier emotional regulation challenges. I'll maintain primary focus on intelligence gathering regarding Amarnan defensive methodologies, Narmer assured them, acknowledging underlying personal dynamics without directly addressing potentially complicated emotional aspects. Cultural implementation similarities provide valuable comparative opportunity regarding the Devourer's adaptive approaches across different but related universal systems. This practical framing, focusing on strategic benefits while tacitly acknowledging interpersonal considerations, established appropriate balance between mission requirements and personal relationships. The delegation separated for individual preparation activities with professional courtesy despite lingering emotional undercurrents. Narmer proceeded toward Amarnan preparati. On area following brief meditation establishing proper alignment after ceremonial exposure to intense cosmic energies. The preparation facilities provided by tournament administration adapted to FIC cultural implementation requirements, the Amarnan section manifesting architectural elements reminiscent of their Egyptian-inspired cultural framework while incorporating practical competitive preparation resources. SETI awaited his arrival with composed anticipation, her formal diplomatic demeanor softening slightly when greeting him without audience requiring official protocol maintenance. Divine Guardian Narmer, she welcomed with genuine pleasure beneath maintained professional courtesy. Your presence honors our preparation gathering beyond merely diplomatic exchange. The Amarnan delegation, approximately dozen individuals with distinct roles within their cultural implementation, observed his arrival with evident interest, particularly regarding his hieroglyphic markings visibly different from their own sacred patterns despite obvious relationship between symbolic systems. The honor extends equally through opportunity for comparative cultural understanding, Narmer respond. With diplomatic precision matching her formal courtesy while acknowledging personal connection beyond merely professional interaction. Particularly regarding parallel evolutionary paths from apparently common cosmic origin point. This exchange established balanced framework for subsequent interaction, acknowledging personal interest while maintaining appropriate professional parameters for initial relationship development. SETI introduced primary delegation members with efficient protocol before suggesting more private consultation regarding specific defensive methodologies against their common adversary. Their subsequent discussion, conducted in preparation chamber separate from main delegation gathering, combined valuable intelligence exchange with personal connection development beyond merely strategic alliance building. SETI described Amarnan defensive systems with professional precision while studying Narmer with increasingly transparent personal interest alongside tactical assessment. Our implementation prioritizes shadow aspect manipulation rather than Kemurian light-focused approaches, she explained, demonstrating by manifesting darkness energy between her palms, Sakura. D hieroglyphs appearing in negative space within the shadow construct rather than inscribed upon physical medium. Protective barriers utilizing absence rather than presence principles. Fascinating complementary implementation, Narmer observed with genuine interest beyond diplomatic courtesy. Kemuria developed precisely opposite approach through solar aspect prioritization, presence-based action rather than absence-focused methodologies. This technical exchange provided valuable comparative understanding regarding parallel cultural evolutions from apparently common origin point. The devourer had adapted specifically different consumption approaches against these complementary implementation systems, targeting light repositories in Kemuria while focusing on shadow concentrations in Amarna, suggesting sophisticated tactical assessment rather than merely mechanical consumption methodology. Throughout their discussion, SETI gradually revealed personal history beyond merely prophase. Sional capacity, her position as royal protector representing culmination of family lineage serving Amarnan leadership through countless generations. Her combat methodology combined traditional sacred blade techniques with shadow manipulation capabilities, creating distinctive implementation balancing physical prowess with metaphysical manipulation. Your solar aspect provides interesting counter-point to our shadow-based defensive systems, she observed, studying his hieroglyphic patterns with both professional assessment and personal appreciation. Potential compatibility through complementar. Why opposition rather than identical implementation? This observation, simultaneously tactical evaluation and personal connection development, acknowledged fundamental relationship possibility beyond merely strategic alliance. Her directness represented cultural characteristic rather than inappropriate forward behavior, Amarnan implementation apparently prioritizing efficient communication over diplomatic abstraction in personal interactions despite maintaining formal protocols in official capacity. Their conversation developed with increasing personal depth alongside valuable intelligence exchange, creating foundation for potential relationship beyond merely tournament alliance. When discussion concluded with necessary return to respective delegations for final preparation procedures, SETI extended invitation for continued exchange following preliminary competition rounds. The Royal Protector would welcome further consultation regarding complementary defensive methodologies, she offered with formal third-person protocol barely masking first-person personal interest. Perhaps following your preliminary matches, assuming administrative classification review permits your competitive participation. I would be honored to continue our valuable exchange, Narmer responded with similar balance between diplomatic courtesy and personal acknowledgement. Your shadow aspect implementa. Tian offers fascinating counterpoint to Kemurian solar methodologies, suggesting potential complementary approaches against our common adversary. This carefully structured exchange, maintaining appropriate protocol while acknowledging underlying personal connection, established foundation for continued relationship development within acceptable diplomatic parameters. When Narmer returned to Universe 6 delegation's preparation area, he found final competition arrangements underway for preliminary rounds commencing shortly. Administrative notification arrived during your absence, Kaba informed him upon arrival. Your classification received provisional approval for exhibition matches during preliminary rounds pending final administrative determination regarding appropriate permanent category assignment. This development aligned precisely with SETI's earlier suggestion, reinforcing impression she possessed information sources beyond standard participant access. The provisional arrangement would allow Narmer's participation while Cosmic Administration determined appropriate classification for his non-standard implementation within tournament structure. As they completed final preparation procedures, preliminary match assignments arrived through official notification channels. The initial competition rounds would feature representative matches from various classification categories, establishing baseline counter-entropy harmonic generation measurements while allowing administrative assessment of participant capabilities for subsequent pairing optimizations. Kale received assignment for early preliminary match against representative from Universe 11, a formidable opponent with transformative capabilities somewhat similar to her own implementation though through entirely different evolutionary development. This pairing suggested deliberate arrangement testing compatible yet distinct transformative methodologies for harmonic generation potential. The match assignment. TS prioritize harmonic generation potential over victory probability, Nephthys observed, studying the comprehensive preliminary schedule with professional assessment. Deliberately arranging interact ions between complementary yet distinct implementation types regardless of relative power differentials. This observation reinforced their understanding of the tournament's fundamental purpose, generating specific counter-entropy frequencies through precisely arranged competitive interactions rather than merely identifying strongest representatives from participating realms. The competition struck. Chouray served functional cosmic purpose beyond conventional tournament design. As preliminary rounds commenced, delegates proceeded toward observation positions overlooking the central arena. The competition space itself transformed for each match, adapting environmental conditions to optimize harmonic generation potential between specific competitor implementations while ensuring neutral advantage parameters despite potentially incompatible existence requirements. The initial matches demonstrated extraordinary diversity among participating entities, beings of pure energy engaging with conceptual manifestations. Mathematical constructs competing against probabilistic implementations, collective consciousness representatives facing individuated singular entities. Each interaction generated specific harmonic patterns visible to enhanced perception as resonance frequencies rippling outward from the competition arena toward surrounding dimensional barriers. The counter-entropy effect manifests immediately rather than accumulating gradually, Narmer observed, utilizing the Eye of Worlds pendant to perceive metaphysical consequences beyond physical competition. Each interaction strengthens dimensional integrity regardless of specific victory outcomes. This confirmation of tournament functionality validated historical accounts regarding previous implementations. The competition generated specific counter-entropy effects directly opposing the Devourer's consumption methodology, reinforcing dimensional boundaries through precisely calibrated harmonic frequencies produced by competitive interactions between compatible yet distinct universal implementations. Their observation continued through several preliminary matches, each demonstrating different aspects of the tournament's fundamental purpose beyond merely impressive cosmic combat. Throughout this process, Narmer maintained awareness of SETI's presence nearby, the Amarnan delegation positioned within communication range. Though respecting appropriate separation during initial competition phases. When Kale's preliminary match approached, the delegation focused collective attention on their representative's upcoming competition. Her development since beginning integration training had progressed remarkably, though this implementation would test her capabilities against unfamiliar opponent before multiversal NCE, significant challenge requiring both technical skill and emotional regulation. Remember fundamental integration principles, Narmer advised during final preparation moments. Balance conscious entral with primal energy access rather than attempting dominance in either direction. Partnership rather than opposition between implementation aspects. This guidance, reinforcing core concepts from their training sessions, visibly calmed her pre-competition tension. Kale nodded with growing confidence, her posture straightening as she prepared to represent Universe 6 in this extraordinary cosmic competition. I understand the harmonic generation priority beyond merely victory conditions, she acknowledged with impressive comprehension of tournament's underlying purpose. Accessing transformative capabilities without surrendering conscious integration maintains optimal frequency generation regardless of combat outcome. This sophisticated understanding, demonstrating remarkable development, NT from her earlier relationship with her berserker form, created foundation for successful implementation regardless of specific victory results. When notification arrived for her imminent match commencement, she departed toward competitor access corridors with composed determination, replacing former anxiety regarding transformation control. The arena reconfigured for upcoming competition, mental conditions adapting to optimize harmonic generation potential between specific transformative implementations represented by Kale and her Universe 11 opponent. The audience areas filled with representatives from countless universal systems, cosmic administrators observing from specialized perception platforms while participating delegations watched from designated observation sections. Kale entered the arena with composed determination, her integration training providing foundation for maintaining balanced relationship with her transformative capabilities despite pressurized competition circumstances. Her opponent, a massive humanoid with metallic skin incorporating organic components suggesting technological biological integration methodology, awaited at opposite position, power sig. Nature indicating transformative capabilities through fundamentally different implementation approach. Preliminary Match 17. Transformative Implementation Category, announced Cosmic Administrator overseeing the competition. Universal Constants. Standard Median Configuration with Localized Stability Enhancement. Harmonic Objective. Mid-spectrum frequency generation through controlled implementation variation. Limitation Parameters. Non-lethal engagement with regulatory intervention thresholds at standard measurement indicators. These technical specifications, establishing competitio N parameters beyond merely victory conditions, reinforced the tournament's functional purpose generating specific counter-entropy frequencies through precisely calibrated competitive interactions. The match served cosmic maintenance function beyond entertainment or representative honor considerations. When commencement notification sounded, Kale's opponent immediately initiated transformation CQ. Metallic components reconfiguring while organic elements expanded in precisely coordinated implementation demonstrating technological precision rather than emotional response driving transformative capabilities. The result combined impressive power escalation with maintained tactical awareness, suggesting long-established integration between conscious control and transformative potential. Kale responded with remarkable composure, initiating her own transformation through balanced implementation rather than emotional trigger. Emerald energy cascaded around her in controlled waves as her Icicle form shifted, muscle mass increasing proportionally while her stature grew moderately, her hair rising with supernatural energy while her eyes remained clear and focused rather than blanking in to mindless rage that had previously characterized her berserker form. Exceptional integration implementation, Nephthys observed with professional assessment overcoming personal complications regarding their relationship dynamics. Particularly impressive considering limited training duration compared to typical integration development timelines. The competitors engaged with controlled power demonstration rather than destructive combat, each testing the other's capabilities while generating specific harmonic frequencies through their interaction. Kale maintained conscious integration throughout escalating energy exchanges, accessing transformative power without surrendering control to berserker instincts despite increasing combat intensity. Her opponent demonstrated impressive technological biological integration methodology, transformation capabilities implemented through precise mechanical systems rather than emotional catalysts, creating interesting counterpoint to Kale's more organic implementation. Their contrasting approaches generated powerful harmonic resonance visible to enhanced perception as specific frequency patterns rippling outward through dimensional barriers surrounding the Nexus facility. The harmonic generation exceeds preliminary projections, Jade noted, monitoring measurement indicators displayed through tournament observation systems. Their complementary yet distinct implementations create particularly effective counter-entropy frequencies despite fundamental methodology differences. This observation confirmed optimal pairing beyond merely competitive balance considerations. Tournament administration had deliberately matched these specific transformative implementations for maximum harmonic generation potential rather than entertainment value or victory probability equations. The competition served functional cosmic purpose regardless of individual match outcome. The match continued with increasing intensity as both competitors accessed greater transformation capabilities while maintaining conscious integration. Kale's controlled berserker implementation facing technological precision in fascinating methodology contrast. Their power levels escalated proportionally, neither gaining decisive advantage while harmonic generation continued increasing through sustained interaction. Throughout the competition, Narmer observed with co-MBINED pride and assessment, recognizing Kale's remarkable progress while evaluating technical implementation details for subsequent training refinement opportunities. Her performance demonstrated exceptional development since beginning integration training, maintaining balanced relationship with transformative capabilities despite pressurized circumstances and unfamiliar opponent. The match concluded without conventional victory determination, reaching predetermined harmonic generation threshold triggering administrative completion notification rather than requiring specific competitor dominance. Both participants had served tournament purpose through generating optimal counter-entropy frequencies regardless of relative combat effectiveness, reinforcing fundamental distinction between this cosmic competition and conventional tournaments. When Kale returned to their delegation section following post-match processing procedures, her expression revealed complex emotional response, satisfaction regarding successful implementation alongside slight confusion about unconventional competition structure prioritizing harmonic generation over victory conditions. "You performed exceptionally," Narmer assured her, recognizing need for validation despite unconventional outcome parameters. Perfect balance between conscious control and transformative access throughout escalating intensity levels. "The harmonic frequencies matter more than victory designation," she acknowledged, demonstrating sophisticated understanding beyond competitive instincts. Though the implementation feels somewhat incomplete without conventional resolution parameters. This observation revealed interesting tension between intellectual understanding of tournament purpose and emotional expectations regarding competition resolution, natural response requiring adjustment to unconventional cosmic implementation priorities. Before further discussion could address this consideration, notification arrived Riga. RDING Narmer's exhibition match scheduled for imminent commencement. Provisional classification. Boundary maintenance with solar aspect integration. Exhibition match for administrative classification determination. Opponent selection. Complementary opposition implementation for optimal harmonic assessment. The notification provided limited specific information regarding his opponent beyond functional classification parameters, suggesting administrative priority on harmonic generation assessment rather than conventional competitive balance considerations. When Narmer departed toward tour access corridors following brief preparation procedures, his delegation exchanged concerned glances regarding this unusual implementation. Complementary opposition implementation suggests deliberately challenging match arrangement. Jade observed with professional assessment masking personal concern. Administrative classification determination often utilizes stress testing parameters beyond standard preliminary match configurations. This observation created understandable anxiety among delegation members despite maintained external composure. Narmer's non-standard implementation with the tournament classification systems created unique situation requiring administrative assessment beyond conventional participant processing procedures. The arena reconfigured for upcoming exhibition match. Environmental conditions adapting to currently unknown opponent implementation requirements while establishing neutral advantage parameters despite potentially incompatible existence requirements. The audience sections filled with representatives showing particular interest in this unusual exhibition arrangement. Cosmic administrators gathering at specialized observation platforms with EV'd NT assessment priority regarding this non-standard classification determination. When Narmer entered the arena, his hieroglyphic markings responded automatically to the specialized environment, golden symbols flowing across his skin in adaptive patterns establishing appropriate interface with local reality parameters. Ra-Amen stirred within his consciousness with unusual alertness, the solar deity. Divine awareness extending beyond normal perceptual limitations to evaluate the extraordinary cosmic circumstances surrounding this exhibition match. Administrative evaluation extends beyond mere classification determination. Ra-Amen communicated privately. Our implementation exists outside standard categorical parameters within current cosmic organizational structures. They assess potential administrative implications beyond tournament participation considerations. This perspective suggested their situation involved larger cosmic administrative concerns beyond merely appropriate tourname NT classification. Their non-standard implementation potentially creating precedent regarding entities operating outside established categorical frameworks within current multiversal organizational structure. The exhibition match served assessment function beyond conventional competition parameters. Narmer's contemplation regarding these implications ended abruptly when his opponent entered the arena from opposite access corridor. The entity immediately triggered profound recognition despite never having encountered this specific implementation previously. Shadow aspect manifestation complement. Airy yet fundamentally opposed to his own solar-focused methodology. Royal Protector Seti approached with ceremonial formality masking evident satisfaction regarding this arrangement, her shadow-based energies flowing around her form in patterns mirroring his solar hieroglyphs through inverted implementation. Her curved blades, now revealed as ceremonial implements channeling shadow aspect rather t. Han merely physical weapons, resonated with specialized frequencies complementing yet opposing his boundary maintenance capabilities. Divine Guardian, she greeted with formal protocol appropriate foe. Our ceremonial combat initiation within Egyptian-derived cultural implementations. The complementary opposition of our aspects creates optimal harmonic generation potential through balanced interaction between presence and absence principles. This explanation, simultaneously acknowledging tournament functional purpose while establishing appropriate cultural framework for their interaction, aided sophisticated understanding regarding their unique implementation relationship. Their match arrangement clearly resulted from deliberate administrative assessment regarding optimal complementary pairing rather than random exhibition assignment. Royal Protector, Narmer responded with equivalent ceremonial acknowledgement. Light and shadow in balanced opposition rather than destructive conflict. ICT, the eternal dance between complementary aspects maintaining cosmic harmony through controlled interaction. This traditional Kemurian combat blessing, finding unexpected parallel in Amarnan implementation through SETI's evident recognition, established appropriate spiritual framework for their upcoming interaction beyond merely physical competition. Their cultural similarities despite separate evolutionary development created natural foundation for meaningful engagement transcending conventional combat parameters. Exhibition match. Boundary maintenance category. Special administrative assessment. Announced cosmic administrator overseeing the competition. Universal constants. Flexible configuration with participant responsive adaptation. Harmonic objective. Full spectrum analysis throw. Complementary opposition implementation. Limitation parameters. Self-determined with administrative oversight regarding dimensional stability maintenance. These unusual specifications, granting exceptional flexibility beyond standard match parameters, confirmed administrative special interest regarding their unique implementation relationship. The exhibition would assess harmonic generation potential through complementary opposition between solar and shadow aspects within parallel cultural frameworks despite separate evolutionary development. When commencement notification sounded, SETI initiated formal challenge sequence through shadow manifestation, darkness flowing from her ceremonial blades in controlled patterns forming ancient combat hieroglyphs recognizable within both Kemurian and Amarnan implementation systems despite slight variation in specific symbolic representation. The challenge incorporated traditional elements modified for exhibition context rather than actual combat intention, demonstrating sophisticated cultural understanding alongside competitive functionality. Narmer responded with equivalent ceremonial acknowledgement, solar hieroglyphs flowing from his stretched hands in complementary patterns accepting formal challenge while establishing appropriate spiritual framework for their interaction. Golden light intertwined with manifested shadow, creating complex symbolic configurations where opposing aspects achieved momentary harmony through precisely balanced interaction rather than destructive opposition. Their initial exchange, more ceremonial demonstration than actual combat, generated immediately visible harmonic frequencies rippling outward through surrounding dimensional barriers. The complementary opposition between solar and shadow aspects created particularly powerful counter-entropy effects, confirming administrative assessment regarding their optimal pairing potential despite non-standard implementation within tournament classification systems. With ceremonial requirements satisfied, their interaction transitioned toward more direct competition, SETI utilizing shadow-based techniques against Narmer's solar-focused methodology. In fascinating display of complementary opposition within parallel cultural frameworks, her combat style emphasized fluid movement channeling darkness energies through curved blades serving as focal implements rather than primary weapons, creating shadow constructs with both offensive and defensive applications through inverted implementation of principles similar to Kemurian hieroglyphic manifestation. Narmer responded with equivalent creativity, solar aspect flowing through hieroglyphic configurations generating light-based constructs with complementary functionality to her shadow manifestations. Their interaction demonstrated remarkable compatibility despite fundamental opposition between their aspects, creating powerful harmonic resonance through balanced engagement rather than dominant conflict resolution. Throughout their exhibition, Cosmic administrators observed with evident assessment priority, measuring harmonic frequencies generated through their interaction while evaluating classification implications regarding their non-standard implementations within tournament structure. The audience responded with increasing appreciation as their display transcended conventional combat demonstration toward artistic implementation of complementary cosmic principles through controlled opposition. Most interesting perhaps was their developing interaction beyond merely technical implementation, communication occurring through cultural framework transcending their separate evolutionary development. Despite never having trained together or establishing formal combat protocols, the Y achieved remarkable synchronization through shared cultural foundation despite specific implementation differences. Your solar manifestation demonstrates fascinating variation from Amarnan light aspect practitioners. SETI observed during momentary pause between exchange sequences. Direct hieroglyphic implementation rather than channeling through physical focal instruments. While your SHAD out techniques show interesting divergence from Kemurian darkness manipulation methodologies, Narmer responded with equivalent professional appreciation, particularly regarding variable density manifestation rather than uniform consistency implementation. This technical exchange, conducted during active competition without disrupting their harmonic generation functions, demonstrated sophisticated interaction transcending conventional combat limitations. Their communication incorporated both professional assessment and personal connection development within appropriate competitive parameters, establishing foundation for relationship beyond merely tournament functionality. As their exhibition continued, harmonic generation measurements exceeded administrative projections, their complementary Y opposition creating particularly effective counter-entropy frequencies through balanced interaction between fundamental cosmic aspects. The solar and shadow energies achieved momentary harmony through GH-controlled opposition rather than destructive conflict, demonstrating essential principle underlying cosmic balance maintenance beyond merely competitive dominance. Their match concluded without conventional victory determination, administrative assessment completing required measurements regarding harmonic generation potential through their complementary opposition implementation. The formal exhibition resolution incorporated ceremonial acknowledgement from both participants, shadow and light aspects briefly achieving perfect balance before separating into distinct manifestations once more. When Narmer returned to delegation section following post-exhibition processing procedures, he found his companions engaged in animated discussion regarding the unusual match arrangement and its potential implications beyond tournament context. Their conversation paused momentarily upon his arrival, expressions revealing complex reactions to the extraordinary exhibition they had witnessed. The harmonic generation measurements exceeded all preliminary projections, Kaba informed him with professional courtesy masking evident curiosity regarding personal aspects of the interaction. Tournament administration has already confirmed your permanent classification approval following exceptional exhibition assessment. Royal Protector SETI's implementation demonstrates remarkable compatible ITY with your methodology despite fundamental aspect opposition, Nephthys observed with careful neutrality barely concealing personal concern. The complementary nature extends beyond merely technica L parameters into cultural framework synchronization despite separate evolutionary development. This observation, technically accurate while acknowledging underlying relational implications, revealed sophisticated navigation of complex personal dynamics beneath professional assessment. Kale remained unusually silent during this discussion, though her expression communicated complex emotional processing regarding implications beyond technical exhibition evaluation. Administrative classification determination represents primary functional outcome regardless of specific implementation compatibility factors. Jade noted with characteristic precision providing diplomatic redirection from potentially complicated personal dynamics toward practical tournament considerations. Your permanent part ICI patient approval creates significant strategic advantages regarding delegation representation within competition structure. This practical framing, focusing on functional benefits while acknowledging underlying personal considerations through careful omission rather than direct reference, established appropriate balance between mission requirements and interpersonal dynamics. Their conversation shifted toward upcoming preliminary matches involving other delegation members, providing welcome focus on immediate tournament activities rather than potentially complicated relationship implications. Throughout subsequent preliminary rounds, Universe 6 delegation established impressive representation across multiple competition categories, Jade demonstrating exceptional temporal manipulation techniques against Universe 4 representative, Nephthys showcasing sophisticated healing-based combat methodology against Universe 9 opponent, and Kaba displaying controlled energy projection implementation against Universe 2 competitor. Each match generated specific harmonic frequencies contributing toward overall counter-entropy effects surrounding the Nexus facility. Between official competition activities, delegations engaged in diplomatic interactions establishing potential alliances beyond merely tournament representation. These connections created foundation for multiversal coordination against the Devourer's activities transcending individual universal systems, with particular emphasis on information sharing regarding different manifestation patterns across affected realities. During one such diplomatic gathering following completion of preliminary rounds, Narmer noticed unusual interaction pattern among certain participants, representatives from distinctly different universal systems engaging in carefully structured communication suggesting pre-established relationship despite theoretical impossibility of prior connection given interdimensional barriers between their respective realities. His enhanced perception through the Eye of Worlds pendant revealed subtle energy signatures connecting these seemingly unrelated individuals, resonance patterns suggesting coordination. Beyond conventional diplomatic interaction, most concerning was specific frequency alignment matching certain corruption aspects he had observed during confrontation with entropy-contaminated Sebek back in Universe 6. Those representatives demonstrate unusual interaction patterns suggesting pre-established coordination, he discreetly indicated to Jade, whose intelligence training provided optimal assessment capability regarding potential security concerns. Their energy signatures contain corruption aspects similar to entropy contamination we encountered previously. The Universal Intelligence operative observed indicated individuals with professional assessment concealed beneath casual diplomatic demeanor. Coordination methodology suggesting infiltration protocol rather than merely diplomatic alliance. She confirmed after careful observation. Multiple universal systems apparently compromised through similar implementation patterns despite physical separation between their respective realities. This concerning observation suggested the Devourer had established coordinated presence within the tournament structure itself, representatives from various universal systems compromised through entropy corruption methodology similar to Sebek's contamination, creating potential infiltration network operating beneath official competition activities. The threat extended beyond merely external opposition into internal subversion possibility. We should notify tournament administration regarding potential security compromise, Kaba suggested when they discreetly shared this observation with their delegation. Without definitive evidence beyond energy signature analysis, administrative response might prove limited, Jade cautioned with practical security assessment. Particularly given cosmic bureaucratic protocols requiring substantive verification before implementation of extraordinary countermeasures. Perhaps coordinated observation through multiple delegations establish more comprehensive documentation, Nephthys suggested, her healer's perception providing valuable detection capabilities regarding corruption energies. Particularly focusing on delegate ions from universal systems most severely affected by entropy manifestations. This measured approach, gathering additional evidence through careful observation rather than premature administrative notification without sufficient verification, represented balanced response to potential security threat within tournament structure. They discreetly established observation rotation among delegation members, maintaining awareness of suspected compromised representatives while continuing normal competition activities. During subsequent observation period, Narmer sought opportunity for consulting potential allies regarding this concerning development, particularly SETI, whose shadow aspect capabilities might provide valuable detection methodology complementing their existing observation approaches. He located the Amarnan delegation during scheduled intermission between competition rounds, finding opportunity for discreet consultation without drawing unnecessary attention from potentially compromised representatives. Royal Protector, he greeted with formal protocol masking urgent security concerns beneath diplomatic courtesy. Your shadow aspect implementation might provide valuable Pective regarding certain observation requirements our delegation currently prioritizes. SETI immediately recognized subtle urgency beneath formal address, responding with equivalent diplomatic precision while establishing appropriate privacy for subsequent communication. The Amarnan delegation would welcome consultation regarding complementary observation methodologies, she acknowledged, guiding him toward more secure location within their assigned section. When sufficient privacy established for confidential exchange, Narmer explained their concerning observations regarding potentially compromised representatives' energy signatures suggesting entropy corruption similar to previously encountered contamination methodology. SETI listened with growing concern, her expression revealing immediate recognition regarding described implementation patterns. Amarna encountered similar corruption vectors during later consumption phases, she confirmed grimly. The entity established infiltration networks through partially contaminated individuals maintaining sufficient original identity to avoid immediate detection while advancing consumption objectives through coordinated subversion activities. The end. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.